Chapter 326. You don't have to ask. I know who the Qing Emperor is. If he was really possessed by the Qing Emperor, you wouldn't even know how you died. Fairy 1, snorted coldly. You know the Qing Emperor? Who is he? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Why should I tell you? Fairy 1 looked at Gu Hai with a face full of anger. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Previously, when he was confused, he did not want to think about it. At that time he was confused and mistook Fairy 1 for Chen Xianer. I will take responsibility. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. Responsibility? Who wants you to take responsibility? Fairy 1 glared at him and said angrily. Gu Hai, listen to me. Nothing happened today. You and I never. Anyway, you want to forget what happened before. Take responsibility? I don't need you to take responsibility. Fairy 1 snorted angrily. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Although he was confused and couldn't tell who was who, what happened at that time was deeply engraved in his mind. Even the nascent soul in the Fire God Palace felt close to Fairy 1. Not only Gu Hai, but one of Fairy 1's nascent souls also felt the same. This was why Fairy 1 was the most angry. What I said will always be effective. You. Gu Hai shook his head and said. I don't want it to be effective. Bastard, I said that nothing happened between us. Fairy 1 stepped forward and was about to leave this embarrassing place. However, just as she reached the entrance of the underground palace, she turned back. She walked to the bedside. The bed was a mess. In the center of the bedsheet, there was a small patch of bright red blood. She snorted coldly. Fairy 1 put away the bedsheet and walked out of the underground palace. You haven't told me who Qing Emperor is? Gu Hai shouted. Go and find it yourself, you big bastard. Fairy 1 shouted and rushed out of the underground palace. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. However, he did not give chase. Indeed, since he knew the name, he would slowly investigate. Qing Emperor? It should be easy to find them. Turning his head, Gu Hai glanced at the decapitated Hu Dongtian again. His face was gloomy as he reached out and took off the bracelet. Boom. A loud noise came from outside the hall. The Fairy 1 had broken the enchantment from the inside with a loud bang. Along with the marionette pole on the enchantment, it was cut in half. With a loud bang it flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the horizon. Emperor. Tang Chu and the others quickly rushed into the underground palace. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head. In the outside world, when the marionette pole was broken, everyone was free. Some people ran away in fear, while others rushed in exasperatedly, wanting to take revenge on Hu Dongtian. However, when they rushed into the underground palace, they saw that Hu Dongtian's head was separated from his body. Dead. He got off too easy. Everyone was exasperated. Not far away there was a lower level. Someone stepped in curiously. Someone cried out in alarm. What's wrong? Everyone rushed over. Yes. Everyone who entered sucked in a breath of cold air. Plucking in to nourish Yang? Hu Dongtian cultivated an evil technique? This woman is shriveled up. But isn't she the Zhang family's woman who disappeared half a year ago? Everyone was shocked. Another cry of alarm sounded. They had entered the lowest level of the underground palace. At the lowest level there were 3,000 corpses. They were obviously used by Hu Dongtian to cultivate an evil technique. This is a cultivation technique? Gu Hai read it carefully. There were 129,600 words in the entire technique. They were densely packed and difficult to understand. However, Gu Hai's chest soul clone in the space between his eyebrows was close to 10,000 copies of Gu Hai. He read it all in the blink of an eye and analyzed it quickly. The cultivation technique was too obscure. Gu Hai analyzed it for 3 days before he could understand it. Shock flashed in his eyes. How did the heaven-mending sect end up in such a miserable state with such a ridiculous cultivation technique? Gu Hai said in shock. Gu Hai widened his eyes and read it carefully again. Only then did he confirm that he wasn't dreaming. Heaven and earth, yin and yang intercourse, forming karma and mending heaven, mending great compassion prose poem. Taking the words from the beginning and the end and calling it talent? The work of talent? Is this a cultivation technique bestowed by the heavens? A cultivation technique nurtured by heaven and earth? It can't be, right? Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. The entire technique was too strange. It was the first time Gu Hai had seen a cultivation technique described with the tone of the heavens. Yin and yang intercourse? This is a dual cultivation technique that connects the 3 souls and 7 spirits? The foundation of cultivation is to form the true God? And the nascent soul of the dual cultivation Tao partner is the God Empress? For example, my Fire God Palace forms the Fire God, and Fairy One's nascent soul enters my Fire God Palace to form a dual cultivation technique with the Fire God. From then on, they are bound together for good or ill. Fire God Empress? The Fire God's cultivation Tao partner can only be Fairy One. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The pink aura of the heaven-mending ball had already guided him to dual cultivation with Fairy One once? No wonder he had broken through the Yuanying state so easily. According to the cultivation technique, the more dual cultivation techniques, the faster his cultivation would improve. Oh, right, there are also requirements for cultivating this cultivation technique. The stronger the foundation, the smoother the cultivation. The purer the energy in each acupoint, the easier it is to cultivate. The different types of energy can't be mixed up or it will conflict and explode. No wonder the previous sect masters of the heaven-mending sect cultivated to death. Who can compare to me in terms of purer energy? Cultivating the body externally and cultivating the 5 deity palaces internally is the purest energy. This cultivation technique seems to be tailor-made for me. Gu Hai was slightly stunned and smiled bitterly. A while ago, Gu Hai was still looking through all kinds of cultivation techniques in the Yuanying state. After all, Huangfu Chaoga had collected a lot of them in the past, but he hadn't found one that he was satisfied with. He reluctantly chose a few and was hesitant about whether to cultivate them. Now that this cultivation technique was out, Gu Hai didn't care about the other cultivation techniques. Using karma to nourish the heavens? Cutting off karma and gathering heavenly power? Is karma the cause and effect of all living beings? The evil karma of the evildoers is the most obvious. Hudong Tian opened the bestial battle arena to make it easier for him to kill the evildoers and resolve their evil karma. Using the heaven-mending power to repair all kinds of magic treasures? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Heaven-mending power? Gu Hai had never seen it before, but Hudong Tian was famous for cultivating magic treasures. It shouldn't be fake. Moreover, the cultivation technique he cultivated was incomplete. Repair everything? Can it even nourish the heavens? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and was shocked. He continued to study the cultivation technique for a while. Gu Hai shook his head slightly. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, karma nourishes the heavens. Great compassion poem. I can understand the yin and yang intercourse, and karma nourishes the heavens. However, I can't see anything from the names of the heaven and earth, and great compassion poem. Moreover, I only have a rough understanding of this cultivation technique. Although Gu Hai had not completely comprehended it yet, he was already determined to cultivate it based on what he saw earlier. He read it 10 times carefully to make sure he didn't remember wrongly. Bang! He reached out his hand and a large amount of flames gushed out from the Fire God Palace and burned the silk cloth. The silk cloth and the cultivation technique on it were completely burned to ashes. This cultivation technique couldn't be revealed. Since I don't understand the heaven and earth, and great compassion poem, I'll call you the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, until I fully understand it. To prevent it from being leaked. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth has 9 levels of heavens. I wonder if the first level of heaven is difficult. Gu Hai took a deep breath. He cleared his mind and adjusted his state of mind. When everything was perfect, Gu Hai slowly cultivated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Chapter 327. On the airship, Gu Hai had been in seclusion all this while. He was practicing the great compassion fu of heaven and earth. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth was extremely complex. A single cultivation technique was superior to countless other cultivation techniques. Others would need a cultivation technique for their dantian and 5 orifices, but Gu Hai's great compassion fu of heaven and earth covered everything. Gu Hai was surrounded by high-grade spiritual stones. Huff. Suddenly, Gu Hai's body was like a black hole, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones. In an instant, tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones were sucked dry and turned into dust. The energy from tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones rushed into his body. A portion of it went straight to the nascent soul in the Fire God Palace while the rest went to his dantian. In his dantian, the spiritual progenitor turned into a small purple pool. However, this pool was very strange. It had 2 sides like 2 bowls stuck together back to back. The top of the pool rotated clockwise while the bottom rotated anti-clockwise. It was very strange. The top is the heaven-mending pool and the bottom is the transformation pool? Transformation heaven-mending pool? It is formed just like that? The first level of the Great Compassion Fu of heaven and earth doesn't seem to be difficult? Gu Hai opened his eyes with a trace of doubt. After analyzing for a while, Gu Hai shook his head. No, it is because my foundation is good. The true Yuan in my Dantian is formed by the spiritual progenitor. The spiritual progenitor is the mother of all spirits, the origin of all kinds of spiritual energy. That is why it is so easy to form the transformation heaven mending pool, although it is just a prototype. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. A trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty. Suddenly Tang Chu's voice came from outside the door. Gu Hai was slightly puzzled. He got up and walked out of the hall. Squeak, 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 squeak. In the outside world, countless bats were flying in all directions. Your Majesty, look. Tang Chu said with an unpleasant expression. Then he saw countless bats flying around a large town in the distance. They were savagely attacking the townsfolk. Help! Don't kill me. Vampire, save me. A series of shouts sounded. Vampire? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Yes, they seem to be attacking the people. Tang Chu said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai looked down and saw 20 black-robed men standing in the distance. Don't worry, we won't kill you all. We will leave 10 people alive to report to your emperor. The leader of the black-robed men sneered. Elders of the Blood Clan, we didn't provoke you. A cultivator below said anxiously. You didn't provoke me, but Gu Hai did. Go and report to Gu Hai. Quickly release Changming. Otherwise we'll slaughter every town. I don't believe that Gu Hai doesn't care about you Dahan citizens living outside the city, the leader of the black-robed men said coldly. What? The 3 neighboring towns were all killed by you? The Xiuzha below exclaimed. As long as Gu Hai doesn't hand over Changming, I will make all the people in his territory suffer. If you want to blame someone, blame Gu Hai. The leader of the black-robed men sneered. Gu Hai looked down from high up in the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, Are you looking for me? The Yuanying states Gu Hai's voice was so loud that it shook the area below. Countless bats paused and turned to look at the sky. The 20 black-robed men below also seemed to have just noticed. Gu Hai. The leader of the black-robed men revealed a shocked expression. Your Majesty? Your Majesty, save us. The people below who were attacked by the bats screamed in horror. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold, and the Fire God Palace's nascent soul surged with energy. Gu Hai gently waved his right hand. Bang! The overwhelming fire instantly covered everything below. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats suddenly fled in horror. What kind of fire is this? The black-robed men's faces changed as the fire burned their bodies. Gu Hai controlled the fire so well that it didn't burn any civilians. However, countless bats were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye amidst their screams. With a wave of his hand, millions of bats were burned to ashes. The civilians below the city were shocked. A group of Dahan soldiers stood on the flying ship. At this moment, all of them were staring with wide eyes as they knew that Gu Hai was only a golden core realm cultivator in the past. Your Majesty just came to the Yuanying state? What kind of fire is this? Why is it so domineering? The soldiers looked at Gu Hai in shock. The fire seemed to stick to the black-robed men and couldn't be extinguished at all. This is the divine fire? The divine fire that the demonic beasts cultivate? The undying divine fire? Gu Hai, you refined the fire god into your body? The 20 black-robed men below desperately tried to extinguish the fire on their bodies. Undying divine fire? The divine fire that can't be extinguished by those who don't open the sky palace? Your Majesty seemed to have refined the fire locust deity previously. Is it because of the fire locust deity? That's not right. Divine fire? Aren't humans unable to control divine fire? Moreover, even the supreme demonic beasts can only use a limited amount of divine power. Back then, the fire locust deity didn't have the ability to use the undying divine fire. How did your Majesty? The soldiers looked at Gu Hai blankly. Gu Hai also looked at his own performance in amazement. Below, the fire filled the sky. After incinerating countless bats, Gu Hai pulled them all back with a wave of his hand. The undying divine fire could be retrieved? Why could he use this kind of divine fire? Gu Hai understood. It was because of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. The 20 black-robed men below screamed in pain. No matter what they did, they couldn't extinguish it. Gu Hai, I'm going to kill you. Kill Gu Hai and the fire will be extinguished. Kill him. The 20 black-robed men soared into the sky in pain. Gu Hai flipped his hand and a blood saber appeared. The 20 black-robed men approached him in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai slashed with his saber. When he was in the Golden Core realm, he could already use the power of the Yuanying state with the blood saber. Now Gu Hai was in the Yuanying state. Boom. One of the black-robed men was instantly split in half. Then his body was quickly incinerated. The moment he killed the black-robed man, Gu Hai acutely felt that a strange force seemed to have entered his dantian. To be precise, it entered the transformation pool in his dantian. Now why am I here? Am I dead? The strange force screamed in horror. 3 souls? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. The 3 souls of the black-robed men he just killed were sucked into the transformation pool. The transformation pool rotated counterclockwise. It was as if a stone mill was grinding the 3 souls. Ah no! The 3 souls screamed in agony and gradually disappeared into the transformation pool. The heaven-mending lake at the top rotated clockwise and slowly emitted traces of 9-colored mist. Only a little bit. Heaven-mending energy? Gu Hai was surprised. You killed Big Brother? Kill him or we will all be burned to death. The group of black-robed men rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold and he slashed with his blood saber again. Rumble. Gu Hai killed the 15 black-clad men in the blink of an eye. The 3 spiritual souls of all the evil men that Gu Hai killed entered the karmic transformation pool. Then they all turned into heaven-mending energy which entered the heaven-mending pool. Those who are killed by me can't be reincarnated? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and analyzed. The remaining 5 black-robed men fled in fear. However, the inextinguishable divine fire enveloped their bodies and could not be extinguished. After fleeing for a while they finally fell from the sky and died. Even though they had flown far away, their 3 souls and karmic powers entered the transformation pool. A light flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. This cultivation technique was strange and unfathomable. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. The townspeople below all knelt down gratefully. If it were not for Gu Hai, the town would have been massacred by the vampires. Everyone please rise. It's because of my incompetence that the vampires dared to invade our territory. However, please believe that the Dahan will become stronger and stronger. One day all the enemies will be terrified and will not dare to disturb your peaceful lives. Gu Hai comforted them. Yes. The townspeople answered. Gu Hai nodded and waved his hand. The flying boat continued to head toward Jianghu City. Gu Hai had killed a group of vampires so easily just now, but the soldiers of the Dahan were stunned. The emperor was becoming more and more mysterious. Gu Hai returned to the main hall where he had been in seclusion before. After closing the door, he slowly took out the marionette pole that had been cut by the fairy one. The marionette pole had been cut in half and was completely broken. After joining the 2 halves of the marionette pole together, a dignified look flashed in his eyes. He reached out a finger and gently touched the broken part, releasing the heaven-mending power that he had just refined from his fingertip. The heaven-mending power was in the form of a mist. When it touched the broken part, it was hazy and went into the broken part. When his finger left the broken part, the heaven-mending power in the form of a mist also went into the broken part. At this moment the broken part disappeared. It was strangely repaired. The heaven-mending power just now was consumed in the blink of an eye. What he got in return was Gu Hai's astonished expression. It's repaired? The marionette pole is repaired? Gu Hai looked at this magic treasure in amazement. The broken part was very smooth as if it had never been broken before. Everything was restored to normal? The shocked Gu Hai gently activated it with his magic power. Buzz. The marionette pole emitted a faint golden light. Gu Hai could sense strands of transparent silk waiting for him to throw them out. Heaven-mending power? What a strange heaven-mending power. It's repaired? Gu Hai looked at the magic treasure in his hand in amazement. Another 5 days later. In front of the deck of Gu Hai's flying boat, there was a dragon chair. Behind the dragon chair stood Tang Chu and a group of soldiers of the Dahan. This time they had opened 12 cities and returned to the capital. All of them looked excited. On the dragon chair, Gu Hai sat, holding the armrest of the dragon chair with both hands, looking at the panicked fate of Jianghu City. Your Majesty, we have arrived at Jianghu City, Tang Chu said with a smile. Chapter 328. Jianghu City. Before Gu Hai left, he had made proper arrangements. Shangguan Hen wouldn't intervene in the affairs of the imperial court, except for major events. After receiving the great Myojin and his entourage, Shangguanhen stayed away from the three of them. However, Cui Tai found Shangguanhen again. In a pavilion in Shangguanhen's mansion. Shangguanhen received Cui Tai's visit. In the pavilion, Shangguanhen poured a cup of tea for Cui Tai and himself. "Mr. Cui? May I know why you are here?" Shangguanhen asked with a smile after drinking a mouthful of tea. Cui Tai drank a mouthful of tea and said with a sneer, "Mr. Shangguan, you are easy to find. I couldn't find you these days. If the great Myojin didn't remind me to stay here, I wouldn't know how to find you. I am busy, so it is normal that you can't find me. But you are waiting for the emperor to come back. Why are you looking for me?" Shangguanhen said with a smile. Cui Tai's expression turned serious as he stared at Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen was as calm as ever. "Who are you? Why do you give me a familiar feeling? Are you a member of the Jianghu clan?" Cui Tai asked with a deep voice. Maybe my face is more common?" Shangguanhen said lightly. "No, it's not your face, it's my feeling. I have looked for information about you these days. You are the seventh son of Guanqi's 9 sons? But I don't believe that Miao Chen, who was preparing to destroy the Han dynasty, suddenly calmed down when he saw you. Who are you?" Cui Tai's face turned gloomy. Shangguanhen drank a mouthful of tea and said with a cold expression, "Mr. Cui, who I am has nothing to do with you. No, that aura on you is the aura of a paragon. The paragon is already dead, but why do you have that aura on you? Could it be? Cui Tai's eyes gradually turned red. "Could it be what?" Shangguanhen said coldly. "God? I, the god of the Jianghu clan, am." Cui Tai looked at Shangguanhen with bloodshot eyes. Shangguanhen narrowed his eyes. "Hey, you really know how to think. However, no matter who I am, what does it have to do with you? Haven't you already become a slave of the Solar Divine Palace?" "No, the god of my Jianghu clan must have been destroyed by the heavens. Maybe it was a fragment of the god? Let me see." Cui Tai immediately stood up as if he was going to pounce on Shangguanhen. Ugh. But just as he got up, Cui Tai's figure suddenly swayed, as if he was about to lose his balance. "There's poison in the tea, you poison me?" Cui Tai glared at Shangguanhen. "Mr. Cui, please conduct yourself with dignity. After all, this is not your slave, I can spare your life, but if you act recklessly again, don't blame me for being impolite." Shangguanhen said coldly. "This is the black snake poison, you are indeed from the Jianghu clan, who are you? What is your relationship with the paragon? Do you have a fragment of the god on you?" Cui Tai asked while swaying. Shangguanhen said in a low voice, "Great Myojin? You've been watching for a long time, right? Is this your slave? Are you the one who wants to test me?" In Chaoga City, on a floating island in the distance, the great Myojin and the white-robed woman were playing Go. "Shangguanhen? This is a matter of your Jianghu clan, I'm not testing you. But I'm curious, who are you? Do you have a fragment of the god Jianghu?" The great Myojin said indifferently. Although they were far away, the great Myojin's voice strangely reached Shangguanhen's residence. "I said no, but you didn't believe me, but I didn't expect that Cui Tai would be reduced to such a state of being a slave. Regardless of whether I have a fragment of the god Jianghu or not, he actually dared to provoke this matter in front of outsiders?" Shangguanhen looked at Cui Tai with narrowed eyes. "If you have a fragment of the god Jianghu, you don't have the qualifications to have it." Cui Tai shouted while swaying. In the southern part of the city, Cui Tai blocked Shangguanhen and revealed a sinister smile. "Shangguanhen? Seeing that you and I are both from the Jianghu clan, if you really have a god fragment, give it to me and I can spare you." Cui Tai. "Back then, supremacy's biggest mistake was to spoil you too much," Shangguanhen said coldly. As he spoke, rolling green fog suddenly appeared around Shangguanhen. It was clearly poison gas. "Poison? Previously, when my two bodies merged, you succeeded. Do you think it will still work now?" Cui Tai snorted coldly and his figure flashed. Boom. Cui Tai turned into a 500 zhang tall Xuanwu. 500 zhang tall Tong Tian covered the ground. It was incomparably vast. When the black tortoise and black snake merged, a huge heavenly palace aura burst out, forming a storm. The moment the Xuanwu appeared, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless people in the city turned their heads to look in shock. On the floating island in the city, the great Myojin stopped playing chess and looked into the distance. The black tortoise looked ferocious, while the black snake opened its mouth and sucked in the green fog. "My black snake body can even absorb supremacy's poison gas. It's a great supplement for me. Why don't you continue?" Your poison gas does have a hint of supremacy's aura? You really did obtain the inheritance of the Xuanwu clan? Do you have a god fragment? The black snake roared excitedly. Shang Guanhen's face turned ugly. Shang Guanhen didn't have a Xuanwu god fragment, but a complete body. He did have some Xuanwu god secret techniques, but if he used them he would be exposed. Most importantly, Cui Tai, a scum of the Xuanwu clan. Forcing him to make a move? If he didn't use his divine power, he would only be part of the Yuanying state. However, if he used it and exposed himself, it wouldn't be just Cui Tai who would be in trouble. Countless supremacy monster beasts would want to snatch his god fragment. Cui Tai, this is the Han dynasty. You're going against me in the Han dynasty. Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Han dynasty? Shang Guanhen said coldly. Han dynasty? Aha, what bullshit Han dynasty. Today I want you to hand over the Xuanwu god fragment. What can you do to me? So what if that Gu Hai is in front of me? I can squash him to death with a single finger. Do you believe me? Cui Tai said coldly. Shang Guanhen was about to explode in anger. Suddenly a cold voice sounded. You think you can squash me to death with a single finger? Ha, what a boastful tone. The black snake and black tortoise were confused. Your Majesty. Shang Guanhen's face lit up with joy. Your Majesty is back. Your Majesty is back. Your Majesty is back. Countless worried citizens and officials in the city were overjoyed. After all, Shang Guanhen had poisoned Changming and saved the city. Now that he was being cornered by Xuanwu, everyone was worried about Shang Guanhen. However, there was nothing they could do. Guhai. On the floating island, the great Myojin said in a deep voice. The white-robed woman stood up slowly. That's Gu Hai. She saw a flying boat slowly approaching from afar. In front of the flying boat was the dragon throne. Gu Hai was sitting on the dragon throne. Gu Hai had just returned. As soon as he came back and saw the surging luck of Chaoga City, before he could feel happy, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. It was the huge Xuanwu in the distance bullying Shang Guanhen. Gu Hai commanded the flying boat to fly over with a gloomy face. Gu Hai, it's useless for you to come back. Stay aside. This is the business of the Xuanwu clan. Cui Tai said coldly. Everything in the Dahan is my business. Who do you think you are to humiliate the people of the Dahan in my Chaoga City? Gu Hai snorted coldly. As he snorted, he flipped his hand. The heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly flew out and enlarged 100 times in an instant. Roar. Suddenly, the underground dragon vein responded with a long roar. All the luck moved toward the heaven-suppressing divine seal. You want to suppress me with a mere imperial seal? The imperial seal is more like it. What a joke. The black snake swung its tail to the sky as if it wanted to smash the heaven-suppressing divine seal with its tail. Buzz. The black chess piece on the heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly emitted a faint black light. Luck from all around suddenly rushed into the heaven-suppressing divine seal, which enlarged 100 times. At the same time, a golden dragon rushed out from the underground dragon vein and floated in the sky. It seemed to be carrying countless mountains on its back as it merged with the heaven-suppressing divine seal and pressed down on the black snake's tail. The black snake's tail was instantly smashed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal, and it smashed onto the black turtle's back. Boom. The huge suppressive force caused the ground to shake violently, and that area suddenly sank. Kaboom. Along with Cui Tai's scream, the turtle shell suddenly broke into pieces. Blood instantly spurted out from the inside. What? The great Myojin in the distance said in a deep voice. Cui Tai has the power to open the heaven palace. How can Gu Hai? The white-robed woman on the side was also shocked. Shang Guanhen also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He had just used the great compassion fu of heaven and earth's treasure controlling technique to activate the heaven-suppressing divine seal, but he did not expect the effect to be so strong. The power of the great compassion fu of heaven and earth? No, it should be the power of the heaven-suppressing divine seal itself. The heaven-suppressing divine seal carried the luck of the Han dynasty and the power of the underground dragon vein to suppress Cui Tai. Of course, there was more or less the power of the black chess piece. Chapter 329. Cui Tai roared in pain. His tail was crushed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. The black tortoise's body was also suppressed to the point that it could not move. The extremely hard tortoise shell was actually smashed into pieces. No, that's impossible. You're just a golden core realm cultivator. I'll open the sky palace. The black tortoise roared with wide eyes. Roar! The black tortoise, whose tail was broken, suddenly rushed toward Gu Hai. Be careful, Your Majesty! Shangguan Hen exclaimed. Cui Tai was the weakest lower sky palace cultivator, but he was still opening the sky palace. The heaven-suppressing divine seal's effect was surprising, but the emperor only had one imperial seal. What should they do if the black tortoise charged at the emperor? In the distance, the great Ming deity king and the white-robed woman stared at Gu Hai after recovering from their initial shock. The black tortoise soared into the sky with a majestic aura. In an instant, countless lightning bolts followed the ferocious snake head. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Hai as if it wanted to bite the flying boat into pieces. Umph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Do you think I can't do anything without the heaven-suppressing divine seal? However, they saw Gu Hai slowly take out the repaired marionette pole. While everyone was puzzled, he gently swung it. Buzz! Suddenly, the menacing and ferocious head of the serpent came to a stop. The lightning bolts in the sky suddenly disappeared. The black tortoise's eyes widened as it froze in the air. Countless officials and commoners in the city also looked at the snake head in shock. What? The snake head is scared just because the emperor took out a cross pole? Great Myojin, you have the insight. What kind of treasure is that? Looks like. The white-robed woman was puzzled. The great Myojin said in a deep voice, that cross pole emitted transparent threads that controlled the black tortoise's soul? It looks a little like the cross in my sun god's shrine. A replica of the 10-direction annihilation? The white-robed woman was surprised. That's right. It's one of the 16 great artifacts of history, the 10-direction annihilation. This is just a replica, but it has some effect. The great Myojin said in a deep voice. In the distance, the Dahan soldiers on the flying ships were stunned. Wasn't this marionette broken by Fairy Wanner? His Majesty fixed it? What's going on? Why can't I move? Mysterious Snake asked in shock. Gu Hai stared coldly at Dusk Snake. You think you can kill me with one finger? Ha! Roar! The mysterious snake wriggled its body madly. In an instant, his body swayed rapidly, as if he was trying to break free from the strings of a marionette. The marionette in Gu Hai's hand shook. His eyes turned cold as he waved his other hand. Boom! The raging flames instantly burned the dark serpent. Ah, what kind of flame is this? Bastard! The mysterious snake shouted in horror. This is the undying divine flame? Gu Hai was a demonic beast? That's not right. The white-robed woman said in surprise. The black tortoise below was pressed down by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. It was also rapidly twisting and turning, trying to break free. The mysterious snake could have broken free, but with the interference of the flames, he couldn't break free. Go bite yourself. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Boom. Under the marionette, the mysterious snake writhed in pain and bit at the black tortoise. No. Bastard Gu Hai. The black tortoise roared. Boom. The mysterious snake bit off a chunk of the black tortoise's flesh. Let me go, bastard. Cui Tai said coldly. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent rushed toward Cui Tai. What are you doing? Great Myojin, save me. Cui Tai screamed. Roar. Shangguan Hen suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. How long has it been, and you're already going back on your word? I said that I would not interfere in the matters of the Xuanwu race. However, I did not say that I would let others interfere. The great Myojin said coldly. The Xuanwu race is the national beast of the Dahan. The Han dynasty and the Xuanwu race are one. If the emperor interferes, it is an internal matter of the Xuanwu race. It is not up to an outsider like you to interfere. Shangguan Hen snorted coldly and slowly flew toward Gu Hai's flying ship. Gu Hai held the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in one hand and the marionette pole in the other. He coldly looked at the great Myojin. The two sides coldly stared at each other. It seemed that a great battle would break out at any moment. Swish! At this moment, a white light flew out from the city and instantly arrived at the center of the two sides. Great Myojin, please calm down. Emperor Dahan, please calm down. The white-robed woman stood between the two sides. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the white-robed woman. Great Myojin, Gu Hai is right. You promised the Lord and Shangguan Hen. Do you want to go back on your word? Moreover, Cui Tai only has himself to blame. Why do you care so much about him? This kind of person who doesn't know how to respect himself will only cause trouble for the Solar Divine Palace. It's fine if he dies. The Solar Divine Palace doesn't need him. the white-robed woman advised. The great Myojin said in a deep voice. Gu Hai, who was at the side, revealed a trace of doubt. The white-robed woman in front of him was actually on his side? He Bingheim, are you already speaking up for Gu Hai? The great Myojin said coldly. Have you forgotten the Lord's instructions? Have you forgotten the reason I came here? Do you want me to recall it for you? The white-robed woman suddenly said in a deep voice. Her tone was actually tit-for-tat with the great Myojin. Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Weren't these two supposed to be on the same side? Why were they in conflict? The great Myojin stared at the white-robed woman, Bingheim. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed arrogantly. Ha, good. Bingheim, you can really take the role? From the moment I stepped out of the Solar Divine Palace, my identity was already different. Bingheim said indifferently. The great Myojin snorted coldly. The great Myojin turned around and flew back into the city. Bingheim turned her head to look at Gu Hai. She suddenly bowed slightly and said, Emperor Dahan, the great Myojin has a strange temper. I hope you can forgive him. No problem. Gu Hai shook his head in confusion. Bingheim's attitude was too strange. She came with the great Myojin and Shui Tai. The great Myojin and Shui Tai were hostile to the Han dynasty. However, Bingheim's attitude was very amiable. Emperor Dahan, may I board your flying boat? Bingheim asked solemnly. Please? Gu Hai put away the treasure with a flip of his hand and nodded. Whoosh. Bingheim landed on the deck. Bingheim? I don't think there's someone like you in the Solar Divine Palace? Shangguan Hen looked at Bingheim with a frown. Mr. Shangguan, do you know the Solar Divine Palace like the back of your hand? Bingheim asked indifferently. Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes and said, I can't say that I know the Solar Divine Palace, but I've heard a lot about it. You haven't shown your true appearance recently. What? However, Bingheim slowly lifted her hood. The instant Xiaoqin lifted her hood, everyone's vision blurred. In that instant, it seemed like the world turned dark, and Bingheim's face lit up the entire world. She had a delicate and pretty face, bright red lips, snow-white skin, aqua blue hair and dark blue eyes. She looked exceptionally gorgeous and fresh. Xiaoqin's faint smile seemed to bring out countless beautiful things in the world. Bingheim greets Emperor Dahan. Bingheim said with a slight bow. After Bingheim spoke, everyone recovered their wits. However, Bingheim's appearance was indeed exceptionally beautiful. She also gave off the feeling of an iceberg. However, her cold aura instantly attracted countless people. Miss Bingheim is too polite. However, I wonder why the Solar Divine Palace's palace master sent you here? To thank me? I wonder if Xiao is doing well? No, it should be Queen Hua. Gu Hai said solemnly. However, Gu Hai was not mesmerized by Bingheim's beauty. After all, Qin Xian'er, Long Wanqing and Fairy Wan were all different, but they were not inferior to Bingheim. Queen Hua? She is doing well. Furthermore, there are not many people in the world who can harm her, Bingheim said, shaking her head. Then, the Solar Divine Palace's palace master sent you here? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Chapter 330. Chaoga City. Gu Hai, Bingheim and Shangguan Hen returned to the Huangfu Hall. The great Myojin, who had lost face earlier, returned once again. Gu Hai had asked Bingheim repeatedly about the purpose of the Solar Divine Palace's visit, but Bingheim looked around and didn't answer directly. At this moment, in the Huangfu Hall, the great Myojin stared at Gu Hai for a while. Gu Hai? Last time I saw you, you were only in the higher heaven state. Now you're already in the Yuanying state? Last time, I should have killed you earlier to avoid future troubles, humph. The great Myojin said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, Great Myojin? Just say what you want. Why did the Solar Divine Palace send you here? The great Myojin glanced at Bingheim. Bingheim stood to the side but remained silent. You saved Queen Hua. Master sent me to thank you and give you a big gift. The great Myojin said solemnly. Oh, big gift? Gu Hai looked at the great Myojin in confusion. You saw the gift. It's her. The great Myojin suddenly pointed at Bingheim. Oh. Everyone looked confused. No wonder Bingheim looked around earlier. How could she say that she was going to send him away? Bingheim bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Master sent me to assist Emperor Dahan and stay in the Han dynasty to make plans for the Han dynasty. Bingheim said solemnly. Shangguan Hen, Tang Chu and the others all looked confused. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Tai of the Solar Divine Palace sent Bingheim to assist him? Or to spy on him? You want to stay in my Han dynasty? Gu Hai asked with a frown. No one dares to disobey master's orders. I'm here on orders. I will do my best to assist the Han dynasty, Bingheim said solemnly. He traveled hundreds of millions of miles just to escort Bingheim here? What do you want to do in my Han dynasty? Gu Hai asked with a frown. During this time I studied the Han dynasty. The Dahan Emperor created a special position. Set. Legion Commander. This was different from the Legion Commanders of other armies. In the Great Han, a Legion Commander was a title akin to a noble. Furthermore, the Great Han dynasty was very strict about it. Until now there were only 2 Legion Commanders, Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan. Gao Xinji is a divine strategist. He has been successful in opening up new territories. However, I can't see anything special about Qin Tianshan. I want to stay in the Han dynasty and do not need any other official position. I want to be the 3rd Legion Commander, Bingheim said solemnly. The 3rd Legion Commander of the Han dynasty? What abilities do you have? Gu Hai asked indifferently after a moment of silence. I know almost all the grudges of the Holy Lands and dynasties. I know the map of the Divine Continent in my heart. I know all the history of the large sects and large countries from ancient to modern times. When it comes to strategizing, I have never lost to anyone. When it comes to politics, I believe that aside from you, no one in the Dahan can compare to me, Bingheim said bluntly. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. The great Myojin who was at the side said indifferently, Gu Hai, don't be so doubtful. It is only because you saved Queen Hua that master was willing to send Bingheim to you. With Bingheim's abilities, it would not be difficult for her to establish an imperial dynasty. Your Majesty of the Dahan, are you still worried about my origins and not daring to use me? Bingheim said with a faint smile. Sheng Guanhen frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. Previously, he had mentioned to Gu Hai that he did not have a memory of Bingheim. Naturally, Sheng Guanhen's memories were of prime Xuanwu. However, this Bingheim's origins were exceptionally strange. Gu Hai did not believe that Tai Yi had truly given him such a big gift. It was just that he did not understand Tai Yi and could not guess what he was thinking. Tai Yi did not say anything, but as the most loyal great Myojin, he naturally did not want you to remain in this world, Sheng Guanhen explained. Gu Hai was stunned. So, the great Myojin is opposing me at every turn because of this? Last time in the innate puzzle world he saw the signs and wanted to kill me? That's right. So, it is as your Majesty guessed. Tai Yi sending Bingheim is not a good thing. Does your Majesty still want to keep her by your side? Sheng Guanhen asked with a smile. Gu Hai shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. If Bingheim has that ability, I don't care about Tai Yi. Sheng Guanhen smiled, feeling gratified. At the very least he made the right choice. Despite knowing that Tai Yi was strong, the emperor was not moved. After making some arrangements, Gu Hai used the Dahan dynasty's luck to send a message to the world. His voice instantly reached the ears of all the Dahan citizens. Tell the Dahan citizens that Qinglu City, Mentian City, and the other cities lost by the 12 divine foothold dynasties have officially returned to the Han dynasty. The friends and family who were cut off due to crossing the border can be reconnected from now on. We will set up camp in the 24 cities and will give the Dahan citizens a peaceful world. Boom. His voice reached countless people's ears. Chaoga City citizens had been paying attention to the luck and were prepared. They did not think much of it. However, the citizens of the 11 cities that Huangfu Chaoga sent back found it impossible. Although these people had become the Dahan citizens, they did not believe in the Dahan dynasty's strength. How capable could a dynasty on a small barren island be? How could they snatch food from the Day One dynasty's tiger's den? However, Gu Hai was the one who said it personally. A sovereign's words were not a joke, so it had to be true. The former cities of the Divine Foothold dynasty returned to their original positions? Your Majesty is mighty. Many of the citizens celebrated. News of victory was more effective than countless placating policies. Many of the citizens immediately submitted. As for the citizens of 9-5 Island, they did not know what happened. They only knew that the Han dynasty's territory increased again. However, the newly recruited cultivators of the Thousand Islands sea-goggled. The Han dynasty's development is too ferocious, right? Indeed. His Majesty took down the Divine Continent's 12 cities again? In that case, aside from 9-5 Island, the Han dynasty has 24 cities, right? Fortunately, I joined the Dahan. I am now an official of the Dahan. Ah. The newly recruited officials cheered excitedly. Guqin was still sorting out administrative matters. However, Montez's eyelids twitched wildly. The stronger the Dahan was, the more authority Xiaoqin would have. Only 2 years had passed? Not counting 9-5 Island, the Dahan had already taken down 24 cities in the Divine Continent. What would happen in the future? If it were Xiaoqin, it would be impossible. Montez no longer had any desire to rule. Now he focused on controlling his embroidered uniform guards. In a valley at the border between the Han Dynasty and the Day One Imperial Dynasty, after Chang Ming, the former commander of the 8th Army of the Northern Expedition Army, obtained the barbarian inheritance, he had been quietly cultivating in the valley. What a powerful cultivation technique! Ah! Vile Guhai, when I master this cultivation technique, watch as I destroy your Chaoga city and wipe away my previous humiliation. Ah! Chang Ming cultivated proudly. Black energy surged around Xiaoqin. Countless scarlet bats flew around in the black energy. These bats looked much more ferocious than before, and they seemed much stronger as well. Chang Ming was focused on cultivating this cultivation technique. He did not know that his clan, the Chang clan, was frantically searching for him. Chapter 331. Use our soldiers to help Dahan defend the country? Gao Xinji is really bold. He even dared to write a report to the Grand Marshal asking for help? One of the strategists snorted. When one of the strategists spoke, the other strategists started to criticize him. Although Gao Xinji was good at fighting, there were too many soldiers in the Northern Expedition Army. Furthermore, Gao Xinji was unable to carry on and needed reinforcements. Help Gao Xinji? That was to help Guhai defend the country. Using our own soldiers to defend someone else's home? What a joke. Grand Marshal, recall Legio 6. Yes, Grand Marshal. Gao Xinji has played enough. He should be back soon. All the strategists tried to persuade him. Obviously, they didn't want to help the Han Dynasty. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. You are all thinking too simply. Huh. Everyone looked at Sima Changkong. When the general is outside, he can't obey the orders of the emperor. Sima Changkong shook his head. Mr. Sima, are you saying that Gao Xinji dares to disobey the orders of the Grand Marshal? Even if Gao Xinji is bold, there are others, right? Informed by Liz Han and the other generals to bring Gao Xinji back immediately. One of the strategists said. The problem is, will Bai Liz Han and the others still listen to you? Sima Changkong shook his head. Huh. What does Mr. Sima mean? Everyone was confused. Sima Changkong didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Jianghu of Silla. Are you saying that Legio 6 only listens to Gao Xinji now? Jianghu of Silla asked in a low voice. It seems that Legio 6 is indeed surnamed Gao. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Jianghu of Silla snorted. It's a pity that the Grand Marshal's many rewards couldn't move Gao Xinji's heart. Alas. Sima Changkong sighed slightly. All the strategists were stunned. Some were in disbelief while others were in shock. Gao Xinji had been leading the army for several months, but she had abducted the Legio 6? Is that true? Grand Marshal, do you want to try? Perhaps. A strategist said with a hopeful attitude. Jianghu of Silla didn't say anything. As Sima Changkong said, it was no longer suitable to test the waters. Grand Marshal, Gao Xinji's request for help is in Jiaoga City. She is confident that she can lead the Northern Expedition Army to Jiaoga City? Sima Changkong frowned. She wants us to protect Guhai's imperial capital? Jiaoga City? How is that possible? Grand Marshal, we are not Guhai's private army. All the strategists refused. Jianghu of Silla nodded. Grand Marshal, Gao Xinji's report? Sima Changkong said seriously. Keep it and don't release it. Jianghu of Silla said lightly. Northern Expedition Army. Main Hall. Bang. The Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition Army smashed the table into pieces. The three armies are all being held back by Gao Xinji? Grand Marshal said coldly. That's right, Great Commander. Great Commander believes that the people's hearts are not stable yet and must immediately take back the 12 lost cities. That's why he sent the 3 legions there. However, Gao Xinji kept making things difficult for us, constantly obstructing our 3 legions, making it impossible for the 3 legions to seize a single city. Grand Marshal, I heard you say that Duke Changxing has already gone to the Deqian capital. The war should be ending soon, right? We don't want to think about the cities in Yingzhou. We must take back the 12 cities that were tricked by Guhai. Yes, Grand Marshal, the armies are fighting with the Jianghu of Silla and Yingzhou. Should we call them back? Take back what belongs to us first? The soldiers analyzed the situation. The Grand Marshal narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, the final result is not out yet. We cannot withdraw the troops in Yingzhou. Once we withdraw, the Jianghu of Silla will quickly move south. At that time we will not only lose the 12 cities. The other armies are holding back the Jianghu of Silla. What about Gao Xinji's army? Are we not going to take back the 12 cities that we lost? A soldier frowned. Fighting with the Deqian and losing cities is one thing. How dare a small empire try to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth? Gao Xinji's army is limited. I will personally lead the troops and take him down. Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Yes. The group of soldiers responded. Outside Qinglu City. The Qinglu City lord sent large amounts of supplies to Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji only camped outside the city and did not enter. Thank you, General Gao. You defeated the Yuan army, the Qinglu City lord said gratefully. Once the Yuan dynasty soldiers entered the city, the Qinglu City lord would lose the position of city lord that he had just regained. He would become a prisoner again. Naturally, the Qinglu City lord was very grateful to Gao Xinji for defeating the Yuan dynasty soldiers. Don't worry, Qinglu City lord. You are the subjects of the Dahan. Gao Xinji has the duty to protect you. Activate the city defense formation. During this time, everyone who enters and exits the city must be strictly checked to prevent accidents. Gao Xinji smiled. Of course, of course. Our injured soldiers are placed in your cities. Please take care of them. Gao Xinji said solemnly. The Legion 6 also had casualties. The injured soldiers were placed in various cities. General Gao, don't worry. We will use the best medicine and find the best alchemist to treat them. The Qinglu City lord promised. Thank you. Gao Xinji nodded. After sending off the Qinglu City lord, Gao Xinji naturally took care of the large batch of medicine and weapons. In Gao Xinji's camp, Bai Lizhan and a group of generals stood in the main camp. General, your guerrilla warfare is amazing. The 3 legions of the northern expedition were all fooled by us. Ah. Bai Lizhan laughed. General's guerrilla warfare is invincible. All the officers and soldiers burst into laughter. My guerrilla warfare? Hey, you're overpraising me. I've only learned a little from the emperor. Gao Xinji shook his head and smiled. The generals and soldiers' smiles froze. It's nothing. General Bailey should have some information about me, right? My military strategy and fighting style were all learned from the emperor in the past. Therefore your praise is too high for me. Gao Xinji said with a smile. The generals and soldiers looked at Bai Lizhan. Bai Lizhan frowned slightly and then smiled bitterly. General, we are blocking the Yuan army here. Some people say that you are defending Dahan. Bai Lizhan said with a frown. The generals and soldiers immediately looked at Gao Xinji and became serious. Gao Xinji was silent for a while and did not deny it. He nodded and said, that's right. The generals and soldiers were confused. Bai Lizhan also frowned. Legio 6 is indeed defending Dahan, but didn't you see? Because of our Legio 6, 4 legions of Daewon's northern expedition are being held back by us, right? Gao Xinji said with a smile. That's right. Including the Legio 6 of the northern expedition that we destroyed, our achievement is the best among the southern army. It's all thanks to the general's prediction. That's right. General, so what if we are protecting Dahan? As long as we can hold back the Yuan army, it will be a great achievement. Because of us, the other legions have a much easier time. That's right. We are holding back most of the northern expedition. Helping the Han dynasty is just a matter of convenience. The generals and soldiers nodded and agreed with Gao Xinji's argument. But Bai Lizhan was still worried. After all, Jianghu of Silla had given him the task of persuading Gao Xinji. But Gao Xinji was helping Dahan. How could he persuade her? Gao Xinji took a deep breath and said, Generals, I know that some of you are still angry about me leading the army to the south. How about this? I won't force you. If you think that I am wrong, you can leave with your army. I won't blame you. The generals and soldiers were stunned. At the same time, I will write a letter to Jianghu of Silla. In the letter, I will not erase any of your achievements. I will also emphasize that I am the one asking you to go back. Don't worry. As long as you want to leave, Gao Xinji will not stop you. Gao Xinji said solemnly. Grand Marshal? Bai Lizhan was confused. I'm leading the army to the south, but I'm taking all of you with me. Moreover, we'll face the encirclement of the Northern Expedition Army in the near future, which will be even more dangerous. I won't leave. If anyone wants to leave, it's still my brother Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji won't stop you. I'll see you off personally. The generals and soldiers were silent. Damn it, General. I will follow you. I will follow you wherever you go. General, I will follow you too. General, I won't leave. I want to kill more Yuan army with you. During this period of time, Gao Xinji's restraint was effective. On the battlefield, life and death were the best places to cultivate brotherhood. For a moment, almost everyone followed Gao Xinji's lead. Even Bai Lizhan seemed to have figured it out after a moment of hesitation. General, Bai Lizhan will follow you. Bai Lizhan said seriously. Gao Xinji noticed the change in Bai Lizhan's attitude and bowed slightly to Bai Lizhan. General, you can't. Bai Lizhan's expression changed. He bowed to Bai Lizhan, and then bowed to all the officers and soldiers present. General. Everyone wanted to stop him. Gao Xinji thanks you for your trust. Although the battle is difficult, Gao Xinji will do his best to protect all the generals and soldiers. Gao Xinji said seriously. Thank you, General. All the generals and soldiers bowed. As Sima Changkong expected, all the Legio 6 soldiers were waiting for Gao Xinji's orders. Chapter 332. Jinan City. Jianghu of Silla study. Jianghu of Silla looked at the report in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. As Gao Xinji expected, apart from the Yuan army in Yingzhou, the Northern Expeditionary Army has surrounded Gao Xinji. 5 million soldiers, but Gao Xinji only has 700,000. He has been dealing with them for a long time. Sima Changkong sighed. Gao Xinji. Jianghu of Silla's face gradually darkened. Jianghu of Silla had always been thirsty for talents and took good care of Gao Xinji, but Gao Xinji still went to Jianghu City? It was obvious that his heart was still with Dahan. Jianghu of Silla's efforts to win him over had not worked. 5 million soldiers? They will meet in Jianghu City in the end. Jianghu City? Can they stop the 5 million soldiers this time? A strategist asked with a frown. Grand Marshal, Gao Xinji asked for your help in the report from the past? Are we still going? Sima Changkong reminded him. Jianghu of Silla looked at Sima Changkong. Mr. Sima, what do you think? According to the news from the past, Dayuan's Grand Duke, Changxing, went to the capital to ask for peace. It has been a while. There should be a result soon, right? The days of the war are numbered. Let's form a good relationship at the end? Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Jianghu of Silla narrowed his eyes. But if Gu Hai doesn't die, I will never get Gao Xinji. Sima Changkong frowned slightly. The group of strategists in the study also fell silent. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Ah, Takashi Ryushin, I'm back. A woman's voice sounded. Not many people dared to call Jianghu of Silla by his name. A woman's call made the faces of all the strategists sink. But in the next moment, they heard the woman's voice and opened their mouths wide. He didn't have time to turn his head around. Bang! The study door was kicked open. Jianghu of Silla. This was his study. Without his permission, who dared to kick his door? Were the guards outside all useless? Bang! Long Wanyu suddenly jumped into the study. Princess Wanyu. The strategists immediately bowed respectfully. King Shenwu and Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Long Wanyu? She was the only one who dared to kick Jianghu of Silla's study door. Under certain circumstances, Long Wanyu even dared to kick His Holiness's study door. Daiqianxing doted on her too much. He doted on her so much that even Jianghu of Silla, the Deqian's third prince, could not do anything to her. Wanyu, didn't you return to the capital? Why are you back? Jianghu of Silla asked with a frown. Venerable Lu Nian followed behind them with a bitter expression. Grand Marshal, please forgive me. Everyone, please forgive me. Venerable Lu Nian said with a bitter smile. Everyone immediately shook their heads and smiled bitterly, indicating that it was fine. Forgive me? This was not the first time Long Wanyu kicked the door. Quick, bring me to my brother-in-law. The old man already agreed. Send me to my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. Jianghu of Silla looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. Princess Wanyu? Previously, I did not allow you to leave because of His Holiness's decree. When you returned to the capital and sought His Holiness's decree, why did His Holiness agree? He is currently at war with Dayuan, Sima Changkong said in shock. Daiqianxing treasured Long Wanyu dearly. Why would she risk her life on the battlefield? Furthermore, after the previous crisis, His Holiness should be stricter. What war? The old man already announced a ceasefire. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. Jianghu of Silla's expression changed as she looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lun Yan nodded and said, "That's right. His Holiness already agreed to Daewon's envoy. When we left, we were discussing the details. I believe that Duke Changsheng has already brought the imperial decree to Northern Expedition City, right? The imperial decree that His Holiness gave you should arrive soon, right? The old man said that the war is about to end and allows me to go out. Quick, quick, bring me to my brother-in-law. The old man even brought an imperial decree for my brother-in-law. He wants you to escort me there." Long Wanyu immediately shouted. Jianghu of Silla's expression changed. The Grand Marshal and the 5 million-strong Northern Expedition Army should not be far from Chaoga City. Sima Changkong said with a frown. "Organize the 3 armies and set off for Chaoga City in 6 hours." Jianghu of Silla immediately ordered. Yes. 2 days later, at Northern Expedition City, a fleet of flying ships carrying Duke Changsheng arrived at Northern Expedition City. "Lord Chang, you are back from Deqian?" An official welcomed him excitedly. "Indeed, I am back. The negotiations are done. The war is over." "Ah. Where is the Grand Marshal?" Changsheng asked with a smile. "The Grand Marshal? The Grand Marshal is leading 5 million-strong Northern Expedition Army to attack Chaoga City. It seems like he wants to kill Gu Hai and exterminate Dahan." That young general said with a smile. "What? Kill Gu Hai?" Changsheng's expression changed. "Indeed. Your young master Changming is still missing because of that Gu Hai. The Grand Marshal will definitely seek justice for Lord Chang." That young general said with a smile. "Kill Gu Hai? That's not good. Men, quickly bring the flying ships to Chaoga City." Changsheng immediately said in a rush. At the border of the Han Dynasty and Daewon Imperial Dynasty, in a valley, a large number of blood-red bats were flying inside. Boom! With a loud bang, countless black gases suddenly exploded, and the surrounding mountains were instantly razed to the ground. The countless bats suddenly converged and flew into a man in a black robe in the valley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Ha ha, I have mastered my divine skill. Gu Hai, you despicable man, I will avenge my previous humiliation, ha." Chang Ming soared into the sky, and a pair of bat wings suddenly appeared on his back. Bang! The huge bat wings flapped fiercely, and Chang Ming suddenly shot toward Chaoga City like a stream of light. Far away from Chaoga City, Gao Xinji was riding on a flying ship. A large number of troops followed behind. "Soldiers, Chaoga is in front. Once we reach Chaoga we will be safe." Gao Xinji shouted. "Yes," the surrounding soldiers answered. However, after several days of battle, only 300,000 soldiers were left of the original 700,000. Their morale was much weaker, but as long as Gao Xinji was there, the soldiers would not feel tired. Not far away, another flying ship flew over. It was Bai Lizhan leading a group of soldiers to meet up with Gao Xinji. "Have the wounded soldiers been sent to the nearby city?" Gao Xinji looked at Bai Lizhan. "Yes, General. We've already sent them over. However, these 5 million yuan soldiers are too ferocious." Bai Lizhan said bitterly. "Don't worry, Chaoga City is right in front of us. Once we reach Chaoga, everything will be fine." Gao Xinji comforted him. "But, General, the Grand Marshal hasn't reported back. Will the Grand Marshal send reinforcements?" Bai Lizhan asked worriedly. Gao Xinji led the troops to protect the Dahan and asked the Jianghu of Silla to support them. If they were in Gao Xinji's shoes, Bai Lizhan would never do such a stupid thing. However, if the Jianghu of Silla did not come with the reinforcements, the remaining 300,000 soldiers would be in real danger. The 5 million soldiers of the Northern Expedition had surrounded them during this period of time. Even if they tried to escape, they would not be able to escape. "Don't worry, everything will be fine once we reach Chaoga City." Gao Xinji comforted them. Yes. The soldiers suppressed the worry in their hearts and answered. Gao Xinji's army continued to march toward Chaoga City. Behind them, the Northern Expedition was naturally in hot pursuit. They were about to reach Chaoga City. Once they took over Chaoga City, everything would be over. On a flying boat, the Northern Expedition Commander Daewon sat on the throne on the deck. He looked into the distance and smiled slightly. "Speed up the pace. We will reach Chaoga City within a day." "Yes," the soldiers answered and quickly left to carry out the order. Chaoga City. The battle reports from all directions were constantly gathering. All the officials were worried. Outside the Huangfu Hall, they requested to see the emperor and waited for the emperor's decision. At this moment in the Huangfu Hall, Gu Hai did not greet the anxious officials outside the hall. Instead, he was looking at a very long policy theory in front of him. In front of him stood Shangguanhen, Bingheim, Tang Chu and the others. Emperor Dehan, although the preparation time was a little long, but after all, I don't know much about the 24 cities. I need to understand before I can write a policy theory to pacify the people. I just finished writing it today, please correct me. Bingheim smiled confidently. Guhai read very carefully. As he read, he also used a red pen to draw on the policy theory. Bingheim frowned slightly but still waited patiently. After a while, Guhai returned the policy theory to Bingheim. Overall, it is not bad, but there are a few points to be discussed. Guhai smiled. Not only was it not bad, this policy theory could be considered as amazing. Bingheim did not lie. Her literary and political skills were extraordinary. For a moment, Guhai felt that he had found a treasure. Of course, as a ruler, he naturally could not show such strong appreciation. Therefore, he found a few points to apply some of the different theories of the past on Earth. Impossible, my policy theory is perfect. Bingheim took it in disbelief and read it carefully. After reading for a while, Bingheim said in shock, "Tax system? You exempted the income of the people at the bottom of the class from tax? The people at the bottom of the class pay less tax, but there are many people at the bottom of the class. This is a huge tax. You don't want it? No, you increased the tax on goods? By dividing the goods into categories and separating out some of the goods that need to be taxed, you can collect taxes more reasonably and effectively, and you can collect much more." Guhai explained. This can be done? You have to pay taxes when you buy things, but no one will find out. In this way you can benefit the people at the bottom of the class? The people will love and respect your policy more? Bingheim looked at the column of tax reform she wrote in surprise. Originally, Xiao Chen's calculations were already perfect. However, compared to Guhai's, everything seemed so rigid. Bingheim blushed. Overall, it is not bad. Commander of the 3rd Corps Yu. Guhai was about to speak. But before he finished speaking, a guard rushed into the hall. "Your Majesty, Gao Xinji's army has arrived outside the city, but the Yuan soldiers are chasing after them. They are in a difficult situation," the guard reported. Guhai narrowed his eyes. "They are finally here? Phew." Guhai suddenly stood up, swung his sleeves and slowly stepped out of the Huangfu Hall. Bingheim looked at the policy theory in her hand that Guhai corrected, bit her lip, and followed Shangguanhen and others out of the hall. "Your Majesty, you are finally out." Outside the hall, the ministers were anxious. Chapter 333. Jianghu City. Guhai, wearing a dragon robe, stood in front of the square of Huangfu Hall with his officials, looking at the Bat army in the south. The flying boat had been destroyed. Gao Xinji led 100,000 wounded soldiers to Jianghu City while resisting the pursuing soldiers. "Hurry up! Jianghu City is right in front of us. We will be safe once we reach Jianghu City." Gao Xinji shouted. "Protect the general." Bai Lizhan shouted and protected Gao Xinji in the center. Squeak! The bats were chasing the 100,000 wounded soldiers. These were all giant bats, the largest of which was about 30 meters in size. They looked ferocious and swooped down again and again, even opening their mouths to eat the soldiers who couldn't escape in time. The giant bats seemed to be stepping on people in black robes. Around the people in black robes, there was rolling black gas, and in the black gas, there were countless small bats raging everywhere. "Your Majesty, those giant bats are bat monsters, demon beasts. Those with black gas around them and countless small bats are vampires. This is Daewon's Bat Army. They are cruel and ruthless. Any army or city targeted by them will become a dead city." Shangguanhen said with a frown. "Gao Xinji's army, there are only 100,000 soldiers left? No, Your Majesty, look." Tang Chu opened her eyes wide and pointed to the distance. It turned out that behind the Bat Army, there were many giant flying boats moving slowly in the sky. Behind the flying boats, the soldiers followed closely behind. The mountains and plains were completely surrounded by large armies in all directions. Gao Xinji's army was being driven to Jianghu City in a hurry. The battle cries outside the city immediately attracted the attention of all the people in the city. Some people looked up from high places, and when they saw it, they all looked terrible. Did Daewon's army come out in full force? So many soldiers? This is bad. Countless commoners revealed worried looks. Last time, Changming had brought an army of 500,000, which was already shocking enough. But now, as far as the eye could see, there was an army of 5 million? The people were worried, but Guhai's expression did not change. "He didn't come? Jianghu of Silla didn't come to help us?" Bailishan said bitterly. Let's keep moving forward and enter Jianghu city. Shouted Gao Xianji. General, will Gu Hai open the city gates? Once the city gate is open to let us in, the ferocious Bat army will follow us in, and Jianghu city will be breached. That's right. The Yuan dynasty soldiers have been keeping us in suspense. They are not going all out to kill us because they want to use us to force Gu Hai to open the gate. Will Gu Hai open the gate to break the city? A bitter expression appeared on the faces of the soldiers. The bat demons and vampires all looked gloomy. While they were raging and eating Gao Xinji's army, they were looking at the city gate in the distance. The vampires only drank blood, but the bat demons swallowed people alive. At this moment, everything depended on whether Gu Hai was willing to save Gao Xinji and the others. The emperor will open the gate, Gao Xinji said firmly. As they got closer to the city gate, all the soldiers looked worried. Only Gao Xinji's eyes were firm. Open the gate, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. His voice was immediately transmitted through the sound amplification array. In the distance, the soldiers guarding the city were worried. The bat demons and vampires had transformed into more than 100 million bats. This terrifying number made them panic. Could they open the gate now? However, Gu Hai had already made arrangements. The soldiers guarding the gate were Lu Shi. After receiving Gu Hai's order, they immediately opened the gate. Quang. The city gate opened. To welcome the wounded soldiers. It's open, the city gate is open, go in. All the soldiers shouted excitedly. Ah! Everyone listen up. This general has already obtained the great commander's permission to break through the city gates. You can eat the city as you please. Ah! Everyone listen up. This general has already obtained the great commander's permission to break through the city gates. Brr. The leader of the bat army, a vampire with a ferocious face, roared. Brr. Rumble. The bats rushed toward the city gate. Your Majesty, you can't open the gate, the vampires are coming in. There are many demons, quickly close the gate. Your Majesty, the people are more important, a group of officials shouted in horror. However, they saw Gu Hai suddenly fling his sleeve. A marionette pole flew out from his sleeve and was fully activated. Boom! The marionette pole suddenly flew into the sky, enlarged 1,000 times and was thrown out fiercely. When it was thrown out, the marionette pole suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. Boom! In the distance, all the bat demons and vampires swooping down from the sky suddenly stopped. What's going on? I can't move? Me too, what's going on? I can't control my body? Countless bat demons and vampires screamed in horror. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and waved. The undying divine flame immediately rushed up the marionette pole and rushed toward the countless vampires along the transparent thin line. Gu Hai had the undying divine flame, but there were too many enemies this time. Previously, the undying divine flame only dealt with dozens of vampires and Chui Tai, but now the bat army was countless times more. The undying divine flame couldn't cover all of them, so it had to be precise. It had to follow the transparent thin line and hit every vampire and bat demon. Boom! Suddenly, the vampires and bat demons were covered by a fire dragon, and they screamed in pain. Help, it's so painful. I can't move at all, help, General. Let me go. What kind of fire is this? Why can't I block it? The fire seems to be burning my soul, no, The painful screams stunned Gao Xinji's army. The hundreds of thousands of bat demons that had chased them down just now were all controlled? The vampires were controlled, and the little bats they transformed into couldn't get any closer. In the distance, the marionette pole floated high in the sky, blooming with holy light. As long as they were covered by the holy light, would all these vampires be burned to death? What a powerful cross. General, what kind of magic weapon is Gu Hai's? Is it a cross specially used to restrain vampires? A series of exclamations sounded, and all the soldiers looked at Gao Xinji excitedly. However, Gao Xinji didn't know. The screams of the vampires and bat demons resounded through the world. The undying divine flame burned them and they couldn't be put out at all. Besides, they couldn't move at all. At this moment, large numbers of vampires and bat demons were burned to death. The screams made the Yuan army in the distance change their expressions. In particular, on a flying boat, General Daewon's face suddenly darkened and he stood up. What's that? Someone looked at the huge cross in astonishment. I don't know, but it seems to have frozen the bat army. It's the nemesis of the vampires and the bat army. A general's expression changed. Nemesis? It's just a marionette pole. Do you think I don't know it? Give me my bow and arrows. General Day One said coldly. Soon a subordinate brought a purple bow and arrows. General Day One stretched out his hand and pulled the purple longbow. The longbow bloomed with a purple aura, and the long arrow was knocked. All the purple aura flowed into the long arrow, and the tip of the long arrow emitted a purple light. Go! The Grand Marshal shouted. Whoosh! The long arrow suddenly shot out like a purple rainbow from a distance, heading straight for the marionette pole. Oh no, it's the purple pole arrow. Be careful, your marionette pole can't block it. Bingheim said anxiously. Boom! With a loud boom, the string puppet was blown into pieces by the arrow. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the broken marionette pole instantly returned to Gu Hai's sleeve. Countless bat demons and vampires could move again. However, the undying divine fire shrouded their bodies, and they were still in pain. They kept hitting it, but it couldn't be put out. Undying divine fire? Is this the undying divine fire? No. Some bat demons recognized the undying divine fire. Quick, enter the city and kill the person who set the fire. Only then can the fire be put out. Kill Gu Hai. The cross has been broken by the Grand Marshal. No one can control us anymore. Quick, kill Gu Hai. The fire is so painful. I want to kill Gu Hai. Gu Hai doesn't have the cross anymore. Quick, enter the city. The vampires and bat demons rushed into the city in pain. A group of officials suddenly looked anxious. Even Bingheim looked worried. Emperor Dahan, I know that Gao Xinji's army hasn't all come in, but the marionette pole has been broken. We can't stop them. Please close the door. Ha! On a floating island not far away, the great Myojin sneered. Apparently, he also thought that Gu Hai's indulgence of Gao Xinji's army to enter the city was to condemn Zhaoga City to eternal damnation. Go! Gu Hai yelled. But it was the same action as before. He waved his sleeve and an intact marionette pole shot up into the sky. The same marionette pole floated in the sky. The bat demons and vampires who were about to rush into the city couldn't move again. The great Myojin's expression froze. There's another one? Bingheim? The vampires and bat demons? Countless officials of the Dahan. A large number of vampires and bat demons were burned to death, and their karma and 3 souls were converted into heaven-replenishing power. Gu Hai repaired the marionette pole in his sleeve. How could this be? Why does Gu Hai have another cross? No. Countless bat demons and vampires cried out in despair. On the flying boat in the distance, the Grand Marshal's face turned gloomy, and he pulled the longbow that he had just put down again. Bam! Another purple pole arrow was shot. Boom! The marionette pole exploded into pieces again. Humph, let's see if you can take out a third one. The Grand Marshal snorted. At this moment, the broken marionette pole was put away by Gu Hai again. Everyone was anxious and the vampires were about to rush over. Gu Hai waved his sleeve. Go! Another one flew up into the sky. The Grand Marshal. Bingheim. The Great Myojin. Chapter 334. A third cross? Who would have thought that Gu Hai would be able to take out 3 crosses? The Great Myojin, Bingheim, and the Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition froze as they looked at the marionette pole that was emitting holy light and burning the vampires and bat demons. Bingheim's lips trembled. Why would she say anything when Gu Hai had so many crosses? It would only make her seem ignorant. The Great Myojin was speechless. They wanted to see Gu Hai make a fool of himself, but Gu Hai made the impossible possible time and time again. The Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition was the most conflicted. He had already shot 2 arrows. If he shot another arrow, would Gu Hai take out a 4th one? Did the spy say that Gu Hai had so many identical treasures? Whoosh! The Grand Marshal waved his hand, and the 3 armies suddenly stopped. Grand Marshal, why aren't we moving? A general asked with a frown. No, we don't know how many more marionette poles Gu Hai has. We can't take the risk. The Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Get into formation and stabilize the surrounding mountains. We can't let what happened to Chongming happen to us again. We can't let Gu Hai use the Earth Dragon vein to set up the formation again. The Grand Marshal ordered. Yes, sir. Immediately, the army stopped and began to arrange their troops in formation. But what about the Bat Army? The general from before asked anxiously. The inextinguishable divine flames burned. In the blink of an eye, half of the Bat Army had been burned to death, and the remaining half were on the verge of death. Those are marionette poles. They can control those below the Yuanying state. Those who open the sky palaces are slightly restricted, but they can break free. The Grand Marshal said coldly. Grand Marshal, I'll go. Grand Marshal, I'll go. Grand Marshal, I'll go. Immediately, 3 soldiers jumped out. Let's go together. The Grand Marshal said coldly. Yes, sir. Boom. Turning his head, 3 armored soldiers stepped into the sky and soared into the sky. At this moment at the city gates, boom. The city gates suddenly closed. Gao Xinji's army had all entered the city. They're in. Ah. They're in. Bai Lizhan and the other soldiers shouted excitedly after escaping. General Gao, His Majesty has already made arrangements. The others will be taken care of. Please follow me to meet His Majesty. An official said respectfully. All right. Gao Xinji nodded. After making arrangements for his subordinates, Gao Xinji took Bai Lizhan and boarded the flying boat. Then they headed in the direction of Huangfu Hall. At this moment, the Northern Expedition Grand Marshal gave the order. The 3 generals of Kai Tian Palace stepped into the sky. While flying, the Northern Expedition Grand Marshal knocked his bow and shot another arrow. Boom. The marionette pole exploded once again. Whoosh. The marionette pole exploded and was stored in Gu Hai's sleeve. The great Myojin, many officials, Bingheim, and the others looked at Gu Hai expectantly. They wanted to see if Gu Hai could take out a 4th marionette pole. This time Gu Hai did not do so. 3 marionettes were already suspicious enough. Why would he take out a 4th one? Moreover, the gates were closed. The great Myojin even activated his eye of insight to see what was going on. Unfortunately, Gu Hai did not take it. Grand Marshal, save me. The fire is so unbearable. Help. The vampires and bat demons were writhing in pain. The undying divine fire was close to them. Even though they were surrounded by water, the undying divine fire continued to burn in the water. Bastard, I'll do it. The 3 Kaitian Palace generals flew over. Boom. The 3 generals attacked at the same time. Boom. An icy blue energy rushed toward the vampires and bat demons who were burning in the fire. Buzz. Under the effect of the icy blue energy, the power of the fire was expelled from their bodies bit by bit. Thank you, 4th Army Commander. Thank you, 7th Army Commander. Thank you, 9th Army Commander. The rescued vampire said gratefully. Unfortunately, only a few tens of thousands of vampires and bat demons survived. Moreover, all of them were injured. They retreated in fear and did not dare to move forward. These are the 3 army commanders of the Northern Expedition Army. In the records of the Xinlu dynasty, they did not open their sky palaces 10 years ago. Perhaps something happened in the past 10 years that made them open their sky palaces? Tang Chu said with a frown. Newly opened sky palaces? They are not even comparable to Chui Tai. The 3 of them together are only comparable to Chui Tai. Sheng Wanhen sneered. In the distance, the 3 army commanders took out their swords and sabers. Break. The 3 army commanders used their sabers and swords to break the city walls at nearly the same time. Although they had just opened their sky palaces, they still had the strength to open them. When the sabers and swords clashed, they immediately produced a world-shaking might. Boom. The 3 army commanders worked together and produced a loud sound. The city walls in the distance shook. They can break the city gates? Many of the officials showed horrified expressions. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Your Majesty, let me give it a try, Sheng Wanhen suggested with a frown. After all, the marionette pole earlier was just a treasure that Gu Hai released. Now that the other party's subordinates were attacking, it was not appropriate for Gu Hai to make a move. At the side, Bingheim's expression changed. Then she said, Your Majesty Dehan, let me try. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim in confusion. If it does not work, it is not too late to ask Mr. Shangwan to make a move. Your Majesty, you should be careful of that Northern Expedition Army Commander Day 1, Qin Zibai. Bingheim said what? Qin Zibai? Northern Expedition Army Commander Day 1. Gu Hai looked into the distance and nodded. That's fine too. One strategy paper already proved Bingheim's abilities. To think that she could deal with 3 heavenly palaces? However, Gu Hai showed some anticipation. Whoosh. However, Bingheim stepped forward. Her figure flashed and she instantly moved into the distance. Everywhere she passed, she left behind an icy rainbow. Boom. In a short while, Shaoqin arrived at the city gates. The barrier in the city blocked the outside world. However, it was easy to leave. Bingheim instantly arrived before the 3 commanders. Does Gu Hai not have anyone else to send? Why did he send a woman? One of the commanders sneered as he stopped breaking the city gates. She is rather pretty. Beauty, don't follow Gu Hai. The Grand Marshal is here. Follow me. That's right. Following us is better than following Guhai. The three commanders revealed lewd smiles. However, in the next moment, the three raised their weapons and chopped at Bingheim at the same time. Bingheim did not expect the three to be so sinister. The three weapons instantly chopped her down. Bang! Bingheim immediately exploded. Ha! Guhai's face sank. In the distance, the Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition, Qin Zibai's face also sank. It was settled just like that? Bingheim's body exploded, turning into countless ice shards that scattered everywhere. No, this is not her body. Suddenly, one of the commander's expression changed. Ah, you only discovered it now? Isn't it too late? Bingheim's cold laughter came from above the three. The three immediately looked up. Then they saw Bingheim suddenly forming a complicated hand seal. A huge ice mirror suddenly appeared behind Bingheim. A glaring ray of sunlight was guided by Bingheim. Ah! The three of them immediately squinted their eyes and tried to protect themselves. However, when the three of them regained their vision, they found themselves in a strange environment. There were ice mirrors all around them, surrounding the three of them in a large encirclement. In every mirror there was a Bingheim standing. This is. The three of them were shocked. In the outside world, Guhai and Qin Zibai's expressions darkened. They saw Bingheim forming a hand seal. Suddenly, cold air shot out in all directions. The entire area within 100 li of the city gate was immediately sealed in ice. The ground was instantly covered in ice and snow started to fall from the sky. In the center, a huge ice ball that was 100 zhang tall surrounded the three commanders and Bingheim. A gentle breeze blew past, and the ice ball emitted waves of cold air. No one knew what was happening inside. The Great Ice Mirror Technique? Shangguanhen's expression changed slightly. What is the Great Ice Mirror Technique? Guhai asked in confusion. Shangguanhen showed a shocked expression and said, Strange, this Great Ice Mirror Technique is an inherited technique of the opposing force of the Solar God Palace. How can Bingheim know it? How can she be a member of Tai? Strange. Your Majesty, this Bingheim may not be simple. She can use the Great Ice Mirror Technique. The three of them are finished. Shangguanhen said with a frown. Whoosh. This was because Qin Zibai, who was far away, also noticed the strangeness of the ice ball. His expression darkened. Bastard. Qin Zibai took a step forward and headed toward Jianghu city. It took him only a short while to arrive at the location of the ice ball. Break. Qin Zibai extended his hand and struck at the ice ball. Boom. With a loud sound, the ice ball exploded. The moment the ice ball exploded, Bingheim shot out and flew toward Guhai in the city. Open the formation and let Bingheim in. Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes. The official in charge of the formation answered. Whoosh. A hole appeared in the formation. Bingheim entered the formation and headed toward Guhai. On the other side, Qin Zibai did not chase after Bingheim. Instead, he looked at the inside of the ice ball. The ice ball exploded and a large amount of cold fog filled the surroundings. Qin Zibai waved his hand. Boom. Immediately, the fog dissipated, revealing the three commanders inside. However, the three commanders had all turned into ice sculptures at the moment. They were all dead with their eyes wide open. Emperor Dahan, I did not disappoint you. Bingheim flew in front of Guhai with a smile. Guhai nodded and looked at the distant Qin Zibai. Good. Guhai, your Jianghu city really surprised me. You killed my 3 legion commanders who just opened the Celestial Palace? Qin Zibai looked at the city with a cold expression. Qin Zibai, the commander of the Northern Expedition, Day 1? I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Why did you abandon your Northern Expedition and focus on attacking me? Again and again you let your subordinates wreak havoc in my Han Dynasty. Do you think that the Han Dynasty is already yours? Guhai said coldly. What belongs to you? The 24 cities of the Divine Foothill Dynasty belong to me, Day 1. Originally, I did not want to make a move personally. However, you repeatedly acted recklessly and killed my generals. Don't blame me for being merciless. The city guarding formation? Do you really think that this barrier can keep me out of the city? Qin Zibai snorted coldly. As Qin Zibai spoke, he threw another palm strike at the city guarding formation. A humongous red manifested palm materialized in the air and descended like a meteor, brazenly crashing into Jianghu city's formation. An intense collision rang out, causing countless citizens in the city to cover their ears in pain. Miserable shrieks rang out incessantly. The tremors were too intense and the entire Jianghu city shook. The citizens covered their bleeding ears and raised their heads in agony. They saw that the indestructible city-guarding formation was now covered in cracks, crazily extending in all directions like a spider web. The might of one palm strike almost broke the formation. Qin Zibai opened the central heavenly palace. Shang Guanhen's expression changed. Central heavenly palace? Bingheim's expression changed as well. She looked at the floating island in the distance where the great Myojin was. However, Bingheim could not deal with the central heavenly palace. She hoped that the great Myojin would make a move. The great Myojin sat in a pavilion on the floating island, drinking fine wine as he revealed a cold smile. Why would the great Myojin help Gu Hai? What a joke. It would be even better if Qin Zibai killed Gu Hai. In the plaza of Huangfu Hall, the officials looked anxiously at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not panic. Only a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. In the next moment he seemed to have made a decision. With a cold look in his eyes, he stepped forward. Chapter 335. Under Qin Zibai's palm strike, countless cracks appeared in Chaoga City's barrier, as if it would shatter at any moment. The destruction of the nation is today? Everyone felt extremely anxious. Even Shang Guanhen showed an unsightly expression. Are we going to break into the city now? Bingheim looked at the great Myojin in the distance. However, why would the great Myojin help? However, just as everyone worried, Gu Hai took a step forward. Citizens of the Han Dynasty, citizens of the Divine Foothill Dynasty, I, Gu Hai, am not talented. In the end, I would like to borrow Huangfu Chaoga's old memories to ask everyone to lend me your strength to protect the 24 cities. I have promised that I will give everyone peace that will not lose to the Divine Foothill. However, I need everyone to work together with me. Today's battle is a battle of life and death. If we succeed, the nation will prosper. If we fail, the nation will be destroyed and we will become slaves. Citizens of the Dahan, if you do not betray me, I will not betray you. I am not joking. Please lend me a hand. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The Sea of Providence clouds instantly transmitted his voice to the ears of all the Dahan citizens. Naturally, all the citizens on 9-5 Island raised their hands. In Chaoga City, the citizens also raised their right hands, lending their strength to Gu Hai. The citizens of the other 11 cities that Huangfu Chaoga had given Gu Hai also raised their hands after some thought. Only a small portion of the citizens of the 12 cities that they had just conquered raised their hands. However, the 12 city lords immediately stepped forward and continuously used the sound amplification array formation to appeal to all the citizens in the city to raise their hands and borrow Gu Hai's strength. After all, to the officials, once the Dahan dynasty fell, they would lose all their power. Perhaps they missed Huangfu Chaoga, Gu Hai's words moved the citizens, or they did not want to be slaves anymore. One citizen after another raised their hands. Rumble. The citizens' strength slowly flowed toward Chaoga City, entering Gu Hai's body through the Sea of Providence clouds. Rumble. Surging energy exploded around Gu Hai. A strong wind blew, and the surrounding officials were forced to retreat. In the past, Huangfu Chaoga was able to use the power of a country to block Liang of Gojoseon. When Liang of Gojoseon was at his peak, he seemed to be even stronger than Qin Zibai. Right now, Gu Hai wasn't receiving as much power as Huangfu Chaoga, but it was still 60%. Surging energy converged, and Gu Hai's body seemed to emit a flame of energy. Outside the city, Qin Zibai's eyes widened as he sent out a third palm strike. Boom. With a loud boom, Qin Zibai's palm strike shattered the powerful barrier protecting the city. The tremendous force shook the entire Chaoga City like a surging storm. Haha, mobilizing the power of a nation? Gu Hai, you're still lacking a bit. Qin Zibai said with a cold smile. Rumble. A mountain peak suddenly appeared beneath Gu Hai's feet. It was the dragon vein carrying Gu Hai, quickly heading out of the city. Whether I'm lacking or not, we will know after we compete. Qin Zibai, the people of Dahan are already as strong as iron. The people can lend me their power. You can't take away any of the Dahan cities. Gu Hai said coldly. The mountain peak carried Gu Hai to the outskirts of the city quickly. Gu Hai's aura surged continuously, and the storm around him grew increasingly stronger. By the time Gu Hai reached the open space outside the city, his aura had reached its peak. A strong might and pressure spread out, kicking up sand and pebbles in the surroundings. On the floating island in the city, the great Myojin said coldly, Qin Zibai, when you first entered the central heavenly palace, Gu Hai mobilized the power of a nation in Dahan. Unfortunately, only half of your people gave you power. Furthermore, they were not sincere. Now their power has reached the peak of the central heavenly palace, but they can't go any further. You are still slightly weaker than Qin Zibai. Dahan, you are too fast. Qin Zibai arrived in front of Gu Hai as well. Ah, Gu Hai, you want to fight me personally? You don't want to threaten me with my Yuan dynasty captives? Qin Zibai said coldly. Will threats work? Even if I kill 1 million Yuan dynasty captives, will your heart waver? Gu Hai sneered. No. Qin Zibai said coldly. Since you won't, why should I use them to threaten you? I am enough. Gu Hai said coldly. You are stronger than Huangfu Chaoga. He is willing to go against the world for loyalty. However, you have the spirit of an emperor. Can you go against the world because of your own will? I will leave your corpse intact. Qin Zibai said coldly. You think that I will lose? Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. With a flip of his hand, the crimson saber suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's hand. The crimson saber could increase Gu Hai's strength. Holding the crimson saber, Gu Hai's strength suddenly soared. Qin Zibai raised his eyebrows and flipped his hand. Whoosh. Qin Zibai also grabbed a crimson saber. The shape of the crimson saber was identical to the one in Gu Hai's hand. Gu Hai frowned. A replica of the blood prison? I have one as well. Let's see if you are better than me. Qin Zibai snorted coldly. The two's crimson sabers chopped down at nearly the same time. Suddenly, the crimson light of the two sabers soared into the sky, dyeing the entire place red. Then two huge crimson arcs of light clashed. Honk. The two crimson sabers' saber lights clashed, creating a huge storm. The storm rushed to Chaoga City and knocked down a large portion of the city walls, which had lost the barrier. Rumble. The surroundings turned chaotic. Green veins bulged on the crimson sabers as if they had bulging veins. Gu Hai and Qin Zibai showed ferocious expressions. The two infused almost all their strength into their crimson sabers. Cold sweat appeared on Gu Hai's forehead as he showed ferocious expressions. Qin Zibai's eyelids twitched. Ah, your crimson saber is actually more exquisite than mine? Is it more like the blood prison? It can give you a greater boost in strength. However, your strength is still slightly weaker than mine. You are also slightly weaker when it comes to mobilizing the power of a nation. Break for me. Break. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Hong. The place where the two sabers clashed suddenly exploded into a bloody mist. When the bloody mist exploded, Qin Zibai and Gu Hai paused. However, neither of them took a step back. A crack appeared on Qin Zibai's crimson saber. As for Gu Hai's crimson saber, it had completely shattered. The crimson fog that filled the air earlier was the result of Gu Hai's crimson saber exploding. Ha! I told you. Now, you don't even have the blood prison imitation saber that can boost your strength. What are you going to use to fight me? Qin Zibai sneered. Shengguanhen, Gao Xianji, and the others all showed worried expressions. After all, this crimson saber had helped Gu Hai defeat stronger opponents many times. However, even the crimson saber shattered now. Great Myojin. Bingheim shouted anxiously at the Great Myojin in the distance. However, the Great Myojin lazily leaned against a stone pillar in the pavilion. He revealed a cold smile and said, Doesn't Gu Hai have two sabers? If one is broken, there is still another. The Great Myojin was unwilling to make a move. Bingheim felt anxious. Two sabers? However, it seemed that only the crimson saber could boost strength. Indeed, she saw Gu Hai use his left hand to cover his chest with his wide sleeve and draw the Life Ender saber with his right hand. Buzz. The moment the Life Ender saber appeared, it gave off a dense, cold chi. A bone saber? I heard that you have an evil saber. However, aside from giving off some black chi, can this evil saber compare to the imitation saber in the blood prison? With our current strength, is this black chi still useful? What if some small skeletons come out of it? Ah, come, let me chop it up. Qin Zibai said coldly. Gu Hai took out the Life Ender saber and stared at Qin Zibai. Then he sneered, That's right. The Life Ender saber cannot boost my strength. However, that is because it has not been unsealed yet. Qin Zibai frowned slightly, showing some doubt. Unsealed? There are still countless cracks on this broken bone saber. How can it be unsealed? If it could be unsealed, wouldn't you have done so long ago? Why wait until now? As Gu Hai held the Life Ender saber with his left hand, his right hand suddenly moved from the hilt to the tip. As he moved, the cracks on the bone saber healed at a strange speed. Gu Hai was using his heaven-replenishing energy to repair the Life Ender saber. The Great Myojin in the distance suddenly straightened his body, finally showing a change in expression. As Gu Hai repaired the cracks on the Life Ender saber, the saber suddenly gave off a soul-stirring energy. Even someone as strong as Qin Zibai felt a sudden jolt in his heart and soul. He felt dizzy, as if the bone blade in front of him was the most evil thing in the world, and it was creating an evil spiritual world. A piercing cold intent rushed towards his three souls. What saber is this? Qin Zibai exclaimed in shock. The saber's name is Life Ender. Gu Hai held the hilt with both hands and swung it at Qin Zibai. When Xiao Qin swung his saber, boundless black fog seemed to appear out of nowhere, instantly covering the place. Everything turned pitch black except for the bright white Life Ender saber in the center. Then it turned into a heavenly saber and chopped at Qin Zibai. Humph! Qin Zibai snorted coldly and swung the crimson saber in his hand. The two sabers clashed. Shing! Xiao Qin easily chopped the crimson saber in half. It was like nothing in the world could block the Life Ender saber. Then Xiao Qin swung the crimson saber at Qin Zibai. What? Qin Zibai's expression changed as the threat of death enveloped his entire body. He did not resist at all. His figure flashed as he retreated. Boom! When the Life Ender saber swung down, the black fog in the air vanished, and the place regained its brightness. Phew! 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 Gu Hai panted heavily. When he activated the Life Ender saber earlier, he instantly drained half of the energy that the ordinary people lent him. Gu Hai's strength suddenly decreased by a large amount. Indeed, the complete Life Ender saber was still not something that he could control. Crack, 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 crack. After Xiao Qin swung his saber, the Life Ender saber regained its normal appearance. The original cracks reappeared. Ha! Gu Hai's face sank. When Xiao Qin repaired the Life Ender saber earlier, the heaven-replenishing energy in his body had been drained in an instant. Could it be that he only repaired a facade earlier? If he wanted to repair the entire saber, he would need a boundless amount of heaven-replenishing energy. As Gu Hai held the Life Ender saber, he looked up at Qin Zibai. However, Xiao Qin saw that Qin Zibai had already retreated to more than 10 kilometers away. The saber had torn apart his clothes. The sharp saber had even chopped off most of Qin Zibai's hair. Only the hilt remained of the blood prison imitation saber in Qin Zibai's right hand. The shield in Qin Zibai's left hand had also been chopped in half. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. However, Qin Zibai broke out in a cold sweat. That Life Ender saber nearly chopped me in half. Chapter 336. The Universe Origin Shield? The Blood Prison Imitation Saber? Qin Zibai looked at the saber hilt and broken shield in his hand. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. These were his two strongest treasures. Earlier, Gu Hai chopped them down with one saber strike, breaking them into two with one saber strike? If not for Qin Zibai fleeing quickly, if not for the Universe Origin Shield and the Blood Prison Imitation Saber blocking for him, Qin Zibai would have died. No matter how strong Qin Zibai was, he could not be as tough as these two treasures. Qin Zibai, who was covered in cold sweat, looked up at the distant Gu Hai. Gu Hai's aura had weakened significantly. The Life Ender saber in his hand returned to its original state, covered in cracks. Gu Hai. Qin Zibai said coldly with some fear. Gu Hai took a few deep breaths and recovered. Then he held the Life Ender saber and looked coldly at Qin Zibai. Grand Marshal Qin? Do you want to try again? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Qin Zibai narrowed his eyes and said, Humph! Your Life Ender saber cracked again. Indeed it cracked. However, I can reseal it again. Grand Marshal Qin? Do you want to do it again? Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. If you could reseal it, would you be speaking nonsense with me? Qin Zibai asked sullenly. Gu Hai held the saber hilt with one hand as he prepared to reseal the saber with the other, just like earlier. Gu Hai no longer had the heaven-replenishing energy. However, he could not lose his arrogance. Otherwise, if the other party saw through him, he would be in trouble. You can try. Gu Hai showed a cold expression. Qin Zibai's eyelids twitched. He could guess that Gu Hai was at the end of his rope. However, Qin Zibai did not dare to gamble. If he lost, he would die. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. Qin Zibai's expression also turned sullen. However, the two's battle strangely stopped. The surroundings were completely silent. The people in the city and the soldiers outside stared at the two fighting to the death. However, no one stepped forward. They did not have the ability to do so. At this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from the north. However, he saw hundreds of flying boats coming from the north. Over there, quick, quick. Long Wanyu stood at the bow of the airship in the middle and shouted in surprise. Jianghu of Silla looked into the distance and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Guhai versus Qin Zibai? Furthermore, he was frozen? That's impossible. Sima Changkong said in shock. Not only Sima Changkong but Jianghu of Silla also clenched her fists. When she looked at Guhai, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Jianghu of Silla saw things from a different perspective. In the past, when Guhai defeated Liu Yang, it was to avenge Huangfu Chaoga. He used this hatred to mobilize the power of the world. Now that he was evenly matched with Qin Zibai, he must have mobilized the power of the world of Dahan. How long had it been? How many months had it been? The people of the 24 cities of the Xinlu dynasty were willing to lend their strength to Guhai? How long had it been, and he had already won the hearts of the people? This was what Jianghu of Silla feared the most. Boom. The hundreds of flying boats arrived in the blink of an eye, causing a huge gust of wind. Guhai and Qin Zibai's faces sank as they looked over. Takeshi Ryushin? Qin Zibai's face turned cold. The current situation was out of Qin Zibai's expectations. Why did Jianghu of Silla come? Shouldn't she be waiting for Guhai to be killed by me? The situation became complicated. Dealing with Guhai seemed to have come to an end. Qin Zibai started to be wary of Jianghu of Silla. Behind them, some of Qin Zibai's 5 million troops also arrived in the hundreds of flying boats. Boom. The two flying boats immediately faced each other. The soldiers on the flying boats grabbed their bows and looked at each other coldly. Qin Zibai, long time no see. Jianghu of Silla said coldly. Jianghu of Silla? Are you here to help Guhai? Qin Zibai asked coldly. Jianghu of Silla did not answer him. Instead, she turned her head to look at Guhai. Mr. Good, you are really capable. This king underestimated you. Jianghu of Silla said seriously. Jianghu of Silla, welcome. Guhai is sorry for not welcoming you. Guhai smiled faintly but did not reveal anything. Brother-in-law, ha. The old man finally agreed to let me find you. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. He stomped on the ground. Bang! Long Wanyu immediately jumped to the peak where Guhai stood. Cluster Lord, be careful. Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed as he and the group of Long Wanyu's guards immediately flew around Guhai. Suddenly, a group of people appeared around Guhai. However, he suddenly frowned as he held the bone saber. You just came from the Deqian capital? Guhai asked, feeling bewildered. Of course. I spent a long time on the old man's side. Ah, don't you think so, old baldy Lun Yan? Long Wanyu looked at Venerable Lun Yan proudly. Old baldy Lun Yan? Venerable Lun Yan smiled bitterly. Although Long Wanyu's words were not pleasing, she did not have any bad intentions. Perhaps she acknowledged me by scolding me like this? Venerable Lun Yan nodded. On the other side, Qin Zibai continued looking at Guhai coldly. Kill Guhai now. Is that still possible? Not to mention whether Qin Zibai could deal with Guhai. Even if he could destroy Guhai, would he still be able to obtain the 24 cities of Dahan when the Jianghu of Silla's army arrived? Qin Zibai's expression turned increasingly sullen. Jianghu of Silla turned to look at Qin Zibai. Ah. Qin Zibai, withdraw your troops. This king is already here. Your efforts have already failed. Failed? Not necessarily. Dissatisfaction flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. Ah. Guhai, I'm back. I'm back. Ah. Suddenly, wild laughter came from the distant horizon. Rumble. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a large number of bats flying towards the center of the battlefield. At a glance, there were at least 10 million bats that covered the sky and earth. Among them, there were even some blood-colored bats that revealed ferocious expressions. The bats surrounded a man giving off a red light. This was Chang Ming, the former commander of the 8th Army of the Northern Expedition Army. Chang Ming was injured by Shangguanhen's snake venom and fell into the valley, obtaining a fortuitous encounter. As soon as Chang Ming arrived, he saw the chaotic scene at the moment. However, Chang Ming believed that he had mastered the divine skill and was not afraid at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the center of the battlefield with the rolling bats. Guhai, I'm back. Also, that despicable person who poisoned me, come out and die. Chang Ming said with a ferocious expression. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Countless bats flapped their wings frantically. The ordinary people in the city showed worried expressions. Chang Ming? Qin Zibai said with a frown. Grand Marshal, are you here to deal with Guhai as well? Ah, is this the Jianghu of Silla? Grand Marshal, you deal with the Jianghu of Silla. Leave this Guhai to me. Chang Ming's eyes were filled with determination. The huge bat wings on Chang Ming's back flapped, revealing 2 scarlet fangs in his mouth. Who is this unlucky person? Long Wanyu looked at Chang Ming with disgust. Ever since Guhai risked his life to save Long Wanyu had completely accepted him as her brother-in-law. Her mother was dead and her sister was dead. The only family in this world was Guhai. Now, a black-robed man had appeared out of nowhere and dared to insult her brother-in-law? No matter how she looked at him, she did not like him. Little girl, what did you say? You said I have an unlucky face? Ah. Chang Ming was so angry that he laughed. Isn't that so? With your appearance, you must have suffered greatly at my brother-in-law's hands. You still want to seek trouble for my brother-in-law with that wretched appearance of yours? Long Wanyu immediately scolded without holding back. Chang Ming was favored by the heavens, pampered and spoiled by the Chang clan. However, no matter how pampered he was, could he be more pampered than Long Wanyu? So what if I scold you? If you make me unhappy, I don't care who you are. I will scold you all the same. Venerable Lun Yen leaned forward, showing some bitterness. Long Wanyu did not care about how strong Chang Ming was. However, Venerable Lun Yen did. Given his aura, it was clear that he had opened the heavenly palace. Even she was not a match for him. Long Wanyu was really foolish and bold. Jianghu of Silla's face sank as she raised her guard. No matter what, Long Wanyu could not get injured. Otherwise, His Holiness would definitely blame her. Chang Ming stared at Long Wanyu for a while. Suddenly, he discovered that this Long Wanyu seemed to be even more detestable than Guhai. You said I have an unlucky face? You said I have an unlucky face? Little girl, what do you know? This great me is blessed by heaven and earth. Everything goes smoothly. Even when I got poisoned by a mistake, I got... The unlucky one is you. I will immediately let you know how laughable your earlier words are. Chang Ming sneered. I said that you have an unlucky face, but you did not believe me. Why did you rush over in such a hurry? You are going to get beaten up again. Unlucky face. Long Wanyu said with disdain. Beat me up? Who dares to beat me up? Chang Ming looked at Long Wanyu in displeasure. Your father will beat you up. Long Wanyu said confidently. You dare to scold me? Chang Ming glared at her. Who scolded you? You unlucky thing, stay away from me. Don't infect me. Long Wanyu shouted. Qin Zibai was speechless. Chang Ming had an unlucky face? This little girl must be crazy. He was blessed by the heavens and everything went smoothly for him. You are the unlucky one, you are the unlucky one. Little girl, I will let you know what is unlucky and what is unlucky. You will be the unlucky one soon. Chang Ming roared. He waved his hand. Boom. All the bats behind him rose up violently as if they were going to rush towards Long Wanyu and teach her a lesson. Guhai's face sank as he stood in front of Long Wanyu. Brother-in-law, don't worry. He is going to be beaten up soon. He is just an unlucky guy. Why should we be afraid of him? Long Wanyu said proudly. Unlucky guy, I want you to be unlucky. Go. Chang Ming roared ferociously. Stop. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the sky. It was so loud that it could be heard by everyone. All the bats were shocked by the loud roar. They were originally ferocious, but in the blink of an eye, they were terrified. Chang Ming's face darkened as he turned his head to look. He saw another black light coming from the sky. It was so fast that it reached the center of the crowd in an instant. Boom. A strong wind blew past and the figure in the black light froze in the air. Jianghu of Silla's face darkened. Changxing? Grand Duke Changxing? Qin Zibai also frowned. Father, why are you here? Why are you suppressing my bats with your blood? I want to teach this little girl a lesson. Why are you stopping me? Chang Ming opened his eyes wide. Slap. Changxing slapped Chang Ming's face. Unfilial son, how dare you? Changxing shouted. Chang Ming covered his mouth and widened his eyes in grievance. I told you. You are so unlucky that you will be beaten up by your father. You don't believe me? Ah. Long Wanyu said proudly. Chapter 337. Slap. Changxing slapped Chang Ming in the face. You unfilial son, how dare you? Changxing shouted. Chang Ming covered his mouth and widened his eyes in grievance. I told you that you were going to be slapped by your father, but you didn't believe me. Ah. Long Wanyu said proudly. Long Wanyu's proudness seemed to be sprinkling salt on Chang Ming's wound. Chang Ming was about to explode. Little girl, I won't. Chang Ming was furious. Slap. Changxing slapped him again. You can't control your mouth, right? Changxing shouted angrily. Changming? Qin Zibai? Guhai was speechless. Jianghu of Silla? Everyone looked at the father and son in confusion. The situation was a little complicated. They didn't understand. Long Wanyu was the only one who had expected this. She looked proud and disdainful. Father. Changming covered his mouth and felt conflicted. Father slapped me as soon as he came? What did I do wrong? Changming seemed to want to say something, but Changxing glared at Changming, forcing him to swallow the words he was about to say. After dealing with his son, Changxing looked at everyone again. When he saw Long Wanyu, he suddenly smiled warmly like spring. Princess Wanyu, we meet again. My son is insensible and offended you. Please forgive him. Princess Wanyu? Qin Zibai's eyelids twitched. Although he didn't know that Long Wanyu was a prophet, Qin Zibai knew how much Daiqianxing treasured her. Was this Long Wanyu? Changming covered his mouth and looked like he was going to vomit blood. He shouted in his heart, Am I your biological son? So you slapped me for this little girl? Forget it, it's fine. He's just unlucky. Just discipline him in the future. Long Wanyu said like an old man. Changxing smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry, I will discipline him strictly. This time, it's all thanks to Princess Wanyu's matchmaking that Deqian and Day One were able to shake hands and make peace. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent people would have died in the war between the two dynasties. Changxing said gratefully. When Changxing spoke, the surrounding people immediately understood. No wonder Changxing was so polite to Long Wanyu. Day One and Deqian shook hands and made peace? Was it because of Long Wanyu? Of course. If the old man doesn't agree, I'll pull out his beard. Long Wanyu said proudly. Qin Zibai. Old man? Pluck his beard? In this world, who would dare to say that to Daiqianxing? Looking at Takeshi Ryushin, Qin Zibai was speechless. Are you guys used to it? Changming stared at Long Wanyu and hesitated for a while. Where did this girl come from? Changxing thanked Long Wanyu and turned to look at Guhai and Jianghu of Silla. Changxing greets Mr. Good and Jianghu of Silla. Changxing bowed slightly and smiled. Guhai bowed back. Changxing? His Holiness has given you a decree? Jianghu of Silla frowned and said. Yes, the war between the two countries is over. The imperial decree will be in Jianghu of Silla's hands soon, right? I won't say much. Changxing said with a smile. Mr. Good, my son has offended you previously. Please forgive him. Changxing said politely again. Changming? Forget it. He didn't cause any losses to the Dahan. Guhai shook his head. Changxing nodded. He turned to look at Qin Zibai. Marshal Qin, the war is over. Please withdraw your troops. I have an imperial decree from the great emperor. Please return to the court immediately. Other matters will be taken over by someone else. Changxing looked at Qin Zibai solemnly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and said, Duke Changxing? You went to the Deqian dynasty to negotiate peace and no longer have any disputes with the Deqian. However, the Dahan is not included. The Dahan has taken 12 cities from us. We must get them back. Guhai's eyes turned cold. It seemed that Qin Zibai had not given up. Changxing shook his head and said, No, Marshal Qin. Everything is over. The result of my negotiation is that other than returning all the Deqian cities in Yingzhou, no more weapons are to be used, including the Han dynasty. What do you mean by no more weapons are to be used? Including the Han dynasty? Qin Zibai's face darkened. From now on, no more weapons are to be used. The Day One is not allowed to send troops to the Deqian. Similarly, they are not allowed to send troops to the Dahan. Changxing said solemnly. What? Qin Zibai glared and said angrily. This was written in the treaty. It was the last sentence that the Daiqianxing added. Changxing said solemnly. Qin Zibai's face darkened. Beside him, King Shenwu also revealed a trace of surprise. The Daiqianxing added a sentence at the last minute that the Day One was not allowed to attack the Dahan? Why did His Holiness add this sentence? At the side, Guhai also showed some doubt as he turned his head to look to the north. The emperor of the Great Qin dynasty? He was protecting the Dahan? Just one sentence, and the Day One imperial dynasty did not dare to attack him? Guhai understood that if not for the Daiqianxing's words, the Day One and the Dahan would not stop fighting. Even if Qin Zibai returned empty-handed today, there would be more experts in the future. The Dahan would not have peace. The Han dynasty had just entered the Divine Continent. Although they had 24 cities, the people's hearts were not stable yet. Guhai needed time. Once the war continued, the people would complain. Now, Dai Qianxing's words gave him time? Unwillingness flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. However, Changxing's eyes were filled with determination. He had to obey even if he did not want to. He could not let his emotions affect his decisions. Return to court. Qin Zibai gloomily roared. The army behind Qin Zibai roared in unison. At the side, Changming covered his mouth, unwillingness written all over his face. Father. Changming looked at Changxing, seeming to have something to say. Let's talk after we return. Changxing's expression immediately turned cold. Changming. Princess Wanyu, Mr. Good Jianghu of Silla, we will take our leave. Changxing bowed to everyone again. Go. Long Wanyu said with a smile. Jianghu of Silla frowned and nodded. Guhai bowed slightly, sending them off. Just as Changxing was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from Chaoga City. Young Changxing. It was the great Myojin who was sitting in the pavilion on the floating island, holding a wine cup and looking out of the city. The voice was not loud, but it spread all over the place in an instant. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Who dares to insult my father? Changming suddenly shouted. Shut up. Changxing immediately stopped Changming. Changming? Why was he so unlucky? Why did his father have to scold him? There's another master? Qin Zibai's expression changed as he looked at the city. Changxing's expression turned serious, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He suddenly bowed respectfully to Chaoga City and said, Young Changxing greets the great Myojin. The great Myojin? Jianghu of Silla suddenly raised her eyelids. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. There was still the great Myojin in Chaoga City? With the great Myojin here, wasn't Chaoga City invulnerable to attacks? Then how did Guhai lose the city? Jianghu of Silla looked at Guhai, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. When did Guhai get on the good side of the great Myojin? Qin Zibai's expression also changed. Obviously, the information he received was not comprehensive enough, and he did not know that the great Myojin was here. When he heard that it was the great Myojin, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Guhai in shock. No wonder he was not afraid of me at all. However, what everyone did not know was that the great Myojin would not help Guhai at all. He wanted to see Guhai die. Go back and tell the Shiyu the Great that I will go to his place soon. It is time to settle the grudge between us. The great Myojin's voice rang out. Changxing's and Qin Zibai's expressions sank. Yes, I will pass on your words to the great emperor. Changxing said respectfully. The great Myojin acknowledged indifferently before falling silent. Changxing and Qin Zibai looked at Chaoga City with complicated expressions. Return to the court. Qin Zibai shouted. Rumble. The flying ships slowly turned around and met up with the Yuan dynasty soldiers in the distance. Then they slowly retreated from the Han dynasty. At this moment, the flying ship that Changxing was on earlier also flew over. Changxing brought the depressed Changming onto the flying ship and slowly left. The surging Yuan dynasty soldiers came with a strong momentum but were blocked by Guhai outside the city. Now they all retreated. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The people in the city cheered. The Jianghu of Silla had a complicated expression as she turned her head to look at Chaoga City. Inside Chaoga City, the great Myojin suddenly appeared in front of Bingheim. Bingheim, since the Dahan is stable, I will not stay any longer. It is time to leave. The great Myojin said indifferently. However, Bingheim did not give the great Myojin any face as she said, You should have left long ago. Before I leave, I will remind you again. Remember your identity. The great Myojin let out a strange laugh. Boom. Suddenly, the great Myojin turned into a streak of green light and shot into the sky. The green light condensed into a huge peacock. It spread its wings and flew toward the west at an extremely fast speed, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Outside the city, Guhai Jianghu of Silla, and the others saw this and frowned. Tell the people of the Han dynasty that the Yuan dynasty soldiers have retreated. The Dahan is safe now. Guhai shouted. Boom. Guhai's voice instantly spread to the 24 cities and 9-5 island. The people who lent their forces to Guhai were stunned at first, but then they became overjoyed. Ha! We are safe now. Long live the emperor. The people who did not lend their forces to Guhai were stunned. How is this possible? The emperor repelled the Yuan dynasty soldiers? Previously, they did not lend their forces because they did not think highly of the emperor. However, why did the emperor? No matter what the people thought, the war was indeed over. The Jianghu of Silla's army stayed outside the city. Gu Hai led the Jianghu of Silla's group and slowly headed toward the city. The flying boat flew past, heading straight for Huangfu Hall. Soon they arrived at Huangfu Hall. Bingheim, Shengguanhen, Gao Xianji by Liz Han, and the others were already waiting. Gao Xianji greets the emperor. Gao Xianji bowed respectfully. By Liz Han and the others also bowed slightly. Dispense with the formalities. Gu Hai smiled. Gao Xianji greets Commander Jinan Day 1. Gao Xianji bowed again to Jianghu of Silla. General Gao, there is no need for such formalities. Jianghu of Silla immediately smiled. Your Majesty, I made a mistake when I led the troops to Jianghu, which resulted in a deviation from our expectations. Please forgive me. Gao Xianji said, ashamed. Jianghu of Silla and the others frowned slightly. Gao Xianji's army was a miracle. How could she say that she made a mistake? Forget it. It's just a small flaw. It won't affect the overall situation. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gao Xianji said respectfully. Commander Day 1, there was a tactical array just now. I have heard it. The war between Day 1, Deqian and Dahan is over. Gao Xianji's mission is also completed. Here, I hand over the Tiger Seal to the Grand Marshal, resign as the commander of Legio 6, and return to Dahan. Gao Xianji took out the Tiger Seal that led Legio 6. In all matters, protecting Princess Wanyu is the first priority. With this imperial edict, you can mobilize all the Qian officials and military forces to cooperate and protect Princess Wanyu. If anything happens to Princess Wanyu, you will be severely punished. The imperial edict didn't have much content. It just asked Gu Hai to protect Long Wanyu. Moreover, it named Gu Hai as the Hall Master of Class 1 Hall, and not the Emperor Dahan. It was giving Gu Hai a lot of face. Jianghu of Silla, don't worry. Without this imperial edict, I won't let anything happen to Wanyu. Gu Hai said solemnly. If that's the case, then it's done. Takeshi Ryushin nodded. Gu Hai nodded. Well, this king's imperial edict should have arrived in Jinan City. This king will also take his leave. Jianghu of Silla said in a low voice. Because of Gao Xianji, Jianghu of Silla was in a very bad mood. She didn't want to stay here a moment longer. Go, or it will be dark soon. Long Wanyu waved her hand. Jianghu of Silla. At the side, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. He knew that Jianghu of Silla's anger had already reached its peak, so he didn't say anything. Rumble. Jianghu of Silla's group returned in disappointment. The 100 flying ships quickly disappeared into the horizon. Venerable Lu Nian and the subordinates in charge of Long Wanyu stayed behind. A great crisis was resolved in the blink of an eye. May the Dahan be blessed. Only then did the group of Dahan officials greet Gu Hai happily. Bingheim also looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Without the great Myojin's help, Gu Hai managed to safely survive this destructive crisis? When she was ordered to come, Bingheim still felt very dissatisfied. However, she calmed down now. Perhaps this was a different kind of life. From today on, Bingheim will be the commander of the Han Dynasty's Third Army. She will be in charge of the post-disaster reconstruction of Jianghu City. Gu Hai ordered. Many officials looked at Bingheim. Bingheim was slightly stunned as well. Then she bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Hai nodded. On Chang Sheng's flying ship, Chang Ming stood unhappily behind him. Clearly he was still brooding over the earlier 2 slaps. Are you unhappy? Chang Sheng asked indifferently. No. It is only right for a father to hit his son. Chang Ming said in a fit of pique. Chang Sheng turned his head and looked at his son. Then he showed a bitter smile and said, I hit you for your own good. Chang Ming was still unconvinced. Let's not talk about Long Wanyu's help this time in front of Daiqianxing. Of course, Long Wanyu wanted to stop the war between the 2 countries so that she could meet Gu Hai easily. I am grateful to her, but it is limited. After all, the peace talks between the 2 countries are only a matter of time. I hit you because you didn't consider the situation and didn't know the enemy's strength. You dared to act recklessly? Chang Xing said in a low voice. Me? That Long Wanyu is definitely not my opponent. I didn't know about the great Myojin before. I recently cultivated a divine skill. At that time I thought it through thoroughly. Chang Ming said unconvinced. Thoroughly thought it through? What thoroughly thought through? You don't even know who Long Wanyu is and you want to deal with her? If I didn't slap you, you don't know if you can survive. Chang Xing said in a low voice. How is that possible? I have cultivated a divine skill. Chang Ming said confidently. Bullshit divine skill. Can your divine skill deal with Daiqianxing? Chang Xing said coldly. Chang Ming's face stiffened. What a joke, who is the emperor of the great Qian dynasty? The most powerful people in the world, right? Not to mention that he cultivated that divine skill, even the savage who taught him that divine skill can't be Daiqianxing's opponent. Do you know how much Daiqianxing treasures Long Wanyu? If she is hurt by you, Daiqianxing will kill you personally. Do you still think that I slapped you unjustly? Chang Xing looked at Chang Ming. What? That's impossible, right? Chang Ming suddenly trembled. However, he also knew that his father would not lie to him. Long Wanyu? Thinking about it, Chang Ming also felt a lingering fear. When we came, I heard from the subordinates that you are going to drink the blood of all the people in Chaoga City for the first time. Chang Xing looked at his son coldly. I haven't. Chang Ming looked embarrassed. Who taught you that? Are you the one who drank the blood of the people? Chang Xing said coldly. The other members of the blood clan also drink it. Chang Ming said, somewhat unconvinced. Bastard, do you want me to slap you again? Chang Xing glared at him. Father. Why not? Didn't the vampires start from the beginning to drink human blood? If other vampires drink it, why can't I drink it? You can't force me to drink it even if you don't want to drink it. Chang Ming said unwillingly. They are them and you are you. I have already told you that I allow you to drink the blood of the enemy, but you are not allowed to touch the blood of innocent people. You are not allowed to drink it. Chang Xing said coldly. What? Why can't I drink the blood of innocent people? Do you know? From the moment we become vampires, we are demons. Demons that the heavens condemn. Kindness is like water and the heavens favor kindness. You are already a demon. If you commit any more sins, the heavens will destroy you. Perhaps no one knows that you drink the blood of innocent people, but the heavens do. That is a vast amount of karma. When you accumulate to a certain extent, it will be the time of your death. Chang Xing said coldly. Father, don't scare me, Chang Ming said, feeling confused. I'm scaring you? Why don't you read more books? Look at history. Which spirit-assimilated human race can last long? When the time comes and you accumulate enough evil karma, it will be the time of the heavens' destruction. Chang Xing said coldly. Chang Ming said, but You are blessed by the heavens? So what if you are blessed by the heavens? There are many people in the world who can kill you. The heavens favor you. That is a gift to you, not an excuse for you to be impudent. Chang Xing shouted. Chang Ming bit his lip and remained silent for a while. Other vampires killing the innocent? Even the other brothers of my Chang clan were unable to restrain themselves, but I was able to restrain myself. I hope you can restrain yourself as well. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to escape when the day comes. Chang Xing spoke in a low voice. Hey, but can't they control themselves? Chang Ming asked with a frown. Them? There is already no cure for them. Furthermore, the primogenitor is watching. The only thing that father let you down is that you became a vampire after I passed on my bloodline to you. Chang Xing sighed softly. Father, I don't think that the blood race is bad. The blood race gives us innate talents, Chang Ming said, feeling confused. Innate talents? That is the price of sacrificing one's soul. With your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls incomplete, your accomplishments in life will be limited. Chang Xing sighed softly. Furthermore, you have a primogenitor above you. If the primogenitor wants you to live, you live. If the primogenitor wants you to die, you die. Chang Xing sighed softly. Chang Ming frowned slightly, remaining silent for a while. Remember my words. You can drink the blood of your enemies, but you are not allowed to harm the innocent. The heavens are kind, but you are not allowed to commit great sins. This is Father's only request of you. Chang Xing said solemnly. Yes. Chang Ming nodded in shock. Chapter 339. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty and the Day 1 Celestial Dynasty reached a peace treaty. The alliance agreement was announced to the world. The war came to an end. The Daiwanxing province soldiers retreated. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty returned to normal. However, the original Luoyang of Gojoseon no longer existed. The southern army remained in Ing province. Takashi Ryushin sorted out the people's hearts. It seemed like the Day 1 was the biggest winner in this war between the various countries. They subdued the Great Huang dynasty's territory, the Greedy Wolf sect's territory, and the Gingjin sect's territory. The territory they obtained was nearly half that of the previous day one. The only unfortunate thing was that a Han dynasty rose up during this period. A dynasty that grew up in a crack. This Han seemed to have heaven-defying luck. After pulling a tooth out of the tiger's mouth, the Day One Celestial dynasty managed to emerge unscathed. The Han dynasty subdued all the territory of the Divine Lu dynasty. With Dai Qianxing's orders, the Day One Celestial dynasty did not dare to pursue this matter. Furthermore, the Day One Celestial dynasty subdued a large territory this time. It would take a long time to digest it all. The Han dynasty fortunately managed to gain a foothold. This also gave Gu Hai a chance to catch his breath. Sorting out the 24 cities and reorganizing the people's hearts was the first priority. At 9-5 Island, Crown Prince Guqin continued to hold down the fort. The Embroidered Uniform Guards commander Montez followed Gu Hai's orders and led large groups of Embroidered Uniform Guards from 9-5 Island to Jianghu City. 4 flying boats anchored outside Jianghu City, full of cultivation practitioners from the Thousand Islands Sea. Many cultivators had never left the Thousand Islands Sea in their lives. When they saw the surging luck before them, they felt shocked. Craftsmen busied themselves inside and outside the city, repairing the large city walls. Many cultivators also goggled. The floating islands in the city were many times more luxurious than the barren 9-5 Island. After all, there were pitifully few floating islands in the Thousand Islands Sea. The entire Thousand Islands Sea counted them in single digits. However, there were thousands of them. Master, is this Jianghu City? No wonder the people of the Divine Continent say that our Thousand Islands Sea is a wasteland. This flourishing city belongs to our Han dynasty? A subordinate looked at Montez excitedly. Yes, it's mine to hands. Montez sighed. Back then, when he had gone to Silver Moon City, although he had shocked the number 1 zither building on this street, he had not been as excited as he was now. That was only a shop, but this place was a city. An entire city. No, there are 24 such cities in Dahan. The Embroidered Uniform Guards were excited. There were many sects in the Thousand Islands Sea, but could the Thousand Islands Sea compare to this place? Ever since the destruction of the Sky Chess Pavilion 800 years ago, it had become like a slum for cultivators. Even the entire Thousand Islands Sea could not compare to these 24 cities. Now they all belong to the Dahan? According to the Emperor's decree, the Han dynasty has many things to do. Everyone must work together. Montez said with a solemn expression. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The Han dynasty was sandwiched between the Deqian and Day One, surviving in the cracks. In the eyes of some people in the Divine Continent, it was weak, but in the eyes of this group of Embroidered Uniform Guards, it was as tall as the sky. 2 years? The Han dynasty had already become so majestic? The Embroidered Uniform Guards slowly entered the city. There were naturally officials in the city to receive them. They were directly brought to the outside of Huangfu Hall. Outside Huangfu Hall, Bingheim had a huge map in front of her. All around her, the officials were waiting for her orders. Gu Hai had ordered the commander of the Third Army, Bingheim, to be in charge of the post-disaster reconstruction of Jianghu City. The destruction of the city's great formation was Bingheim's first task, so she naturally had to do her best. She continuously improved the city's formations and city walls on the map. When Montez and his group arrived, someone naturally notified Bingheim. Bingheim turned her head and immediately saw Montez. The commander of the Third Army, Bingheim, greets Lord Meng. Bingheim said calmly. The commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guards, Montez, greets the commander of the Third Army. Montez also said solemnly. At this time, Gao Xinji, Tang Chu, and the others also received the news and came to welcome Montez. Lord Meng. Gao Xinji smiled. Lord Gao. Montez also said politely. Lord Bing, leave Montez to me, you can do your work. Gao Xinji looked at Montez. Bingheim nodded and turned her head to continue looking at the map in front of her. That floating island is not suitable there, it will block Huangfu Hall's vision, move it to the other side. Bingheim said calmly. As she spoke, Bingheim waved her hand. Boom. A floating island in the distance suddenly shook violently as it was slowly moved to the side by a powerful force. Kaitian Palace? Montez's expression suddenly changed. The commander of the Third Army? She has the strength of Kaitian Palace? How did the Emperor develop in the past year? Has Kaitian Palace become the Emperor's official? Montez became more cautious, clenching his fists. If he didn't work hard, would he be eliminated one day? Lord Meng, this way please. Gao Xinji smiled. Oh, okay. Montez replied somewhat diffidently. The Emperor asked me to report to the Emperor as soon as I arrived. I wonder if the Emperor? Montez asked doubtfully. The Emperor? His Majesty is currently cultivating. Come with me. Gao Xinji said with a smile. Okay. Montez nodded. Chaoga City, outside a large lake in the Imperial Palace. Outside the lake, a large number of troops were stationed to prevent outsiders from entering and disturbing. In a small pavilion by the lake, Long Wanyu was lying on a desk, using dried fruits to stack a luohan, a dull expression on her face. So boring. Long Wanyu muttered endlessly. A group of subordinates behind her showed a trace of bitterness, standing to the side without speaking. At this moment, a red-crowned crane carriage carrying Gao Xinji and Montez flew over. Long Wanyu immediately sat up. Stop, what are you doing? Long Wanyu's small face suddenly became fierce. The red-crowned crane carriage stopped. Gao Xinji politely got off the flying boat. Montez looked curiously at Long Wanyu. Greetings to Princess Wanyu. This is the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guard, Montez. He just came from Jianghu Island. The Emperor ordered that when Montez came, he should come to see the Emperor. Gao Xinji explained. Master Meng, this is Long Wanqing's younger sister, Princess Wanyu of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. Gao Xinji explained. The Empress's younger sister? Montez's face suddenly became serious, and he instantly remembered who she was. After all, Montez had followed Long Xiaoya in the past, and could be considered to have seen the young Long Wanyu. From then on, the Daqianxing treated her like a treasure. Montez greets Princess Wanyu. Montez's expression suddenly became serious, and he said respectfully. Mem, wait here. Brother-in-law is creating a knife technique, and I am responsible for guarding him. No one is allowed to disturb him. Long Wanyu nodded. Gao Xinji nodded. Montez also nodded. Creating a knife technique? The Emperor was only in his 70s, and he was already creating a knife technique? How could he create one? Although he knew that the Emperor was powerful, Montez felt that Gu Hai's creation of a knife technique was just so. Maybe it was a little powerful, but just a little. What Montez found hard to understand was that in the current Junwei 24 immortal cities of the Han Dynasty, was it difficult to find a powerful knife technique? Why did he have to create one himself? At the bottom of the lake, Gu Hai was indeed creating a knife technique. Most of the people who created the knife technique had comprehended the way of the knife for many years before they dared to create a new knife technique. How many years had it been for Gu Hai? From the time he transmigrated from Earth, it was at most 40 years. More importantly, the profound knife technique was only seen after the establishment of the country in the later period. It was only a group of knife techniques that he had studied in the past 2 years. How could he create a knife technique? However, Gu Hai had something that ordinary people could not defeat. It was the chess soul clone. Nearly 10,000 Gu Hai had studied the knife technique day in and day out. Others had comprehended it for a year, but the chess soul clone's analysis ability was equivalent to 10,000 years. With this analysis, as long as Gu Hai had seen the knife technique, it could analyze it thoroughly in the blink of an eye. What was so difficult about creating a knife technique? Moreover, the knife technique that Gu Hai created was not an ordinary knife technique. It was related to chess. At the bottom of the lake, fish swam around. Gu Hai stood on a large rock at the bottom of the lake, holding a long knife in his hand. The blood knife had already exploded, and the bone knife was not used. Gu Hai grabbed an ordinary rank 1 long knife. The moment the long knife appeared, a huge manifested saber aura appeared. At the bottom of the lake, it looked like Gu Hai was holding a 30-meter-long saber. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. He used his veritable essence energy to control the manifested saber aura and the chess soul's terrifying analysis ability to capture the existence of the saber intent. The saber intent was very weak at the level of an ordinary saber cultivator. However, Gu Hai's saber intent was different from others. With Gu Hai as the center, 226 saber chi spread out around the bottom of the lake. The saber chi was divided into 2 types, one black and one white. The saber chi steadily formed a strange pattern. If a Go player was here, he would realize that the arrangement of these saber chis was a 19-line Go game. The white saber chi formed the white Go stones, and the black saber chi formed the black Go stones. The saber chi swayed. Clearly, it was being trained to control it accurately. It was waiting to reach perfection. It's finally done? I can use one of the 100,000 Go puzzles I brought from Earth to form this saber strike? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He suddenly chopped down with his saber. As the saber chopped down, the manifested saber aura seemed to form a suction force. The 226 saber chi did not charge out like others. Instead, they strangely followed the order of a Go game and charged at the manifested saber aura. Buzz. As the saber chi surged in, the manifested saber aura instantly gave off a dazzling purple light. Break! Gu Hai shouted. The manifested saber chopped down. Boom. The lake water seemed to have been sliced in half from the center, exploding towards the two sides of the blade. At the shore, Long Wanyu waited in boredom. Hey look! Gao Xinji's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a piercing purple light came from the bottom of the lake. It looked like there was a purple sun at the bottom of the lake. Then there was a loud sound. A ferocious saber chi immediately chopped down. The lake exploded and the manifested saber chopped the lake water in half. The sliced lake water could not merge back together after a long time. The lake water was sliced. This was not ice. Even if it was sliced, the saber intent would not dare to cross it. Again? Confidence flashed in Gu Hai's eyes at the bottom of the lake. He succeeded? Xing. Once again, another Go game diagram from Earth gathered saber chi and chopped down as Gu Hai chopped down. Boom. The lake water was sliced again. Xing xing. Xing xing. Xing xing. Gu Hai used the various Go game diagrams with each saber strike. Each saber strike carried a strange ferocious might. In the blink of an eye, the lake water looked like a spider web. This extremely strange scene made the people on the other side of the lake goggle. Every saber strike is a Go game diagram? A Go game diagram with 19 lines? That is 361 Go pieces. I am standing at the divine prime position. Each saber strike is 360 saber chi merging with my manifested saber? 361 is the number of cycles? Let's call this saber technique the cycle. Gu Hai said seriously. Boom. Xiaoqin chopped down again. 100,000 Go games. This is the basic cycle saber technique. I can make 100,000 types of this saber technique. That is, 100,000 Go games? Confidence flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. However, 80,000 of them have been combined and condensed into new, complicated Go games. Let's give it a try. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai stood on the divine prime position, and the manifested saber intent appeared in his hand again. Saber chi circled around Gu Hai again, looking like black and white Go stones. Bus, bus. After the four Go games merged, a condensed Go game diagram appeared. Chop. Gu Hai chopped down again. Hong. A loud sound rang out. The entire lake exploded and soared into the sky. The water in the lake seemed to be instantly sent flying by the huge shock wave. The ground shook ferociously. With Gu Hai as the center, a vast earth trench rushed to the distant mountain peak. Outside, Montez, Gao Xianji and Long Wanyu only heard a loud sound. All the water in the lake exploded. Then they could vaguely see a purple saber light charging out. Boom. In the distance, 3 mountains connected to each other were split in half by the saber. That was 3 mountains. One saber strike split them in half? All the water in the lake had been blasted away. Your Majesty? Some of the guards said worriedly in horror. However, Xiaoqin saw the lake water exploding into the sky, revealing Gu Hai, who was standing on a large rock and holding a saber. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this one of the 4 Go games merged? Its power is actually 100 times stronger than the previous one? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. The previous basic saber technique was called Zhou Tian 1. This saber technique is called Zhou Tian 2? Gu Hai took a deep breath. Walalala. The water that exploded into the sky slowly fell back down. The water drenched Gu Hai, but Gu Hai did not care at all. He was still excited about the saber technique. I have 20,000 incomplete saber techniques from the first batch of 4 Go games. Does that mean I have 20,000 Zhou Tian 2 saber techniques? Zhou Tian 2? Its power is 100 times stronger than Zhou Tian 1. The second batch of 4 Go games. Doesn't that mean it's Zhou Tian 3? I have 10,000 Zhou Tian 3? And among these 10,000 Zhou Tian 3, some of them are trying to merge into Zhou Tian 4? Doesn't that mean the power of the saber technique is getting stronger? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Zhou Tian 2. With one slash the lake exploded. In his excitement, Gu Hai prepared to slash Zhou Tian 3. Stepping on Tianyuan, the saber intent condensed into qi. Bus, bus, bus. A frenzied saber intent rushed out in all directions. Countless soldiers suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Wherever Gu Hai was, it was as if a soul-stirring saber intent stabbed into their hearts. The falling lake water strangely avoided the saber intent. What saber technique is this? Montez was shocked. This was the first time Montez had seen such a strange saber technique. When the saber intent was activated, a strong murderous intent filled the air, causing Montez to feel a chill run down his spine. Of course, my brother-in-law created it, Long Wanyu said proudly. Oh no, this is saber intent? How did such a strange saber intent appear in the hands of someone from the Yuanying state? Do you want to hide further away? The spirit of the fiend ghost was also shocked. It's fine. I don't feel any danger. By the way, is the saber technique created by my brother-in-law very powerful? Long Wanyu asked excitedly. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen saber intent jump like that. The first jump is actually 100 times stronger than the previous one? How is that possible? The spirit of the fiend ghost was shocked. That's because you are ignorant. Long Wanyu did not give it any face. The spirit of the fiend ghost was speechless. Gu Hai was preparing to slash Zhou Tian 3. Before he could do it, the consumption of quintessential essence made Gu Hai's face sink. Not only was the consumption of quintessential essence huge, but more importantly, the saber in his hand could not withstand the saber intent and started to crack. Ka. Pung. The saber exploded from the saber intent. It turned into fragments. When the saber exploded, Gu Hai also released his saber intent. The surrounding lake water immediately flowed back. Phew. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. Forget it. Since Zhou Tian is feasible, it should be enough. 100,000 chapters of Zhou Tian 1 and 20,000 chapters of Zhou Tian 2 are enough to deal with daily life. But Zhou Tian 3? Without a good saber I can't slash it. Throwing away the saber in his hand, Gu Hai rushed out and flew to the shore. Brother-in-law, you've mastered your saber technique? Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. Chapter 340. Brother-in-law, your saber technique has reached great perfection? Long Wanyu called out excitedly. Great perfection? Perhaps. However, the saber is not good enough. I need to reforge it later. Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Huh? Brother-in-law, don't you have a powerful life-ender saber? Why do you need to reforge it? Long Wanyu asked, feeling surprised. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Indeed, the life-ender saber should be able to withstand 3 cycles. However, how was he going to refine his saber technique after using the life-ender saber? Although Xiaoqin had created the cycle saber technique, he still needed to familiarize himself with it. Every time he swung the saber, it would become an instinct. He did not need to think about it every time. If he used the life-ender saber, there was no need to refine his saber technique. Once its strong attributes appeared, all saber techniques would kneel before it. Once the countless black energy skeletons appeared, Xiaoqin would not need to do anything. Gu Hai understood that it was not that his saber technique was useless. It was just that he had not reached a certain level yet. Hence he needed to refine it. He could not keep thinking about the life-ender saber. Life-ender saber? I don't really want to use it. Gu Hai explained. That's true. The life-ender saber is rather ugly. Long Wanyu nodded, feeling confused. Gu Hai was speechless. By the way, brother-in-law, what kind of saber do you like? I'll help you choose from the old man's treasure trove next time. Long Wanyu immediately said excitedly. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Suddenly he recalled the crimson saber from back then. When Long Wanyu gave it to him, she said that her younger sister took it from Daiqianxing's treasure trove. At this thought, Gu Hai gave Long Wanyu a strange look. Daiqianxing really pampered her too much. He allowed Long Wanyu to enter the treasure trove as she pleased and take as she pleased? There's no need. I'll refine it myself. A new saber does not need any particularly strong attributes. It just needs to be very sturdy. Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Sturdy? Demon Ghost Spirit, what is the strongest metal in the world that can be used to forge a saber for my brother-in-law? Long Wanyu suddenly shouted in her heart. Demon Ghost? I'm asking you. Tell me. Long Wanyu shouted. Sturdy? Where was the strongest metal? Every metal had its own unique characteristics. There was no strongest, only stronger. You can choose the sword you want. Demon Ghost said calmly. What was the use of a long lecture? If you don't know, just say that you don't know. Seriously. You're always telling me how amazing you are and how many things you know, but when I ask you something, you immediately say that you don't know anything. Long Wanyu rolled her eyes. Demon Ghost was so depressed that it wanted to vomit blood. I'm telling the truth, okay? Is there no sturdiest thing in this world? Hardness, toughness, corrosion resistance, melting point, freezing point, they were all different and involved a lot of knowledge. They were all different, okay? However, Long Wanyu had already determined that Yao Guiling was ignorant. Demon Ghost felt sullen for a while. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he possess her? Alright, I know a metal. Whether you can find it or not is your problem. Do you want to hear it? Demon Ghost Spirit said angrily. Who knows if you're deliberately making it up? Don't pretend to be something. If you don't know, then just don't know. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Tell me if you want. Long Wanyu said disdainfully. Demon Ghost Spirit was so depressed that it wanted to kneel down. Am I so unprincipled? It's called the Heavenly Punishment Stone. Demon Ghost Spirit explained. Heavenly Punishment Stone? Yes, this Heavenly Punishment Stone has its own consciousness. It can eat all kinds of metals to strengthen itself. The more metals it eats, the more it knows. It's as if even the heavens can't stand it. Wherever it goes, it will be struck by lightning. Anyway, this is the strongest. If Guhai has the ability, you can ask him to find it. Demon Ghost Spirit said solemnly. Is there any in the old man's treasure vault? Long Wanyu asked. No. Demon Ghost Spirit recalled. Keep making it up. Do you think I'll believe you? Long Wanyu had a look of disbelief. Demon Ghost Spirit suddenly felt a headache. Why don't you believe me when I'm telling the truth? Where's the most basic trust between people? Why am I trapped in Long Wanyu's body? Why am I so unlucky? What are you making up? Guhai asked curiously. Guhai couldn't hear the conversation between the two. It was only when Long Wanyu showed a look of disdain that he looked over curiously. Nothing much. I just chatted with Demon Ghost Spirit for a while. He's a liar and pretends to be very knowledgeable. I asked him what metal is the best for refining a knife. He said something about the Heavenly Punishment Stone. He even said that the Heavenly Punishment Stone will eat metals by itself. The more it eats, the stronger it will be. He even said that the heavens are jealous of it and will strike it with lightning, Long Wanyu said with a look of disdain. The heavens are jealous of the Heavenly Punishment Stone? Guhai was stunned. I didn't say that the heavens are jealous. I didn't say that. Long Wanyu, if you want to introduce it, then just introduce it. Don't change the words so casually. Demon Ghost Spirit wanted to cry but had no tears. Long Wanyu naturally ignored Demon Ghost Spirit. Guhai couldn't hear it either. Brother-in-law, don't listen to him. He's just a liar. He doesn't have much ability and always pretends to be an old man. Does he think that I'll believe him? Brother-in-law, don't bother with him. Long Wanyu said with disdain. Demon Ghost Spirit? Why am I so unlucky? Guhai nodded. Montez and Gao Shinji walked up to him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations to Your Majesty for mastering the knife technique. Gao Shinji said respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. This humble subject is late. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. Montez also said respectfully. It's good that you're here. Let's go. Follow me back to Huangfu Hall and tell me about the recent situation of the embroidered uniform guards. Guhai said with a smile. Yes. Montez answered. Their group stepped onto the crane carriage and flew towards Huangfu Hall. Along the way, Meng Tai ceaselessly introduced his embroidered uniform guards. After all, he hadn't delayed in the slightest during this period of time, and he'd ceaselessly recruited and trained people. The number of embroidered uniform guards had increased by countless times. Along the way, Guhai listened patiently. When they were about to reach Huangfu Hall, Guhai nodded and said, all in all, it's all right. However, every embroidered uniform guard must be strictly selected. We can't let a single black sheep ruin the fairness of the embroidered uniform guard. Yes. Montez answered. This time, I summoned you here to spread the embroidered uniform guard cloth to 24 cities. At the same time, the embroidered uniform guard will be divided into an external branch. Guhai said solemnly. Oh. Within the country you will be in charge of monitoring the world. Outside the country you will be in charge of collecting intelligence. I need you to quickly expand the embroidered uniform guard and write a report for me. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Montez suppressed his excitement. Not only monitoring the world, but the emperor also gave him authority? Collecting intelligence outside of the Han dynasty? Montez rubbed his hands together in excitement. Your Majesty, the expansion requires a large amount of spirit stones. What about the spirit stones? That's why I want you to write a report for me. I will give you the funds. As long as the embroidered uniform guard does a good job and sends over valuable items, I will not be stingy with any spirit stones. I will give you as much as you want. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Montez answered. Whoosh. The crane carriage landed in Huangfu Hall Square. Bingheim, who was not far away, immediately walked over. Your Majesty, Bingheim said with a frown. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim in confusion. This subject went to the Ministry of Revenue to withdraw money, but the Ministry of Revenue asked me to use it sparingly. Will the spirit stones be enough? My post-disaster reconstruction cannot be stopped, right? Bingheim said worriedly. Don't worry, the post-disaster reconstruction cannot be stopped, Gu Hai said with a smile. But this subject heard that Your Majesty has used all the taxes collected from the 12 cities that have just been conquered for the people's livelihood. Moreover, Your Majesty has promised to return all the spirit stones that the citizens of Jianghu City lent Your Majesty to deal with the fire locust deity. Will the taxes collected from the remaining cities be enough to manage so many cities? Bingheim asked worriedly. Don't worry, in a few days the Imperial Casino Holiday Villa will open in 24 cities. At that time we will have enough spirit stones. Gu Hai shook his head. Bingheim was slightly taken aback. She suddenly remembered the scene on 9-5 Island. The Imperial Casino Holiday Villa was a divine beast that swallowed gold. Now it was going to be fully opened? Moreover, the first pavilion on this street was also stationed in the major cities. They were all powerful divine tools that could absorb gold. Why would they worry about not having enough spirit stones? This subject is overthinking, Bingheim said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai nodded and did not blame her. Bingheim continued to be in charge of the post-disaster reconstruction. In Huangfu Hall, Gu Hai gathered all the officials for a court meeting. After dealing with some administrative matters, he introduced Montez to the officials. The embroidered uniform guards had officially started to station in the 24 cities. Under Gu Hai's management, the Han dynasty had improved greatly in just 3 months. The citizens could see the difference with their naked eyes. Jianghu City's array formation had been repaired, and the injured citizens were taken care of. The first pavilion on this street, the Imperial Casino Holiday Villa, absorbed a large amount of spirit stones. A portion was transported back to 9-5 Island for Guqin to set up the array formation. A portion was used for the government and the military, a portion was stored by Gu Hai, and a large portion was used for the citizens. The citizens saw the continuous changes around them, and they suddenly recognized the Han dynasty. This was an emperor that could earn money, an emperor that was willing to spend money on the citizens. Naturally, the citizens recognized Gu Hai more and more. It's so boring. Brother-in-law, I'm tired of your Jianghu City every day. A while ago the Imperial Casino opened and I went to play for a while. It's so boring. Long Wanyu said, feeling bored. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu and smiled bitterly. Of course you think it's boring? A prophet going to gamble? Who can win against you? Brother-in-law, why don't you bring me out to play? That old man didn't say that I can't go out with you, Long Wanyu said expectantly. Gu Hai was about to say something. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the study. Come in. Gu Hai said. A black-robed person slowly walked into the study. Julu? You've also broken through? Gu Hai asked. The black-robed person said respectfully, yes, I've broken through. That's why I can transform into a human form like Ji Zun. That's good. What's the matter? Gu Hai asked. The black-robed person was silent for a while before saying, Your Majesty, may I know your grudge against Ji Zun? I'll definitely avenge Lu Shirshin. Don't worry. I remember that the enemy is the former emperor of the great Huang dynasty, Shi Yin? Didn't I send you to investigate? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, there's news. Julu said. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, do you still remember the Valley of Death? Julu asked. When Huangfu Chaoga was poisoned by the drought demon fire poison, I captured the fire locust deity. He said that the fire poison came from the Valley of Death? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, we just got the news that a city has been built in the Valley of Death. Rumor has it that there are dragon roars coming from there. It seems like a new dragon vein is about to be born. Countless cultivators are going there to fight for the dragon vein. And our people saw Shi Yan's figure there. Julu said solemnly. Valley of Death? Dragon vein? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He still remembered his dragon vein. When the news of the Dragon Vein on 9-5 Island spread, countless experts went there. Now, another Dragon Vein was about to be born? Yes, the newly built city is named Dragon Vein City. Your Majesty, our greatest enemy is right there, Xian, I am a peerless cultivator from the Celestial Palace. We are useless, but we must avenge Zun Zun. Your Majesty, please avenge Zun Zun. Jianghu knelt down. Chapter 341. A few days later. A flying boat carrying Gu Hai and Long Wanyu left Chaoga City quietly. Gu Hai had arranged everything in the past few days. Gao Xinji, Shanghai Guanhen, Bingheim, and Montez stayed in Chaoga City. Gu Hai made some important decisions and brought along the Lu Rock man who could transform. Jianghu. He went to the Valley of Death with a group of soldiers. Behind Long Wanyu were naturally the group of followers who served her. Sima Feng was the leader. Sima Feng was the calligraphy master of the Sima family who accompanied Long Wanyu to set up the calligraphy formation when she first met Gu Hai. He was the one who prepared to kill Gu Hai with Long Wanyu. He was in charge of Long Wanyu's safety as ordered by Daiqianshin. On the flying boat, Gu Hai stood at the front of the deck and looked into the distance. Valley of Death? Dragon Vein City? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Zhu Lu, the new Lu Rock Man Supreme who was appointed by Gu Hai, said respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Now there are 10 Lu Rock men watching over there. We just need to go over and help them. Gu Hai nodded. That's good. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Lu said gratefully. You don't have to do this. I have accepted your Earth God and promised Huangfu Chaoga. Naturally, I will take revenge for Lu Rock God. Xian? Entering the lower heavenly palace? I will do my best. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Zhu Lu said gratefully. Alright, don't be so sentimental. Big Rock, go over there and wait. I want to talk to my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu shouted. Yes. Zhu Lu respectfully retreated to the side. Brother-in-law, we're finally out. You're the best brother-in-law. Every time I told the old man that I wanted to go out, he wouldn't agree no matter what. When I asked that old baldy, he wouldn't let me go either. You're the best. Long Wanyu said happily. I promise to follow you out, but you have to promise me one thing. Don't forget. Gu Hai said solemnly. Isn't it just listening to you? Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. I'll listen to you. Long Wanyu immediately squinted and smiled. No, don't you remember the last thing I said to you? Gu Hai frowned. I remember. You said to set a secret signal with me. As long as you say the secret signal, I will listen to you. Long Wanyu immediately nodded. What's the code? Gu Hai emphasized. Happy. Am I right? Brother-in-law, why did you set such a secret signal? It's so funny. Long Wanyu immediately laughed. It's happy. I hope that you will always be happy in the future. However, remember this. If I say this, no matter what I say, you have to listen to me. This is a must. Gu Hai said solemnly. Got it? Got it? Long Wanyu immediately nodded. Seeing that Long Wanyu remembered it, Gu Hai smiled faintly. All right, it's good that you remember. All right. Venerable Lu Nian said that he was going to open the Heavenly Palace some time ago and has been in closed-door cultivation. Aren't you a prophet? Will he succeed this time? I don't know. It's not as far as the prediction. That old baldy should be able to break through, right? Long Wanyu said with a frown. All right. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. That guard captain of yours is Sima Feng? Previously, I saw that his calligraphy Dao formations were pretty good, Gu Hai said out of curiosity. Little Feng, come over here for a moment. Long Wanyu said like an old man. Not far away, a man quickly stepped forward. When he saw Long Wanyu, he smiled bitterly and said, Cluster Lord, you called for me? Yes, my brother-in-law wants to ask you something. Answer properly. Long Wanyu still sounded like an old man. Sima Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. Mr. Sima, sorry for disturbing you. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Don't. Mr. Good, you can just call me Little Feng like the Cluster Lord. Sima Feng immediately shook his head. Gu Hai was too respectful to Sima Feng. If the Cluster Lord became unhappy with Sima Feng, he would be in trouble. Alright, I'll call you Sima Feng then. Previously, I saw you use the calligraphy Dao formations. The calligraphy Dao? Can you tell me more about it? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. The calligraphy Dao? Actually, I'm just a beginner. I'll tell you what I know. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me, Mr. Good. You're too kind. Gu Hai smiled. That's what people say. The Tao of chess creates the world, the Tao of zither creates the soul, and the calligraphy Tao establishes order. Sima Feng said solemnly. Establishes order? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, it's order. It's also called rules, or principles. One sentence can become a principle that can be used everywhere. In general, the calligraphy Tao masters discover the principles of heaven and earth, understand the existing order of heaven and earth, and use it as their own weapon. Very few people can create order. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a powerful calligraphy Tao master who created a new order and challenged the heavens. In the end, he was destroyed by the heavens like Old Man Guanxi. Sima Feng explained. The calligraphy Tao can defy the heavens? Create order? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, the main thing is to discover the existing order of heaven and earth. Whoever discovers it first will be able to use it the best. It's similar to the Tao of zither. For example, when Mr. Good creates a zither Tao piece, no matter how others play it, his piece is the best. Because you're the first to discover this arrangement of notes. Sima Feng explained. The calligraphy Tao is the same? Yes, the Tao of zither requires the Tao of zither concept. The calligraphy Tao also requires the Tao of calligraphy Tao. When you write down the order of heaven and earth, the order of heaven and earth can be used by you. Just like the Yellow Springs Dharma destruction scripture that I wrote previously. That was the order of heaven and earth that my family discovered and created. That's why the head of family's writing is the most powerful. Those written by us bloodline descendants are less powerful. Of course, if the full text is known by outsiders, they can also use it, but the effect won't be as good as ours. Sima Feng explained. Discover the order of heaven and earth and write it down? Must one have the Tao of calligraphy Tao's intent? Gu Hai frowned. Of course, it's like the Tao of zither. Without the Tao of zither concept, how can one create little spirits? For the calligraphy Tao, without the Tao of calligraphy Tao's intent, how can one write down earth-shattering truths? The Tao of calligraphy Tao's intent connects heaven and earth. Sima Feng explained. Without the intent, there's no other way? Gu Hai frowned. That's usually the case, but... Oh, but what? Mr. Good, do you still remember the heaven-grade zither? Sima Feng asked solemnly. You mean Gaochen? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes, zither are divided into different grades. The strongest is the heaven-grade zither. The calligraphy Tao and the painting Tao require a brush. Brush is also divided into different grades. The strongest is the heaven-grade brush, which is similar to the heaven-grade zither. I've never seen one before, but I've heard the head of family mention it once. It seems to be similar to the average person. Just like the heaven-grade zither, when you refine a heaven-grade brush, you can also use it to write down famous sayings and order scriptures. You don't need to have the intent. But where can I find a heaven-grade brush? Maybe it's just a legend? Sima Feng shook his head. Gu Hai nodded. In the Valley of Death, a huge city had been built in a short period of time. Dragon Vein City. This was because there were frequent dragon roars coming from all directions. Sometimes, fire dragons would rush out from the ground. They were incomparably ferocious and fire filled the sky. When news of the Dragon Vein spread, countless cultivators heard the news and moved. To establish a dynasty, one had to raise dragons. Where could one find dragons? The lords of the various dynasties had them, but who could snatch them? That was the birth of a new one. In the barren land of the Thousand Islands Sea, it was extremely difficult to birth a dragon vein. However, in the divine continent it was not difficult. Every 10 years there would be news of new dragon veins. Every time a new dragon vein was born there would be a bloodbath. Everyone would kill to obtain the dragon vein. Dragon Vein City was born. No one could find the exact location of the dragon vein. Hence, more and more people gathered here. And in a special place in the Valley of Death, it was like an underground palace. In the underground palace there were two strange-looking people. One was extremely fat, as though he had to pant after taking 2 steps. The other was extremely thin, so thin that he was almost skin and bones. The two sat at a stone table in a daze. They stared at each other. Ziwei, it seems like there are more and more people above us, the thin man said. Changxing, you still have the mood to care about them? The fat man said blankly. The underground palace suddenly fell into silence. Damn it, why are we so unlucky? We were sent here and sat here for 3,000 years. I got hemorrhoids from sitting here. The fat man Ziwei said gloomily. The thin man Changxing also said strangely, that's because you only eat and don't poop. Think about it, you were thinner than me back then. How many books here were all eaten by you? My ass. Isn't it your fault that I became so fat? If you didn't let me see your painting, would my stomach be so big? Ziwei immediately shouted. You blame me? I was very full back then. Wasn't it you who made me so thin? Chang Xing said gloomily. The two were silent for a while. They looked at each other with disdain. Perhaps after being silent for too long, Ziwei spoke again. How about I recite a poem that I created for you? What do you think? It's guaranteed to be nice. Ziwei looked at Chang Xing expectantly. Chang Xing rolled his eyes. Do you think that it's good for us to hurt each other? How about you appraise one of my paintings too? Ziwei's expression stiffened. My poems are hard to get even with money. How many people beg me to compose poems for them? Ziwei was immediately unconvinced. Why did that old third Wu from our neighboring sect lose control of his bladder when he heard you recite a poem? Chang Xing exposed. That was the first time he heard my poem. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Ziwei cried. Your family's excitement is expressed with incontinence? Chang Xing continued to expose. Ziwei. After being silent for a while, Ziwei said angrily, that's because old third Wu doesn't know how to appreciate it. Brother, it's not the first or second time. The lethality of your poems, even the old guy can't stand it. Chang Xing continued to expose. Aren't you the same? Otherwise, why would the old guy lock you up here like avoiding the god of plague? Ziwei immediately retorted. Meh, isn't it all your fault? Who asked me to be close to you? The old guy can't stand you and I'm also unlucky. Bah, I was harmed by you. Ziwei was immediately unconvinced. The two of them kept talking back and forth, constantly damaging each other. They even quarreled to the climax, rolled up their sleeves and started to strangle each other's neck. Chapter 342. Outside the Dragon Vein City in a forest. Fog pervaded the area like a huge array. Countless bats were circling the array. Ding 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 ding. A string of music sounded. If Guhai was here he would be able to tell that this song was Les Miserables. Sitting in the middle of the array was Fairy Wana. Fairy Wana was playing a song. She watched as countless bats pounced on her under the control of more than 2,000 vampires. Fairy Wana was surrounded by Les Miserables. As long as the bats approached her, they would lose their five senses and flee in all directions. Two figures were standing on top of a mountain in the array. One of them was Daewon's commander, Qin Zibai. The other one was in a red robe. He had a dignified face and a pair of blood-red fangs in his mouth. The two of them were leading a group of vampires to surround Fairy Wana. Ding ding ding. Fairy Wana plucked the strings of her guqin. Under Les Miserables she played another song. Guqin soldiers appeared one after another to resist the vampires. Shiyin? Qin Zibai? How dare you? Fairy Wana said coldly with a veil on her face. Qin Zibai looked down coldly. Fairy Wana, we don't want to make things difficult for you, but you know that the drought demon fire in the Death Valley is very poisonous. We have thought of many ways to neutralize it, but you can absorb the drought demon fire? And refine it? We just want to know how to refine the drought demon fire poison. Refine the drought demon fire poison? That was because Fairy Wana had the fire cauldron physique. She could cultivate any fire in the world, but Fairy Wana couldn't reveal this secret. Hudong Tian knew about Fairy Wana's physique, so he didn't care about anything. How could she reveal it? How can I tell you the secret of my sect? Jian? The former ruler of the Great Huang dynasty is now willing to be Daewon's slave? Your loyal subjects are all in the nascent soul realm, aren't they? You're actually willing to send them to Daewon for demonization? All of them had turned into vampires? Haha, this dog is really thorough. Fairy Wana said coldly. The red-clothed man beside Qin Zibai, Shiyin, revealed a cold smile and said, You better worry about yourself. Fairy Wana? I'm only calling you Fairy out of respect for the sect behind you. Now that you've lost your sect, you're just a little girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The effect of your Zither Dao has weakened, hasn't it? This array formation of mine is specially made to deal with Guqin Dao. Fairy Wana's eyes flashed with coldness. Your master is really ambitious. He let you travel around by yourself? Fairy Wana, tell me the method to refine the drought demon fire poison and I'll let you go. Otherwise, Qin Zibai said coldly. If you have the ability then take me. If you don't then don't talk nonsense. Fairy Wana said coldly. The vampires in the surroundings kept rushing toward the center. However, they were blocked by the sound of the zither time and time again. Qin Zibai and Shiyin frowned and looked at each other. Lord Qin, why don't you do it yourself? Fairy Wanner's strength should only be at the peak of the nascent soul realm. With the zither, her strength can only reach the lower celestial palace. I can't deal with her but with your strength. Shi Yin looked at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and said, let's wait a little longer. Wait a little longer? Ha, Lord Qin, you want my people to do it but you want to stay out of it? There's no such good thing. The sect behind Fairy Wanner is indeed powerful, but you don't have to be so afraid, right? If she dies here, who will know? Shi Yin said in a low voice. Qin Zibai was still a little afraid of the sect behind Fairy Wanner. He was still unwilling to do it now. Let's wait a little longer and torture her. Qin Zibai shook his head. Shi Yin and Qin Zibai were dealing with Fairy Wanner in the formation. At this moment, in a forest outside the formation, there were 3 figures standing. The 3 people were standing in an extremely hidden position. The one in the lead was the battalion commander of the Shinji battalion, Li Shinji. The 2 people behind him seemed to be his subordinates. Lord, Qin Zibai still doesn't dare to do it? One of the subordinates frowned and said. Li Shinji sneered and said, do it? Qin Zibai is still considered smart. Kill Fairy Wanner? Shi Yin thinks no one will know? How can he understand the significance of the sect behind Fairy Wanner? If something happens to Fairy Wanner, everything around her will be transmitted to the sect. Therefore, Qin Zibai doesn't dare to force her to death. Isn't this Fairy Wanner too stubborn? Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and said, yes, this girl is also stubborn. Her sect has a secret method. As long as she sends a message for help, the nearby disciples will come to help. Coincidentally, a few days ago, we saw a person from her sect near Longmen City. As long as Fairy Wanner asks for help, he will immediately come to save her. But why did she? I don't know. However, it doesn't matter whether he knows or not. Our target is not him. Li Shinji said coldly. Yes. How is the news? Li Shinji said in a low voice. According to Lord's calculation, Gu Hai should have arrived at Longmen City during this period of time? One of the subordinates frowned and said. What I'm asking is, have the 10 Lu Rockmen who are wandering around here received any news? Li Shinji said in a low voice. Oh Lord, don't worry. They have been led away by us. They already know that Shi Yin is here. Perhaps he is hiding somewhere underground nearby. That subordinate said respectfully. Good, since those 10 Lu Rockmen know about this place, they will definitely send a message to Gu Hai and lure Gu Hai here. Li Shinji's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Lord, this subordinate doesn't understand. With your methods, isn't it easy to kill Gu Hai? Why do you need others to do it? Why don't you do it yourself? Li Shinji was silent for a while, because he is now His Holiness's favorite person. How is that possible? His Holiness has never seen him before. Yes, he has never seen him before. But His Holiness even handed over the Long Wanyu to him. Can be seen that he trusts him. I can't do it or else His Holiness will definitely know. However, if someone else kills Gu Hai, then it has nothing to do with me. It is Gu Hai's own incompetence. Killing my nephew, I can't kill him personally, but I have ways to kill him. Li Shinji said coldly. If Gu Hai is lured here, can he deal with Shi Yin? Qin Zibai? It would be best if he can kill Gu Hai. If he can't, it's fine. At least let me see Gu Hai's background. No wonder His Holiness cares about Gu Hai. His growth is too strange. After a period of time he will have a big breakthrough. So, I have to hurry. Li Shinji said coldly. Shi Yin opened the heavenly palace in the end. Without the crimson saber, Gu Hai is definitely no match for him. Furthermore, there is still Qin Zibai. My lord, Gu Hai is dead for sure. On another mountain peak outside the ritual array, at this moment 2 figures stood there. They looked like a master and a servant. The leader was a delicate and pretty youth dressed in white. He carried a bronze sword on his back. The young man had a tender appearance, but his eyes were incomparably mature and sharp. There was an azure-colored lotus mark on this youth's forehead. There was a great will in this youth's eyes that ignored everything. The youth was the leader, but there was an azure-robed servant behind him. The azure-robed servant had a broad face and a wooden expression. He carried a broad sword on his back and looked at the ritual array not far away with sharp eyes. Qing Feng, is Wanner inside? The youth asked indifferently. Yes, young master. The azure-robed servant, Qing Feng, said respectfully. This girl is still stubborn. She is trapped, but she is not willing to ask for help? She is just like her master. The youth said indifferently. Qing Feng did not dare to say anything. After a moment of silence, Qing Feng said, "Young master, although Fairy Wanner is not from the same lineage as us, we are from the same sect. Do we need to help her?" The youth shook his head and said, "No need. She is not asking for help. We do not need to interfere." "Yes." "During this time, have any sword cultivators come to Dragon Vein City?" The youth asked indifferently. "There are a few sword cultivators, but none of them are your match. Young Master Sword Dao is probably unmatched here." Qing Feng shook his head. "You have protected me while I set foot on the Divine Continent, looking for exceptional sword cultivators to challenge and verify the sword techniques that I have created. Along the way I have proven that my Sword Dao is correct. Are there really no exceptional sword cultivators here?" The youth asked in a low voice. "There was one previously, but that sword cultivator was a little special." Qing Feng frowned. "That was not a real person. Perhaps he had an original form. He was a sword cultivator formed by a ritual array." "A sword cultivator formed by a ritual array?" The youth asked doubtfully. "Sword demon Duguchiobai." Qing Feng recalled. "What battle achievements did he have?" "All right. Before Duguchiobai was formed, there was a statement that was extremely arrogant. It went like this: I have roamed the pugilistic world for more than 30 years. I have killed all my enemies and defeated all my heroes. There is no one in the world who can match me. I have no choice but to live in seclusion in a deep valley and take eagles as my friends. Alas, I have never found a match in my life. How embarrassing." Qing Feng recalled. Never found a match in his life? What arrogance! Sword demon Duguchiobai? A sharp light flashed across the youth's eyes. There seemed to be a burst of sword intent in the light. Outside Dragon Vein City, beside a large river, Gu Hai's flying boat was parked there. This was the agreed meeting point of Lu Rockman. Rumble. Not far from the flying boat, the ground rumbled, and a huge Lu Rockman emerged from the ground. "Is Shi Yan still here?" Zhu Lu asked anxiously. "Shi Yan is still here. He brought a large group of vampires to set up a ritual array in a valley. I don't know who they are dealing with. We were afraid of alerting the enemy, so we did not dare to make a move." That Lu Rockman said respectfully. "It's good that he is still here." Zhu Lu sighed. "Valley?" Gu Hai was puzzled. "Yes, it seems like someone is trapped there. We listened quietly underground and vaguely heard something like, 'Les Miserables.' We did not dare to listen too much and avoided it." That Lu Rockman said respectfully. "Les Miserables?" Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "I don't know who it is. Go, let's go." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Yes." Chapter 343. The valley where Shi Yan had set up the formation. Gu Hai's flying boat slowly moved forward. This is not good. Brother-in-law, I sense a calamity." Long Wanyu suddenly said with a frown. "Oh." Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. "I don't know either. Anyway, there seems to be danger as we move forward. However, it is not very dangerous. There is a bad omen." Long Wanyu said with a frown. "Bad omen? Who can you foresee?" Gu Hai said seriously. Long Wanyu felt a bad omen. It was not a simple matter. They had to be careful. "Let me see. I haven't used the prophecy for this month yet." Long Wanyu said seriously. His right eye suddenly emitted waves of blue light. "Ah, it's him? The one outside Jianghu City last time. I remember now. Qin Zibai will come out again and cause trouble for us. Brother-in-law Qin Zibai is there." Long Wanyu said worriedly. "Qin Zibai." Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Wanyu nodded. "Stop." Gu Hai stopped the flying boat. Gu Hai was only in the Yuanying state and he was only in the first layer of the Yuanying state. It was already risky for him to bring everyone to deal with Shi Yan. After all, Shi Yan was an expert who opened the Heavenly Palace. Even if he was in the lower layer of the Heavenly Palace, the Yuanying state could not compare to him. Gu Hai was thinking of a countermeasure along the way. Now that Long Wanyu said that there was another Qin Zibai? He was the one who opened the Heavenly Palace. Last time in Jianghu City, they had to mobilize the power of the entire country to scare him. If Qin Zibai was there, all his previous plans would be for naught. "Your Majesty, why don't we wait until Shi Yan is alone before we deal with him?" Zhu Lu advised. Gu Hai shook his head. Normally, Gu Hai would wait until Shi Yan was alone. However, he was worried now. Who was trapped in Shi Yan and Qin Zibai's array? Les Miserables? Could it be the Fairy Wanner? No matter what attitude Fairy Wanner had towards him, she was still his woman. There's no need for that. I'll arrange it. Just do as I say. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone answered. All of you head to the Dragon Vein City immediately and spread the news that the Dragon Vein has appeared. It's at. Gu Hai instructed. Gu Hai's flying boat continued towards the valley. Before long they could see the formation from afar. Brother-in-law, you can't go anymore. It's still very dangerous. I feel that it's still an omen. Long Wanyu said worriedly. I know, don't worry. Sima Feng set up the Book Dao formation and protect Wanyu. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Brother-in-law, are you going alone? Long Wanyu asked worriedly. Don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head. Bang. Gu Hai jumped off the flying boat from afar. Underground, Lu Rockman was setting up the formation according to Gu Hai's request. The flying boat stopped at a hidden corner, and Sima Feng started setting up the Book Dao formation. However, Gu Hai walked alone, slowly walking towards the formation in the distance. Not far away, Li Xinji was on a mountain peak. Milord, he's here. Is it really Gu Hai? He's actually alone? A subordinate exclaimed in surprise. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. Alone? Ah, Gu Hai can't be alone. The others must be hiding. Ah. It doesn't matter. Qin Zibai and Shi Yan want to kill him. Gu Hai can't escape. Li Xinji said coldly. On another mountain peak, the white-robed youth also narrowed his eyes when he saw Gu Hai slowly walking towards the formation in the distance. Ah. It's him? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. You know him? The white-robed youth asked in confusion. Young lord, it's him. I've seen his portrait. He's the one who set up the formation and trapped Dugu Qiubai. Qin Feng said in surprise. It's him? The white-robed youth raised his eyebrows. Originally, Xiaochen wanted to look for Gu Hai to see Dugu Qiubai's glory. Unexpectedly, Dugu Qiubai came by himself. Why is he here? It shouldn't be. Shouldn't he be in Chaoga City? Qin Feng asked in confusion. What's his name? Gu Hai. Qin Feng explained. Gu Hai. The white-robed youth's eyes flashed with anticipation. Gu Hai slowly walked to the outside of the formation. The formation had been set up. However, Gu Hai still had to confirm who was trapped in the formation. If it wasn't for Fairy Wanner, he wouldn't have to take the risk. Great Huang Dynasty Shi Yan. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Boom. The sound rushed towards the formation. In the formation, Fairy Wanner was plucking the strings of the zither to resist the surrounding vampires. However, after a few days and nights of plucking, Fairy Wanner was a little tired. Her eyes flashed with depression. Fairy Wanner, we don't ask for much. As long as you know how to refine the drought demon's fire poison, it shouldn't be difficult for you. If you delay any longer, my subordinates will be in front of you. Jian sneered. Fairy Wanner snorted. Lord Qin and I can give you a chance. However, my subordinates have just been demonized and their minds are still in a mess. They won't waste time talking nonsense with you. How long can you last under my great silencing formation? Jian sneered. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with depression. If she wanted to escape now, the only way was to send a signal for help. However, she had a bet with her master. This time she definitely wouldn't ask for help. She had to overcome any difficulties by herself. However, in front of her, the ugly faces of these vampires were getting closer and closer. Fairy Wanner was a little confused for a moment. What about Qin Zibai, who was eyeing her covetously? Fairy Wanner's face was gloomy. After a few days, the anxiety in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Gradually she felt helpless. Now, it would be good if someone came to save her. She didn't know why, but the first person she thought of was not her master. Instead, she thought of Gu Hai, who made her gnash her teeth. Bastard, don't you want to take responsibility? Why don't you come? You only know how to say nice things. Fairy Wanyu scolded Gu Hai in a low voice, hoping to drive out the figure of Gu Hai that kept jumping out of her mind. She kept thinking about Gu Hai's bad deeds and was about to expel Gu Hai from her mind. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the formation. Great Huang Dynasty Shi Yan. The formation isolated the sound from the inside, but the sound from the outside could be heard. Gu Hai's shout shocked everyone in the formation. It was Gu Hai's voice. That's right, it was definitely Gu Hai's voice. Fairy Wanner had been scolding Gu Hai before, and now she was scolding him? Damn it, you really came? Fairy Wanner's face changed. In the next moment, Fairy Wanner found that her tone was wrong. Her face turned red and she immediately changed her words. Bastard, why is he here? Previously she had failed to expel the image of Gu Hai from her mind, but Gu Hai's voice seemed to have made the image more profound in an instant. In an instant, her scolding was in chaos. There was only one voice in her mind. He came to save me? He heard my voice and came to save me? He said he would take responsibility? The sense of helplessness in her heart immediately vanished. While feeling confused, Fairy One suddenly felt her heart thumping quickly. He came. Fairy One's zither music grew faster. The sound of the zither carried a sense of joy. Gu Hai, why is he here? Qin Zibai's face sank. Qin Zibai had an extremely deep impression of Gu Hai. Back then, when Qin Zibai retreated from Chaoga City, he was extremely unwilling. How long had it been and they were going to meet again? Looking for me? Shi Yin raised his eyebrows. Whoosh. Shi Yin waved his hand, and the fog in front of him immediately turned hazy. The outside world could not see inside, but the inside could see outside. It's really him? A strange light flashed in Fairy Wanner's eyes. Qin Zibai's face turned sullen. Shi Yin frowned slightly. Outside the formation, Gu Hai held a bronze saber in his right hand. He showed a cold expression as he stared at the formation. What's wrong? You don't even dare to respond? Gu Hai said coldly. The Han Dynasty's Gu Hai? What are you doing here? Shi Yin asked coldly. Shi Yan's voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, the zither music and the vampire's furious roars came out. Gu Hai's pupils constricted. Indeed, there was an intense battle going on inside. What am I doing here? You should be asking the person you trapped. You are really bold. Gu Hai's face sank. Fairy Wanner's eyes lit up. Is Gu Hai really here for me? However, Qin Zibai and Shi Yan's expressions sank slightly as they exchanged glances. Gu Hai knows? Qin Zibai said in surprise. Shi Yan's expression turned strange. So what if he knows? However, is Gu Hai familiar with Fairy Wanner? I remember from the past that they are enemies? The two of them looked at Fairy Wanner. Gu Hai came for you? Shi Yan asked solemnly. I'm not familiar with him. Fairy Wanner said stubbornly. Shi Yan turned his head and looked outside the formation. Gu Hai, are you looking for trouble? Are you here to disturb me? Gu Hai wanted to find out who was trapped inside. He could only shout again. Looking for trouble? Did you ask him? He said that I am looking for trouble? Shi Yan looked at Fairy Wanner. You said that you are not familiar with him? Or are you trying to fool? Let me talk to him. Fairy Wanner said. Fairy Wanner turned her head and looked coldly at Qin Zibai. Gu Hai was the only one outside. If Gu Hai were to barge in, he would not be Qin Zibai's opponent. What if... Whoosh? Shi Yin waved his hand. He let Fairy Wanner's voice out. Gu Hai, who asked you to come? Scram back to where you came from. My business is none of your business. Fairy Wanner shouted mercilessly. She hoped to chase Gu Hai away. However, when Gu Hai heard Fairy Wanner's words, he heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was her. Since it was Fairy Wanner, how could he leave? Touching the long saber in his hand, Gu Hai said coldly, Shi Yin? Not only is the great Huang Empire willing to be Daewon's dog, but you even set up a formation to deal with a weak girl? Good. Trap Fairy Wanner? I will announce what you did to the world. Shi Yan's face sank. They set up a formation to prevent the news from leaking out. If Gu Hai announced it to the world, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Gu Hai has just entered the Yuanying state. He is not in Chaoga City, so he can't do anything. We just need to be careful of his string puppet pole and undying divine fire, Qin Zibai said. We can't let him stay. All of you go and capture Gu Hai. Shi Yin pointed at a group of vampires. Yes. Boom. 20 vampires rushed out of the formation. Chapter 344. Roar. 20 vampires rushed out of the formation and followed Shi Yan's subordinates. Almost all of them were from the Yuanying state. Now that they had been demonized, their strength had increased. They rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with rolling black gas, and countless bats appeared in the black gas. On the mountain peak where Li Shinji was. 20 ordinary Yuanying state cultivators? Gu Hai is alone. He will suffer. One of the subordinates sneered. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes. 20 Yuanying state cultivators? Not necessarily. Gu Hai has many treasures. Also, I heard that he has the eternal divine fire. The two subordinates' faces darkened. These 20 vampires shouldn't be able to do anything to Gu Hai. I wonder if Gu Hai will use that marionette pole or the eternal divine fire. Li Xinji said in a low voice. On another mountain peak. The young man in white was also staring down. This Gu Hai seems to have just stepped into the Yuanying state? The young man in white frowned. 3 years ago, Gu Hai was still in the acquired realm. Qing Feng said respectfully. Then his cultivation speed is not bad. The young man in white nodded. But these vampires are from the Yuanying state. Gu Hai might not be able to resist them, Qing Feng said with a frown. No. The young man in white shook his head. Oh. I told you before that when you look at a person the cultivation level is just the surface. You have to look at his eyes. Look at Gu Hai's eyes. Do you see fear in them? The young man in white said lightly. Qing Feng looked at him and frowned. That's strange. Why does Gu Hai look down on these vampires from the Yuanying state? That shouldn't be the case. Remember, this is the heart of a powerhouse. He has the heart of a powerhouse that looks down on everything. With this kind of gaze and this kind of temperament, as long as they don't die young, they will become a peerless powerhouse in the end. The young man in white explained. Yes. Qing Feng answered respectfully. Since you said that Duguqiubai was the one who condensed Duguqiubai, then he should be an expert in the way of the sword, right? Why do you know how to use a saber? The white-clothed youth was puzzled. In the distance in a remote valley. On the flying boat, Long Wanyu looked worried. Princess, you don't have to worry. Mr. Good's immortal divine fire isn't something these vampires can compare to. Sima Feng comforted her. Don't talk nonsense. Even if my brother-in-law loses a single strand of hair, I'll teach them a lesson. Long Wanyu said angrily. Sima Feng smiled bitterly and no longer spoke. He patiently looked into the distance. Indestructible divine flame? Gu Hai was useless. A marionette pole? Gu Hai was also useless. As the group of vampires rushed over, Gu Hai raised the bronze longsword in his hand. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He took a step forward. He immediately unleashed the Sky Cycle Saber technique. He stepped on Divine Prime and condensed his saber will. Suddenly, 186 black and white saber cheese appeared around Gu Hai. The saber cheese surrounded Gu Hai as soon as they appeared, forming a huge field of saber cheese. Bam! The bats that rushed in were instantly annihilated by the saber cheese. The black and white saber cheese formed into two different saber forces. Under Gu Hai's control, they quickly converged into a vast sea. The powerful saber forces surged out. The vampires that were charging over suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. What saber technique is this? Li Xinji's eyes widened. Saber territory? The white-clothed youth on the other mountain narrowed his eyes. When Gu Hai swung his saber, the saber chi suddenly surged into the energy sabers. They seemed to merge with the energy sabers as they slashed toward the 5 vampires at the front. The chessboard formed an unstoppable saber that headed toward the vampires. The vampires' expressions changed. They each took out their weapons and charged forward. The energy sabers shone brightly. A purple light bloomed between heaven and earth. An unstoppable aura rushed out of it. Boom. The purple light bloomed and was instantly extinguished. The saber swept past, stirring up 2 gusts of wind. The vampires that were charging forward suddenly stopped. They looked at the spot where Gu Hai had swung his saber in horror. The 5 vampires at the front exploded under Gu Hai's saber. In the air, there was still a rain of blood and minced meat falling. What? Qin Zibai and Shi Yen, who were in the formation, widened their eyes. What was with the purple saber light? How did he manage to kill 5 vampires from the Yuanying state with just 1 slash? 5 vampires from the Yuanying state. Fairy Wana's eyes lit up as she played the zither. She was pleasantly surprised. Impossible. What kind of saber technique is that? When we were in Chaoga, he didn't have any saber technique. He was only relying on the Life Ender saber's sharpness. Qin Zibai exclaimed in shock. Good. Brother-in-law is amazing. Long Wanyu exclaimed excitedly from afar. Gu Hai's saber technique was too cool. On the mountain peak where Li Xinji was. That's impossible, right? My lord, Gu Hai didn't use the marionette pole or the undying divine flame. His saber technique? How is that possible? That's the Yuanying state we're talking about. Those 5 vampires are from the Yuanying state. Their cultivation bases are only stronger than Gu Hai's? How did they die under Gu Hai's saber? Is it because of that saber? Where did Gu Hai find a treasured saber? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. No, it's not because of the saber. That's just an ordinary saber. Is this a new saber technique? On another mountain peak, Qing Feng goggled. What saber technique is that? Was that saber move earlier? Was that saber chi condensed into a move? The white-clad youth's eyes lit up. Not bad. Good saber technique. What a strange saber technique. Young master, why can't I understand this saber technique? The saber technique is a new path. It's normal that you can't understand it. However, the saber chi that surrounded him earlier to form a domain are all interconnected. If I'm not wrong, this saber chi domain is a go game. The white-clad youth said, excitement flashing in his eyes. Go game? That's right. It is not difficult to learn this saber technique. However, ordinary saber cultivators can't fully grasp it. This is because the person wielding the saber needs to understand the Go game's move thoroughly. Only by understanding the Go game's move can one guide the saber move. Otherwise, one will only be able to scratch the surface. Does Gu Hai know how to play Go? The white-clad youth asked, feeling curious. I'm not sure. I heard that he is a great zither master. It seems that he is also very good at Go. Qing Feng shook his head. If this saber technique was created by Gu Hai, then this person is an exceptional talent, the white-clad youth said, a bright light flashing in his eyes. He is qualified to sharpen young master's sword? Qing Feng said in shock. That will depend on what he is going to do next. Is this the only saber move he knows? The white-clad youth said seriously. Below, Gu Hai executed the cycle of heaven 1. The effect was pretty good. Gu Hai followed up with another attack. He stepped forward and used the cycle of heaven again. A purple astral saber condensed. This time, 176 saber chi of black and white surrounded Gu Hai. Boom. The saber chi formed a domain, and the surrounding bats were instantly wiped out. Chop. Gu Hai stepped forward. The saber chi gathered and poured into the saber. Then, another beam of purple light illuminated the surroundings. Boom. The astral saber chopped down, and the 6 frantic vampires instantly exploded. They did not even have time to cry out. No. That's impossible. His aura is not as strong as ours. Why can't his saber block it? One of the vampires exclaimed. Indeed, the vampires could not block it. The sabers and swords of the earlier 11 vampires exploded. The explosive power of Gu Hai's saber was too ferocious. Chop. Once again, Gu Hai stepped on Tian Yuan and slashed out with Zhou Tian 1. Boom. A beam of purple light shot into the sky. Everyone looked at Gu Hai in shock. How is that possible? Gu Hai's aura did not increase. He's only in the early stage of the Yuanying state. Why is his saber so powerful? My lord, didn't you say that it was an ordinary saber? Why is it so powerful? That's right. He killed 15 vampires with 3 slashes. Moreover, Gu Hai's face is not red and he's not panting at all. Li Xinji's face darkened. Saber technique? What kind of saber technique is that? On another mountain peak, the white-clad youth narrowed his eyes. 3 slashes. The power is about the same, but they're 3 different Go games. Gu Hai has really created a unique saber technique. Every slash is different? His Go skills should be very strong, right? Qing Feng said blankly. Brother-in-law is awesome. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly in the distance. The remaining 5 vampires immediately realized that they were no match for Yi Shiwen. They could not even get close to him. They turned around and ran toward the array in fear. My lord, help. The 5 vampires ran toward the array in fear. Gu Hai once again stepped on Tian Yuan and slashed out with his saber. Gu Hai was too fast and every slash was too stunning. The people inside the array could not react in time. When Gu Hai slashed again and was about to kill all of his subordinates, Shi Yan suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Gu Hai, how dare you? As he spoke, Shi Yan threw out a bronze hammer. The moment the bronze hammer appeared, it immediately charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile as he chopped down with his 4th saber strike. Boom. With a loud sound, the bronze hammer was cut in half. 2 of the remaining vampires were also killed by the remaining force. Only 3 escaped into the array, their faces full of fear. The battle in the great array suddenly stopped as well. Gu Hai. Qin Zibai's face darkened. Shi Yan was even more furious. Fairy Wanner's eyes widened. She never thought that Gu Hai's saber technique would be so fierce. Shi Yan, are your subordinates so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow? Or do you think that they can deal with me? Release Fairy Wanner. Gu Hai shouted. Hearing this, Fairy Wanner's eyes softened. When she looked at Gu Hai, she did not hate him so much. Shi Yan's face was gloomy. He looked at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai's face was also gloomy. I hate that I didn't kill him back then. In just a few months, his strength has increased again? Saber technique? What a strange saber technique. It seems that he had a fortuitous encounter again. This person grew from the acquired realm to the present in just 3 years. Could it be that he is also a person blessed by the heavens like Changming? Qin Zibai said with a gloomy face. Not necessarily. If he was blessed by the heavens, he would not have wasted so many years as a mortal. He just got lucky these few years. This person cannot be left alive. I will kill him myself. Shi Yan said coldly. Chapter 345. Not necessarily. If he was blessed by the heavens, he wouldn't have wasted so many years as a mortal. If he was just lucky these few years. This person cannot be left alive. I will deal with him personally. Shi Yan said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the vampires attacking Fairy Wanner stopped. Qin Zibai, I will leave this Fairy Wanner to you. I will deal with Gu Hai. Shi Yan said with a smile. Wait. Qin Zibai was annoyed. Follow me out. Shi Yan shouted loudly. Rumble. More than 2,000 vampires rushed out of the array with Shi Yan. Qin Zibai was annoyed. What did Shi Yan mean? Obviously he didn't want Qin Zibai to be a bystander. Let me deal with Fairy Wanner, and you will be a bystander? How could there be such a good thing? With this opportunity, Shi Yan naturally wanted to drag Qin Zibai down. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the vampires in the array were all gone. The pressure on Fairy Wanner was gone. She looked at Qin Zibai with a cold smile. Qin Zibai, you are going to make a move after all? Ah. Fairy Wanner stood up with a cold smile. Qin Zibai snorted. If you are not going to make a move, I am going to leave. Fairy Wanner said coldly. Do you think you can leave this array? Qin Zibai said coldly. Fairy Wanner flipped her hand and beckoned. Whoosh. She took out a coffin from her storage space. Qin Zibai was confused. Fairy Wanner flipped her hand and opened the lid of the coffin. A bronze figure appeared inside. Guqin figurine? Qin Zibai frowned. Yes, Guqin figurine. So what if it is a Guqin figurine? Your Guqin Dao has not reached that level. To control the Guqin figurine you need to play a spirit. Qin Zibai said halfway. Ding ding ding. Fairy Wanner played the Guqin again. In an instant, a small spirit rushed out from the Guqin and into the Guqin figurine's body. Bus. The bronze man in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes, and a green light shot out from his eyes. Boom. The bronze man immediately moved, blasted open the coffin and walked out. The bronze man exuded an intense murderous aura, blowing away the sand and stones in the array. This is the Guqin figurine of the lower celestial palace? Qin Zibai's face darkened. On a mountain peak in the distance, the white-clothed youth narrowed his eyes. She actually made a breakthrough in the Tao of the Qin? Break the formation for me. Fairy Wanner shouted. Yes, master. The Guqin figurine answered. With the strength of Kai Tian Palace, it was naturally not too difficult to break the formation. He stretched out his hand and struck toward the base of the formation. You want to run? How could it be that easy? Qin Zibai glared at him and extended his palm to welcome him. Boom. The Guqin figurines were instantly beaten back. After all, Qin Zibai was a middle-level Celestial Palace expert. How could a low-level Celestial Palace Qin figurine be his match? Boom. The earth cracked. Qin Zibai's aura suddenly bloomed, immediately suppressing Fairy Wanner and forcing her to retreat. Instead of being afraid, Fairy Wanner revealed a cold smile. Qin Zibai finally made his move. Outside the formation, Shi Yan rushed out of the formation with more than 2,000 vampires. All of a sudden, countless bats blotted out the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the entire area. Shi Yan's aura bloomed, and a storm rushed in the direction of Gu Hai, as if to blow Gu Hai away. Holding the bronze long sword, Gu Hai looked coldly at Shi Yan opposite him. Emperor De Huang? Gu Hai sneered. Shi Yan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Emperor De Han? Oh, I don't understand. What exactly do you rely on? You just entered the Yuanying state and you want to deal with me? Squeak 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 squeak. The surrounding bats all showed a ferocious expression, as if as long as Shi Yan gave the order, they would rush to Gu Hai together. When Shi Yan released the aura of opening the celestial palace, the terrifying pressure was much stronger than Gu Hai's. Gu Hai alone? Just one person and he wants to go against us? Not against you but to kill you, Gu Hai said coldly. While speaking he saw a chest-shaped spirit stone between Gu Hai's index and middle fingers. Ling Su pressed down. Boom. Suddenly, with Gu Hai as the center, rolling fog gushed out, instantly enveloping the sky full of bats. Is it the formation? Gu Hai has been clamoring to lure Shi Yan and the others out and into his ambush? Li Xinji's eyes were cold. Ah, Master, how is that possible? Didn't Gu Hai just arrive? How can there be a formation trap? Is it Lu Shuren? Before Gu Hai came, he asked Lu Shuren to bury the spirit stone underground, waiting for Gu Hai to activate it. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and looked down. I was wondering why Gu Hai dared to come here alone. It turns out that he had already set up a trap. Oh, unfortunately, Shi Yan is in the lower celestial palace. Unless he set up a super formation like the one in the Gingjin sect, it would be impossible to trap Shi Yan. And I heard that the formation in the Gingjin sect used to trap Dugu Qiubai cost 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai definitely doesn't have so many spirit stones now. Gu Hai's trap is useless? His subordinate frowned and asked. On another mountain peak, the young man in white narrowed his eyes. A chess formation? Young master, are you sure it's a chess formation? It can't be wrong. Moreover, it's old man Guanxi's 28-line pair formation. Oh, this Gu Hai actually understood it thoroughly and added some elements to it. No wonder his saber technique carried the general momentum of the chess game. It turns out that his chess skills are so amazing. The young man in white said in a deep voice. In the 28-line pair formation, the moment Gu Hai set up the formation, the surrounding vampires and Shi Yan's expressions changed. Gu Hai didn't dare to delay. He stepped forward and slashed at the group of vampires. Stepping on the celestial origin stage, the saber chi formed a domain. Immediately, the saber slashed out and a purple light soared into the sky. Boom. Under the heavenly cycle 1, the power was unparalleled. 10 vampires who were close to each other exploded in an instant. Countless clouds of blood splattered in all directions. Humph, you're courting death. Shi Yan immediately pounced. Whoosh. Within the ritual array, Gu Hai took a step forward and strangely appeared in the distance. Heavenly cycle 1. Gu Hai slashed again. Boom. Another 6 vampires were cut down by the saber. Bastard. Shi Yan's eyes were filled with anger. He slashed with the long sword in his hand. Boom. A huge manifested sword arrived in front of Gu Hai from a long distance away. Gu Hai's figure flashed and disappeared again. He appeared in another group of vampires. Zhou Tianyi. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber again. Buzz. Shi Yan's expression changed and he immediately withdrew his sword. However, the sword energy was too powerful. Dozens of vampires were killed by the sword energy in an instant. The remaining vampires had arrived in front of Shi Yan. All the sabers and swords slashed toward Shi Yan. Chapter 346. All the vampires swarmed toward Shi Yan, and a large number of energy swords and sabers slashed at Shi Yan. Shi Yan's expression changed and he retreated. Boom. Thousands of sabers and swords missed. Shi Yan retreated quickly, not because he was afraid of them but because they were his subordinates. Now they were all under his control? Open Heaven Palace? Come on then. Gu Hai said coldly. Grabbing the marionette pole, Shi Yan hid in the array. The fog surrounded Gu Hai, hiding in a place that Shi Yan could not see clearly. Of course, perhaps this great formation was nothing before the heavenly opening palace's experts. They could still see Gu Hai. However, with the fog blocking them, Gu Hai appeared to be drifting about. Humph. Gu Hai, where do you think you're going? Shi Yan snorted and slashed again. Whoosh. Master, save me. Master, this subordinate didn't mean it. The group of vampires once again stood in front of Shi Yan, blocking all of his movements. Gu Hai's eyes were cold, and he showed no mercy to these vampires who lived by sucking human blood. If he showed mercy to the vampires today, thousands of innocent people would become their dinner in the future. Boom. 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 The aftermath of Shi Yan's pauses caused the vampires to explode one after another. Shi Yan's eyes were cold. Gu Hai marionette pole? Do you really think that just by using them to threaten me I can't do anything to you? Said Shi Yan coldly. This time he didn't chase after Gu Hai. Instead he waved his hand. Buzz. Open Heaven Palace's energy surged toward the 2,000 vampires. In an instant, under the icy blue energy, all the vampires seemed to be frozen. Young master, that marionette pole? Is it a replica of annihilation? Qing Feng looked at the cross in Gu Hai's hand in surprise. That's right, it's an imitation of 10-direction annihilation. Unfortunately, the imitation is too crude. It's useless against Kai Tian Palace. Now, Xian is taking action to force the transparent threads out of the vampires' bodies. The white-robed youth said solemnly. Buzz. Under Xian's control, the vampires slowly broke free from the marionette's control. Xian revealed a sinister smile. Gu Hai's lips curled into a cold smile. Now, I have the strength to pick up mountains and my spirit is peerless. I have the strength to pick up mountains and my spirit is peerless. Suddenly, 10 voices of Xiangyu rang out from the formation. Suddenly, 10 sky-piercer halberds appeared and slashed toward Xian, who was trying his best to save the vampire. At the same time, the 10 Lu Rockmen also joined forces to attack Xian from underground. The sky and the ground seemed to have sealed off all directions for Xian in an instant. Xian was in the midst of rescuing the vampires. How could he have thought that there would be so many ambushes? Li Xinji's face suddenly darkened. Young master, where is the ambush? Did Gu Hai arrange an ambush? Qing Feng asked in surprise. The white-robed young man narrowed his eyes and said, an ambush of this level is not enough for Open Heaven Palace's experts. Indeed, Xian saved the vampires with one hand and swung his sword with the other. Suddenly, sword chi appeared in the surroundings. Boom. With a loud sound, the halberd and the palm strike of the Lu Rockmen were blocked at nearly the same time. Ah, with just you two? You are still far from enough. Xian laughed sinisterly. It's over? Gu Hai's ambush fell through? Qing Feng said with a frown. No, you overlooked the most important person, Gu Hai. The white-robed young man narrowed his eyes. However, Gu Hai suddenly stepped forward. He raised his saber again. It won't work. Xian blocked the halberd and the Lu Rockmen with his saber chi. However, the manifested sword is still there. Gu Hai's cycle 2 cannot defeat Xian, right? Did Gu Hai do something useless? Qing Feng said with a frown. It's not useless. At this moment, Gu Hai has already forced Xian into a dead end. He can no longer move and can only clash head-on with Gu Hai. Xian is restrained and cannot take a step back, the white-robed young man said sullenly. Yes, he cannot retreat. However, how strong is Gu Hai? How can he be a match for Xian? There is no need for Xian to retreat. Unless the might of Gu Hai's saber technique increases explosively. Qing Feng said with a frown. Zhou Tian 3. Gu Hai shouted. Buzz. A vast storm of saber intent surged out. The saber intent was ferocious. All the vampires goggled, despair filling their eyes. This was a feeling of heavenly might. Outside the ritual array, the two subordinates behind Li Xinji could not see inside the ritual array. However, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They showed horrified expressions. This saber intent. What kind of saber intent is this? One of the subordinates exclaimed. Impossible. How can it increase by 100 times? There is no such saber technique. Li Xinji also exclaimed. Gu Hai had just entered the Yuanying state, but the power of this saber was beyond the scope of the Yuanying state. The saber did not slash down, but a terrifying saber aura was like a heavenly saber above their heads. A wave of cold intent rushed towards them. How can this be? This saber aura? Qing Feng widened his eyes in shock. Only the white-robed young man suddenly became excited. A strong fighting spirit surged from his eyes. Good saber technique. Cycle 3? I want to have a sword duel with this person. The white-robed young man's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Cycle 3? Before it had even slashed down, that aura suddenly pressed down on the entire valley, causing it to abruptly sink. In another ritual array outside the 28 ritual arrays, Qin Zibai was dealing with Fairy Waner when a strong saber intent suddenly charged in from outside the ritual array. The expression of Qin Zibai, who was about to attack, changed. Who is it? This saber intent is not something that Xian should have. When Qin Zibai turned his head to look, he happened to see Gu Hai's ferocious expression as he slashed down with his saber. That intense and explosive saber intent came from the saber in Gu Hai's hand. Gu Hai? That's impossible. Qin Zibai suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai. Fairy Waner also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Before the saber slashed down, the saber intent soared into the sky. The purple light not only covered the entire valley but also soared into the sky. Far away, countless cultivators were rushing over quickly. They were all cultivators from Dragon Vein City. All the peerless cultivators received news that a dragon vein had appeared outside the city. These peerless experts were all here for the dragon vein. Naturally, they fought to be the first to arrive. Before they reached the valley, they already saw the purple light soar into the sky. An extremely tyrannical saber intent burst out. Who is it? What a tyrannical saber intent. What a strong saber intent. Who is this? The many cultivators goggled. At the flying ship where Sima Feng and Long Wanyu stood, Long Wanyu showed an anxious expression. She did not know what happened in the ritual array. This continued until Gu Hai executed the third chop of the heavenly cycle. The purple light broke through everything and erupted. The saber intent surging out startled Sima Feng into breaking out in a cold sweat. It's brother-in-law's saber technique. It's brother-in-law's? Long Wanyu said excitedly. What? This is Mr. Good's. Cluster Lord, stop joking. Why is Mr. Good? Sima Feng looked at Long Wanyu in shock. Move aside. Don't block my line of sight. Long Wanyu pushed Sima Feng away and looked excitedly at the ritual array in the distance. How powerful was the third chop of the heavenly cycle? No one understood it better than Shi Yan. Before that saber strike landed, it felt like the saber intent had already split Shi Yan in half. Shi Yan's first reaction against this tyrannical saber intent was to flee? Flee? Abandon everything and flee? However, Shi Yan could not flee. He could not let go. If he fled, the 10 halberds, the 10 stone hands and the 2,000 subordinate sabers and swords would all land on him. Shi Yan had no choice but to fight. However, could Shi Yan block this saber strike? No, I can't. I can't block it. I can't block it. Shi Yan raised his sword energy to block with all his might. However, his heart sank. He was certain that he was finished. Am I going to die here? Shi Yan's eyes were bloodshot. It looked like he would be killed by this saber strike. His entire body trembled. His eyes widened as he roared in despair, no! Ka, 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 ka. When Gu Hai's saber slashed down, cracks appeared on the saber. Ha! Shi Yan suddenly saw a trace of hope in his despairing eyes. Is Gu Hai's saber going to explode? Is it going to explode? Hong! Indeed, when the bronze saber was about to hit Shi Yan, it suddenly exploded. The saber energy shattered. Only a strong wind tore Shi Yan's clothes. Buzz. The purple light suddenly disappeared. The danger of death was eliminated. Shi Yan's expression changed drastically. Boom. Shi Yan disregarded everything and broke free from the halberds and stone hands. Then he abandoned the vampires and fled. Whoosh. Shi Yan retreated again and again in horror. In the outside world, Li Xinji, the white-clad youth, Qing Feng and the others raised their eyebrows. The saber exploded? Qing Feng said in confusion. What a powerful Zhou Tian 3. Even the saber couldn't withstand it and exploded? How can Gu Hai have such a powerful saber technique? Li Xinji's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. What is Zhou Tian 3? What is Zhou Tian 3? The battle intent in the white-clad youth's eyes intensified. Bang! The bronze saber's fragments filled the air. Gu Hai's expression sank. However, it wasn't that Gu Hai didn't expect the bronze saber to be weak. He had already considered it. Gu Hai's current strength wasn't enough to face Shi Yan head-on. Even if he had the saber technique Zhou Tian 3, it wasn't enough. This was because this saber technique consumed a terrifying amount of energy. The moment the bronze saber exploded, Gu Hai's energy was almost depleted. In other words, Gu Hai still couldn't use Zhou Tian 3. He had done it on purpose. He had used the bronze saber to make others think that he could use Zhou Tian 3. It was just that the saber wasn't strong enough. At the very least, he had succeeded. When Shi Yan looked at Gu Hai, he no longer looked at him with contempt. Instead, he looked at him with horror. At this moment, when Gu Hai took out the Life-Ender saber and used the marionette pole to pull the vampires, the Life-Ender saber slashed open the vampires' bodies. Shi Yan didn't care about it anymore. Zhou Tian 3 was too shocking and horrifying. Ah, Lord, save me. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Save me. The vampires screamed in horror. However, Shi Yan didn't care about their lives and just let the Life-Ender saber devour them all. Before Gu Hai came, he had already calculated everything. He would use Zhou Tian 3 to intimidate the other party and use the Life Ender Saber to devour the energy of the vampire's flesh and blood. Everyone was shocked by Zhou Tian 3. No one noticed that after Gu Hai's earlier saber strike, his complexion had turned pale. However, after the Life Ender Saber killed 2,000 vampires, Gu Hai's complexion turned rosy again. The halberd disappeared, and the stone golem sank into the ground again. The 28-line pair world ritual array also disappeared. All the vampires turned into withered bones. Gu Hai was still the same Gu Hai. However, the bronze saber was replaced by the Life Ender Saber. Holding the Life Ender Saber, Xiaochun looked at Shi Yan again. Aside from the vampires, the scene was almost the same as before. However, now, everything was reversed. Earlier, Shi Yan looked down on Gu Hai. Now Gu Hai looked down on him. When Shi Yan looked at Gu Hai, horror appeared in his eyes. Chapter 347. Crack, crack, crack. Gu Hai held the Life Ender Saber in his right hand as he coldly looked at the flustered Shi Yan. Although Xiaochun did not execute Cycle 3, the earlier saber move shocked Shi Yan so much that he no longer felt confident of victory. If not for the saber exploding earlier, Shi Yan would have been blasted into pieces, right? Gu Hai. Shi Yan roared while glaring, venting the shock in his heart. It was not just Shi Yan. The others were also startled by Gu Hai's saber move. Inside the ritual array, Fairy Wanner's Qin figurine and Qin Zibai stopped as well. How can this be? What fortuitous encounter did Gu Hai get? What saber technique is this? Qin Zibai said, his eyelids twitching. However, Fairy Wanner felt slightly excited. After the Life Ender Saber swallowed the vampires, it gave back 1,000th of its energy to Gu Hai. Although it did not replenish Gu Hai's full energy, it did replenish 60%. Based on his appearance, Gu Hai no longer looked any different. Holding the Life Ender Saber, Gu Hai looked at Shi Yan coldly. Shi Yan? Open the ritual array then. You can't stop me. Also, the one inside is Qin Zibai, right? Inside the ritual array, Qin Zibai's expression suddenly changed. Gu Hai knows that I am here? How did he know? Even if he knew that I was here, he still dared to come? However, Shi Yan frowned heavily. How did you know? Qin Zibai, did you leak the information? Bastard. Why would I leak it? Qin Zibai's angry voice came from the ritual array. All of a sudden, gusts of wind blew in from all directions. Many experts had finally rushed over from Dragon Vein City. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many experts arrived and quickly occupied the various peaks. Then they held their sabers and swords as they looked coldly at the valley. After all, the scene of the saber intent soaring into the sky earlier made these experts feel threatened from a distance. Hence, the instant these experts arrived, they were ready to attack at any moment. Shi Yan's expression changed as he looked around. It was a purple-clothed Xiuzha who recklessly charged towards the mountain peak where the white-clothed youth was. Get lost. The purple-clothed cultivator shouted coldly. The white-clothed youth didn't care at all and continued to look at the valley. The purple-clothed cultivator immediately slashed his sword towards the white-clothed youth and Qing Feng. The sword force was ferocious, and there were close to 1,000 strands of sword qi surrounding it. It was as though they wanted to slice the white-clad young man and Qing Feng into pieces in an instant. The young man in white was still indifferent, but Qing Feng narrowed his eyes and reached for the sword hilt on his back with his right hand. Shing! A beam of green light bloomed between heaven and earth. It was so dazzling that many of the surrounding Xiuzha could not open their eyes. When he regained his vision, Qing Feng's sword had already returned to its sheath. Then he turned his head, no longer paying attention to the purple-clothed Xiuzha, and looked towards the valley. Bang! The purple-clothed cultivator's sword energy exploded. The purple-clothed cultivator who had been so arrogant just now widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with despair. Blood seeped out of the purple-robed cultivator's forehead. Who? The purple-robed Xiuzha's body split in two and fell down. Hiss. That's the purple-robed esteemed cultivator? The peak of the Yuanying state. One sword strike? The surrounding Xiuzha, who had been yelling ferociously, immediately quieted down in shock. Qing Feng? A member of the Fairy Wanner sect? So he was already here? Li Shinji narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other side, Shi Yan also raised his eyebrows. Li Shinji recognized Qing Feng, Shi Yan also recognized Qing Feng, and even Qin Zibai from Great Zhen. A member of your sect? Qin Zibai's expression changed. Ha. Fairy One sneered and did not speak. A member of the Fairy One sect? Previously, he had wanted to deal with Fairy One without anyone knowing. He couldn't let her sect know. But now, not only did Gu Hai know, but her sect had been waiting here for him the entire time, waiting for him to do something out of line. Then they would have an excuse to deal with him. Qin Zibai and Shi Yan's eyelids twitched wildly. Where is the dragon vein? Is it in the ritual array? Are they using the ritual array to capture the dragon vein? There must be something in the ritual array. Why don't we try breaking it? The surrounding Xiozha cultivators all had fervent looks in their eyes. They had waited long enough in Dragon Vein City. Furthermore, as time passed, more experts came and more family clans settled in Dragon Vein City. The longer they waited, the smaller their chances of obtaining the Dragon Vein would be. Now that they suddenly heard about the Dragon Vein, they naturally felt fervent, wanting to open the ritual array immediately to see what was inside. Qin Zibai, that's enough. Is there any meaning in waiting in the ritual array? Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he looked coldly at Shi Yan. It seemed like he was warning Shi Yan with his gaze. Indeed, there was no point in continuing to hide it. Initially, Xiao Chen wanted to keep it a secret. Now everyone knew. Qin Zibai felt extremely frustrated. Boom. Qin Zibai flung his sleeve, and the ritual array shattered. Whoosh. The dust settled, revealing Qin Zibai, the fairy Wanner, and her zither figurine. Upon seeing that the fairy Wanner was fine, Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. Where is the dragon vein? Isn't the dragon vein in the ritual array? The fairy Wanner? Qin Zibai? Why is there no dragon vein? The surrounding Xiozha cultivators immediately asked anxiously. Qin Zibai looked up at the surrounding peaks and asked seriously, Everyone, are you here for the dragon vein? That's right. There is news from Dragon Vein City that there is a dragon vein here. Qin Zibai, why is there no dragon vein? A red-clad cultivator immediately shouted. The many Xiozha cultivators looked at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai shook his head and smiled coldly. Dragon vein? I think that everyone was fooled, right? How can there be a dragon vein here? The surrounding Xiozha cultivators' faces sank. In the past few months, the many Xiozha cultivators had memorized the surrounding peaks. However, the landscape here did not change at all. This meant that no dragon vein had appeared before. No dragon vein? The surrounding Xiozha cultivators showed unsightly expressions. We were fooled? We came here for nothing? When Qin Zibai saw that the crowd no longer cared about the dragon vein, he smiled faintly. Then he looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Gu Hai. We meet again. Qin Zibai said with a sullen expression. Gu Hai, leave quickly. I'll help you block him. The fairy Wanner immediately exclaimed. Qin Zibai's eyes filled with murderous intent. He wants to kill Gu Hai? Since the fairy Wanner could tell, how could Gu Hai not? In fact, before coming here, Gu Hai had already guessed that he would have to face Qin Zibai. When facing Shi Yan, Gu Hai could scare him for a short time, preventing him from acting rashly. However, Qin Zibai was different. Qin Zibai was a Central Heavenly Palace expert. Although he had just entered the Central Heavenly Palace, he was still a powerful expert. Xiao Chen could not resist him. Previously, in Jianghu City, Xiao Chen was only able to block Qin Zibai because he had Han's power, using the name of the nation to help him. That was why he could only scare Qin Zibai. However, what about now? That was impossible. Xiao Chen had many treasures. Even when dealing with a Central Heavenly Palace expert, he was already scared out of his wits. The difference between a Central Heavenly Palace expert and a Central Heavenly Palace expert was like heaven and earth. Furthermore, Gu Hai knew that Qin Zibai had a grudge with him previously and wanted to kill him immediately. That way the Day One could easily snatch his city. Hence, before Gu Hai came, he had expected that Qin Zibai would kill him. However, since Xiao Chen had guessed that Fairy Wanner was trapped, could he pretend that he did not? Since the Fairy Wanner was trapped, how could Gu Hai not come? Gu Hai was here. However, fortunately, Long Wanyu had warned Gu Hai in advance that Qin Zibai was here. Hence, Gu Hai had time to prepare. Gu Hai's preparation was the various experts from Dragon Vein City. Leave quickly, Gu Hai. Fairy Wanner said anxiously. You want to leave now? Is it too late? Qin Zibai revealed a sinister smile. Turning his head, Qin Zibai looked at Shi Yan and said, Hey Shi Yan, are you scared by Gu Hai? Gu Hai was just lucky. Why would I be scared? Shi Yan immediately retorted. Is that so? Shi Yan? Why don't you take another Zhou Tian 3, from me? Gu Hai looked at Shi Yan with a sinister expression. Shi Yan's eyelids twitched. Qin Zibai sneered and said, "Don't force yourself. Shi Yan, you don't need to deal with Gu Hai. You just need to stop Fairy Wanner. Zhou Tian 3? I want to see what kind of a Zhou Tian 3 will be like before he dies." Qin Zibai took a step forward. "Bastard." Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with anger. Whoosh. Shi Yan's figure flashed and blocked in front of Fairy Wanner's zither figurine. On the mountain peak, Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. "Sir, how about Zhou Tian 3? Can he deal with the Middle Sky Palace?" A subordinate asked in confusion. Li Xinji shook his head and said, "Not enough. The difference between the Middle Sky Palace and the Lower Sky Palace is like heaven and earth. Gu Hai doesn't have the power of a nation. Even if he has great abilities, it's useless." "Then isn't Gu Hai dead?" another subordinate said excitedly. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. On another mountain peak, Qing Feng said doubtfully, "Young master? Why is Gu Hai's eyes still so indifferent? He is only from the Yuaning state after all, right?" The young man in white shook his head and didn't say anything. He just stared at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai took a step forward, and a terrifying aura pressed down on Gu Hai. The bones of the vampires that had fallen to the ground cracked under the pressure, and cracks appeared everywhere. Gu Hai didn't retreat. Instead, he revealed a cold smile and said, "Qin Zibai? Shi Yan? Ah, what a good show. Toying with the experts and heroes of Dragon Vein City like fools? Dragon Vein? Ah." The cultivators on the surrounding mountains narrowed their eyes. "Qin Zibai, Shi Yan? What did they lie to us? What Dragon Vein?" "Gu Hai, what did you say?" Qin Zibai said coldly. "What did I say? Didn't I? Do you think that everyone is a fool? Or do you want to consign everyone in the Dragon Vein City to eternal damnation and die without a burial place?" Gu Hai shouted with a glare. "What?" The surrounding cultivators stared at Gu Hai. "Nonsense. What do you mean by dying without a burial place?" Qin Zibai glared. "Isn't that so? Ah, Shi Yan, what do you think?" Gu Hai said with a cold smile. "What did I say?" Shi Yan stared blankly at Gu Hai. "You were the ruler of the great Huang dynasty in the past. You had the Dragon Vein, right? You had the Dragon Vein, yet you brought your men to snatch it? Haha, isn't this self-contradictory? Don't tell me that you want your Dragon Vein to swallow the Dragon Vein here. If you had such ambition, why would you submit to the Day One Imperial Dynasty?" Gu Hai said with a sinister smile. "Huh?" Shi Yan raised his eyebrows as he looked at Gu Hai in shock. The surrounding cultivators also narrowed their eyes. "That's right. Shi Yan had the Dragon Vein? Why did he still come to snatch it?" "Gu Hai, you are misleading the crowd with your lies," Qin Zibai said coldly. Qin Zibai extended his hand and took out his sword. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Misleading the crowd with lies? You are the ones misleading the crowd with lies. Dragon Vein? The Dragon Vein here isn't formed by heaven and earth. It's just Shi Yan's Dragon Vein. You're the one who's misleading people. 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 This is to achieve your unspeakable goals." Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh. The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. "You are the one misleading the crowd with lies. Gu Hai, you are seeking death." Qin Zibai roared angrily. As Qin Zibai roared, he suddenly swung his sword at Gu Hai. A piercing white light illuminated the place. The sword manifested ferociously, looking like it would chop Gu Hai in half. "Brother-in-law!" Long Wanyu exclaimed in the distance. "Bastard, quickly dodge!" Fairy One exclaimed. On the mountain peak, Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He seemed to expect that Gu Hai would be finished. Qing Feng felt somewhat anxious. Only the white-clad youth remained calm. While others focused on the sword, the white-clad youth focused on the heart and Gu Hai's eyes. However, Gu Hai did not seem to show any fear in his eyes. Suddenly, a golden chain shot down from a mountain peak and blocked Gu Hai, clashing with Qin Zibai's manifested sword. Boom! The golden chain and the manifested sword clashed. A huge force formed a storm that swept out in all directions. Trees fell and sand and stones shot into the air. One of the experts who had rushed over from Dragon Vein City suddenly made a move. It was a golden-robed man with a ferocious appearance. There was even a bone protruding from his forehead, looking extremely ferocious. The golden-robed man suddenly made a move and blocked Qin Zibai's sure-kill strike. The strong wind from the clash blew past Gu Hai, lifting up Gu Hai's fluttering hair. Gu Hai did not move. However, he revealed a faint smile. It was as he thought. Someone had made a move. Who is it? Qin Zibai asked angrily as he glared. Qin Zibai, Gu Hai hasn't finished speaking, and you're already in a hurry to silence him? Ah. The golden-robed man revealed a cold smile. Not far away, Li Xinji's expression changed as he looked over hatefully. It looked like Gu Hai was about to be killed by Qin Zibai. Where did this person come from? To think that he actually blocked Gu Hai's attack for him. Li Xinji was enraged and so was Qin Zibai. However, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators slowly turned cold. Strangely, they were all on the same page looking coldly at Qin Zibai. It was as though everyone had become Gu Hai's bodyguards in an instant. Chapter 348. All the cultivators looked at Qin Zibai coldly. Furthermore, they recognized the golden-robed man who attacked earlier. Great King Swan and I? You dare to oppose me? Qin Zibai glared. The golden-robed man looked at Qin Zibai coldly. Qin Zibai, you just entered the central heavenly palace and so did I. We came to Dragon Vein City to devour the Dragon Vein. I found it strange earlier. You are a Day 1 Qin clan disciple. What qualifications do you have to fight for the Dragon Vein? It turns out that the Dragon Vein I am looking for was fabricated by you and Shi Yan? The group of cultivators looked at Shi Yan and Qin Zibai coldly. Who said that I fabricated it? That bastard Gu Hai spouted nonsense. You believe him? A meddlesome person appeared out of nowhere? Qin Zibai said, feeling extremely depressed. I don't believe you now. Great King Swan and I sneered. You don't believe me? Do you believe him? Qin Zibai said, feeling depressed. I don't believe him either. Great King Swan and I said coldly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly. Indeed, Sovereign King Hessian's attitude represented everyone's attitude. They did not believe in Qin Zibai, but they also did not believe in Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai's question stuck in everyone's hearts. Could it be that someone really plotted against me on this trip? Qin Zibai looked at Gu Hai coldly. However, Gu Hai replied with a faint smile. Qin Zibai, do you think you can hide it? What am I hiding? Gu Hai, just continue lying. They can protect you now. When they expose your lies, they will want to kill you even more than I do. Do you believe me? Qin Zibai said with a cold smile. Qin Zibai was right. If Gu Hai could not give everyone an explanation, Qin Zibai would not be the only enemy. Gu Hai looked at the surrounding cultivators. The group of cultivators also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Mr. Good, you only said half of what you wanted to say. Can you please finish it? The new Dragon Vein is fake? Great King Swan and I demanded coldly. How can the Dragon Vein be fake? It's not my Dragon Vein at all. Shi Yan roared gloomily. This time Shi Yan wasn't lying, it really wasn't his Dragon Vein. But now nobody believed him. However, Gu Hai nodded his head with certainty. Gu Hai, you're making things up. Shi Yan glared at him. Make it up? Shi Yan? Why don't you call out your Dragon Vein and show everyone? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Even if he did, so what? However, it couldn't prove that the dragon roar earlier wasn't Shi Yan's Dragon Vein. Gu Hai had already thought of the wording. Shi Yan coldly snorted. Call out the Dragon Vein? As long as it was called out, it would definitely be snatched away by this group of people, especially by King Bai, and moreover, Shi Yan's Dragon Vein was still useful. When Gu Hai saw that Shi Yan was unwilling, he suddenly smiled and didn't mind. Gu Hai guessed that Shi Yan and Qin Zibai definitely had a reason for coming here. However, Gu Hai didn't know what it was. However, it didn't matter. If you want to hide it, then hide it. Even if I don't know, I can make things up for you. Gu Hai, is there really no Dragon Vein under Dragon Vein City? Another cultivator asked anxiously. If there was no Dragon Vein, wouldn't they have come here for nothing? They worked hard to come here but gained nothing? Everyone was furious, not wanting to believe Gu Hai. They wanted to expose Gu Hai together. Gu Hai looked at the crowd and shook his head. There is no Dragon Vein. However, there is something even more precious under Dragon Vein City. It is 10 times or even 100 times more precious. The surrounding cultivators raised their eyebrows. Qin Zibai's and Shi Yan's faces sank. However, King Bai and suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had been paying attention to Qin Zibai and Shi Yan. The sudden change in their expressions made King Bai and believe in Gu Hai. What is it? Everyone looked anxiously at Gu Hai. Treasure, right? However, I don't know what treasure it is as I have never seen it before. Perhaps Shi Yan and Qin Zibai know? Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Oh. Everyone looked at the two. What treasure is there? Gu Hai, don't speak nonsense. Qin Zibai glared as though he was about to attack again. Whoosh. King Bai, and instantly stood in front of Gu Hai and looked coldly at Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai? Let Gu Hai finish speaking. Frustration flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. The surrounding cultivators eyed Gu Hai covetously. This made Qin Zibai feel even more depressed. Underground treasure? Who told you that there is one? King Bai, and looked coldly at Gu Hai. Drought demon fire? Everyone, if you have the ability to prove that I am lying, you can go down and take a look. Who went down before? No one, right? How many years has the Death Grave Valley been here? Have you seen anyone excavate the Death Grave Valley? Gu Hai said coldly. No one. No one has ever excavated it before because the drought demon fire is too ferocious, right? Secondly, have you thought about the city? How did they build a dragon vein city in such a short time? Who built it? Gu Hai said coldly. The group of experts raised their eyebrows and looked at Shi Yan. I came early and saw the former Great Huang Dynasty soldiers building a city. I came even earlier and saw the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty soldiers building a city and renting it to us. As everyone spoke, they frowned and looked at Qin Zibai and Shi Yan. This was indeed strange. Why were they building a city for no reason? I don't know what is under the city. However, I believe Qin Zibai should know, right? Otherwise, why did you use Shi Yan's dragon vein to trick everyone into building a city? What is your motive? Gu Hai sneered. Nonsense. I did not use the dragon vein to lure everyone. Shi Yan retorted angrily. Gu Hai smiled coldly as he looked at Shi Yan. He did not say anything, just watching coldly. Indeed, no one believed Shi Yan's words. Instead, they believed Gu Hai's words a little more. Gu Hai, you really know how to make things up. There are treasures under the city? Where are the treasures? Why don't you find them for me? Qin Zibai immediately said angrily. If you have the guts to find them for me, so what if I find them for you? Do you dare? Dragon Vein City is newly built. There shouldn't be many secrets, right? Do you dare to find them for me? Gu Hai said coldly. The surrounding people raised their eyebrows slightly. If Gu Hai was making things up, how could he be so confident? If he was making things up, shouldn't Gu Hai be trying to flee as soon as possible? Why would he barge in and enter Dragon Vein City? You still want to flee? Gu Hai did not flee and even wanted to expose Qin Zibai's scheme. This made everyone believe in Gu Hai even more. Gu Hai, what if you can't find them? Qin Zibai demanded angrily while glaring. At the side, Sovereign King Hoenn said coldly, if Gu Hai can't find them, there is no need for you to do anything. I will tear off his head. Qin Zibai frowned as he looked at Sovereign King Hoenn. Sovereign King Hoenn's attitude represented everyone's attitude. If Gu Hai was just lying, no one would give him a good time. What's wrong? Qin Zibai, you have a guilty conscience and don't dare to find them for me? Gu Hai sneered. Qin Zibai's eyes turned slightly red. Indeed, he did not want to help Gu Hai search Dragon Vein City. However, all the cultivators stared at Qin Zibai. If Qin Zibai did not agree, he would be going against everyone. Good. Good. So what if I let you search? Treasure? Let's see how you can find a treasure. The only thing you can find is your destruction. Qin Zibai said coldly while glaring. Since that is the case, I will not stand on ceremony. I will do my best to search. I only hope that everyone can cooperate with me. Gu Hai looked at the cultivators. Sovereign King Hoenn said coldly, cooperate with you? I will do my best to cooperate with you. Furthermore, I will follow you. If I cannot find your so-called treasure, I will tear off your head. The surrounding cultivators all looked coldly at Gu Hai. Worry flashed in Fairy Wana's eyes at the side. That would be for the best. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Qin Zibai snorted coldly. No matter how angry Qin Zibai and Shi Yan were, Gu Hai was indeed safe now. All the cultivators escorted Gu Hai, giving Gu Hai precious time to catch his breath. Fairy Wan, since you are fine, you can leave now. Gu Hai said with a smile as he looked at Fairy Wan. A complicated expression flashed in Fairy Wan's eyes. Gu Hai came to save her. Now that he saved her, she was safe. However, Gu Hai was in deep trouble. He could not leave? A life for a life? Fairy Wan opened her mouth, but she swallowed the words she was about to say. Who asked you to save me? I will not accept your kindness. Fairy 1, snorted coldly. Boom. Fairy 1, took the Qin figurine and flew into the sky. She flew far away and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Ah. Guhai, you racked your brains to save Fairy 1. You want to win the heart of a beauty? Did you see? She did not accept your kindness? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Shi Yin said with a sneer. Guhai saw Fairy 1 flying far away. He let out a sigh of relief and did not care. Not far away on a mountain peak. Qing Feng said with frown, Fairy 1 She is indeed Taishang's descendant. She wants to be Taishang's descendant in the future? She is indeed heartless. The white-clothed youngster shook his head and said, Hey, you are wrong. 1 She is smart. Only by heartlessly leaving at this time can she have the opportunity to save Guhai. Qing Feng said in astonishment. Let's go, Guhai. Let's go and find her then, Qin Zibai said coldly. Guhai smiled faintly and ignored Qin Zibai. Instead, he looked behind and said, Wanyu, you can come over now. Coming. Long Wanyu immediately said excitedly. Cluster Lord, that place is dangerous. Sima Feng blocked Long Wanyu worriedly. Guhai was already in prison. How could he drag the Cluster Lord into this? Sima Feng, are you the Cluster Lord or am I the Cluster Lord? If you continue to block me, go back to where you came from. I don't want you to protect me. Long Wanyu immediately said angrily. Sima Feng smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. He could only hope that Guhai was not risking his life. Guhai boarded Long Wanyu's flying ship. Under the supervision of Qin Zibai, Shi Yin, Sovereign King Ho En, and the group of cultivators, Xiaoqin slowly headed for Dragon Vein City. At the mountain peak where Li Xinji was, he dodged it again. Li Xinji snorted coldly as he looked at Guhai's back, feeling frustrated. At another mountain peak, the white-clothed youngster glanced at the nearby Li Xinji and revealed a cold smile. The De Qian's Li Xinji? Ah, what a good plan. Unfortunately, someone outperformed him in the end. Young master, what should we do now? Qing Feng asked with a frown. Let's go and take a look then. The white-clothed youngster said in a tone that brooked no refusal. Chapter 349. King Bai and Qin Zibai, Shi Yin, and a group of experts escorted Guhai to Dragon Vein City on the flying ship. On the flying ship, Guhai activated the soundproof array, so the outside world couldn't hear the conversation. Mr. Good, is what you said earlier true? The Dragon Vein is fake? Sima Feng asked anxiously. Guhai took a deep breath. I don't know. You don't know? Sima Feng was shocked. I was just trying to calm everyone down and give me a chance to breathe. Guhai smiled. But you're in more danger now. Once they enter Dragon Vein City and find out that you lied to them, won't they? Sima Feng said worriedly. Guhai shook his head gently. No, as long as I'm fine there will be a chance to escape, right? Sima Feng was anxious. Also, my guess might not be wrong. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Qin Zibai and Shi Yin must have a purpose for coming to Dragon Vein City. There must be something in the Death Valley under Dragon Vein City. As for whether it's something good or a disaster, I don't know. Guhai shook his head. You don't know? Then how do you find it? Sima Feng smiled bitterly. I can't find it, but it doesn't mean that you can't find it. Guhai smiled. How do I find it? Brother-in-law, I've already used the prophecy. I can only use it once a month. I can't see the future anymore. Long Wanyu said worriedly. It's fine. Can't you avoid misfortune? In the next period of time, we'll go around Dragon Vein City. I'll be in charge of finding a chance to leave, and you'll be in charge of finding a place of great misfortune and great fortune. You have to find it even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Guhai said solemnly. Long Wanyu nodded blankly. Soon the group arrived at Dragon Vein City. The Dragon Vein City was about the same as Immortal City. It only encompassed a few dozen mountains. Guhai narrowed his eyes. Has such a small place and you want to build a city? Now I'm more and more sure of my guess. Guhai, we're here. Tell me, where is it? Qin Zibai suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look at him. With a wave of his hand, Guhai removed the soundproof array on the flying boat. Qin Zibai, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even started looking and you're already feeling guilty? Guhai sneered. Humph. I'll see how you're going to find it. Qin Zibai said coldly. The flying ship slowly flew into Dragon Vein City. Close the formation, prevent Gu Hai from escaping. Qin Zibai shouted. Rumble. A barrier suddenly formed above the city gate tower, enveloping the sky above Dragon Vein City. Gu Hai looked at the barrier and frowned. He then turned to look at the sealed Dragon Vein City. Dragon Vein City was divided into many regions. Each region had a large number of buildings and was filled with people. Gu Hai's group landed on a mountain peak. So many people? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Of course. Every time the Dragon Vein appears, a large number of sects, family clans and itinerant cultivators will gather. The various factions here all brought their own disciples and armies. Only for the Dragon Vein. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Alright Gu Hai, you all start searching. I'll accompany you. King Taowu said coldly. Not just King Taowu, the surrounding group of sect masters, family heads, and various major itinerant cultivators all revealed gloomy expressions as they looked at Gu Hai. Furthermore, as time passed, more and more experts received the news. They either approached Gu Hai or stared at Gu Hai from afar. The gazes that each and every one of them looked at Gu Hai were not very friendly. Gu Hai looked at the crowd and said with a faint smile, Everyone, finding the treasure can't be done overnight. Next I'll search slowly. Those who can't wait don't follow. The group of cultivators snorted coldly. Then I'll start searching area by area. Gu Hai said with a smile. Please? King Taowu said coldly. Wanyu, come with me. Gu Hai called out. After calling Long Wanyu, the group started searching the area. Dig up that mountain. Gu Hai pointed at a mountain. Why are you looking at me? A sect master asked with a frown. Everyone wants the treasure. Follow me and contribute. Is it difficult? Gu Hai looked at the sect master. That's right. That sect master frowned. Humph, if you can't find it, Gu Hai, I'll teach you a lesson. That sect master quickly ordered his disciples to dig up the mountain. After digging up more than half of the mountain, Long Wanyu shook her head. Gu Hai nodded and continued forward. Dig up that mountain. Gu Hai ordered another family head. That family head's face sank. Then he said coldly, I'll cooperate with you. However, if you can't find the treasure, Gu Hai, I'll teach you a lesson. Gu Hai ignored him. Long Wanyu, who stood beside him, did not care. That family head ordered his army to dig up the mountain. Gu Hai continued to order the family heads and sect heads around as though he was trying to infuriate the experts. Occasionally, Gu Hai glanced at Shi Yin, who was not far away. Shi Yin smiled coldly at Gu Hai. Earlier, Shi Yin worried that Gu Hai would curry favor with this group of cultivators and turn against him. Now Gu Hai was courting death. If Shi Yin could not find the treasure, he would not need to do anything. The resentment of these people would kill him. With Dragon Vein City's ritual array activated, there would be nowhere to run. Shi Yin? Where's Qin Zibai? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. There is no need to report Lord Qin's whereabouts to you, right? Shi Yin smiled coldly. Gu Hai glanced at Great King Bai and frowned slightly. Then Great King Bai and started to look around. Indeed, Qin Zibai had already disappeared. Gu Hai quickly searched. With your progress, how long will it take? Shi Yin said coldly. Gu Hai smiled coldly, ignoring Shi Yin. At the entrance of a palace in Dragon Vein City, Qin Zibai and a white-clad child stood there. Gu Hai. Oh, that little girl? She actually barged in? The white-clad child said with a sinister expression as he looked into the distance. The white-clad child was none other than the longevity master who helped Luyang of Gojoseon in the past, Mr. Dongfang. Back then he was killed by Gu Hai on the battlefield but was saved by his original body. Now he had appeared in Dragon Vein City again. Mr. Dongfang, will Gu Hai ruin our plan if he comes? Qin Zibai asked in a low voice. No, the entire Dragon Vein City is a longevity array. Gu Hai can't escape even if he enters. Good. Enemies often cross paths. Mr. Dongfang said with a sinister expression. Aren't there enough people now? Qin Zibai frowned. There's still a little more. Don't worry, more and more people will enter my Blood Dragon longevity array. Mr. Dongfang sneered. What's down there? Gu Hai said there's treasure? Is that so? Qin Zibai asked curiously. Treasure? Maybe. You just need to cooperate with me. Mr. Dongfang said lightly. But Gu Hai don't worry. No one will discover my Blood Dragon longevity array. Shiyu the Great promised to cooperate with me. Just cooperate with me. Don't ask any more questions. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly. He was obviously unhappy. Don't look at me like that. This time it's not just me. My original body personally promised Shiyu the Great to be in charge of helping him deal with the Qian. You should be satisfied. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. In an underground palace under Dragon Vein City, 2 people, one fat and one thin, lived in the underground palace. Ziwei, who was as fat as a mountain, and Changxing, who was as thin as a skeleton. On this day, Ziwei was in a huge underground palace hall. A large amount of soft hair suddenly appeared on her hands. The soft hair brushed in the air as if it was dyed with ink. In the underground palace, her body shook, and the ink suddenly splashed out. What? 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 The ink fell to the ground and immediately formed thousands of black runes. Buzz. Suddenly, the ground under the underground palace was red as if it had become a soldering iron. Endless flames seemed to be rushing out from the ground. However, the thousands of black runes suddenly bloomed with dazzling black light and instantly suppressed the fire. Oh my god, that was close. I was almost too late to draw the runes this time. It's all Changxing's fault for being lazy. Otherwise, I would have been roasted into jerky. Ziwei exhaled deeply. Ziwei looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She slowly walked toward a small door in the main hall with her fat belly. Through the small door, she entered another underground palace. In that underground palace, Changxing, who was as thin as firewood, also had a large amount of soft hair on his right hand. He was painstakingly drawing something on a piece of animal skin. What? Changxing, what are you doing? Ziwei suddenly glared and shouted. Ah! Changxing immediately hid the animal skin drawing behind his back. No, nothing. Ah! Changxing laughed guiltily. You son of a bitch, are you drawing again? I'm so fat. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You still draw? You still draw? Ziwei was shocked and angry. I saw you drawing the runes just now, so my hands were itchy. Changxing apologized. Bullsh *t itchy hands. Your itchy hands are trying to harm me. I will fight it out with you. Ziwei glared and rushed forward. You don't come over. If you come over, I will show you the drawing. Changxing suddenly shouted. Show it to me? Show it to me. If you show it to me, I will recite a poem for you. Do you believe me? Ziwei rushed forward. Don't. Brother, big brother, don't recite. I am already as thin as firewood. If you continue reciting, it will take my life. I won't show you my drawing. I won't show it to you. Changxing suddenly said in fear. Bullsh *t. I don't believe you. You say that every time and I fall for it every time. Bang. Ziwei grabbed Changxing's neck. Aren't you the same? Every time I go to draw the runes, don't you also recite a poem? Changxing also grabbed Ziwei's neck. Bullsh *t. Don't you know how to not listen? Why wouldn't I listen? The sound of your poem can penetrate everything. Even if I block my ears, it won't work. Fuck. I will beat you to death. Let your hands be dirty. Let your hands be dirty. You are different? Rumble. The 2 of them started rolling in the underground palace while they were strangling each other. Rumble. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the underground palace. What's that sound? Ziwei was slightly stunned. The 2 of them stopped strangling each other and listened to the outside world. Brother-in-law, you can't dig anymore. You can't dig anymore. Hurry up and leave this place. Long Wanyu's voice sounded anxiously. Someone found us? Changxing's eyes widened. We are saved? Quick, someone come quickly. Dig quickly. Ziwei immediately said excitedly. Chapter 350. In Dragon Vein City, Gu Hai brought Long Wanyu and searched the city wantonly, digging up mountains and clearing rivers. The entire Dragon Vein City was in a foul atmosphere. Gu Hai wantonly commanded the various experts and factions, causing them to be resentful. Despite all kinds of threats and insults, Gu Hai still did as he pleased. As a result, after 2 days, fewer and fewer cultivators surrounded Gu Hai. No one wanted to be ordered around by Gu Hai. Moreover, what Gu Hai said might not be right. Hence, all the experts returned to their own territories. They only monitored Gu Hai from afar. Humph, if I can't find it, I will definitely kill him. Bastard, you want my sect to help you dig up mountains? No one has dared to order me around like this. Wait a few days and I will take your life. Many experts looked at Gu Hai from afar with gloomy expressions. Gu Hai had fewer and fewer watchers around him. However, Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. As he searched around the city, he carefully studied the terrain of the city. Lu Rockman has worked hard to dig a huge tunnel outside the city these few days according to my request. As long as we find an opportunity, we can rush out of the city and use the flying ship to enter the underground tunnel. We can fly quickly in the tunnel. As we fly, the tunnel will collapse. With the speed of the flying ship, even if the experts of the Central Celestial Palace chase after us, they won't be able to catch up to us underground. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confidence. The tunnel has branches. Even if they chase after us, they won't know how. After these 2 days, there are fewer and fewer experts surrounding me. When you get impatient, it will be time for me to rush out of the city. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The city was shrouded in a large array, but the city gates were open. Gu Hai had calculated everything. He only needed an opportunity to create chaos. When the opportunity came, he would attract everyone's attention. That would be the time for him to escape quickly. There was only one chance. At that time, all he had to do was rush to the city gates, take the flying ship, and enter the underground. Then everything would be fine. It was impossible for King Bai and to follow Gu Hai all the time. He had already flown to the peak of a mountain and coldly looked at Gu Hai in the distance. There were fewer and fewer people around Gu Hai. Even those who stayed by his side were getting impatient. 2 days and 2 nights as a mountain digger? Jianghu River workers? I'm the head of the family. Why should I play around with you? Everyone slowly retreated. Only one person followed closely behind Gu Hai, and that was Shi Yan. Although he didn't know what Gu Hai was planning, Shi Yan was still very guarded against Gu Hai and followed him closely. The 3rd day. The complaints of the surrounding Xiuzhi grew louder. Gu Hai, you can't find him, right? I'll see how you die later. Shi Yan revealed a sinister look as he said. After 3 days, none of the surrounding cultivators believed in Gu Hai anymore. Many of the cultivators that Gu Hai instructed to dig showed sullen expressions. They sharpened their weapons and glared at Gu Hai. Was this Gu Hai seeking death? Now, regardless of whether Shi Yan or Qin Zibai wanted to kill Gu Hai, the surrounding Xiuzhi would not help. They would even add insult to injury. Gu Hai ignored them and continued to direct an army to dig the mountain. It was digging the mountain again. However, this place was very close to the eastern city gate. Almost all of the surrounding Xiuzhi had left. No one expected Gu Hai to flee. This was because nearly everyone was watching. Flee? How could Gu Hai flee? However, everyone knew that Gu Hai had already planned out all the routes and was just waiting for an opportunity. If the opportunity did not come, then he had to think of a way to attract everyone's attention. In the distance, Gu Hai saw a black-robed person standing in the crowd. The black-robed person was not a bystander but Zhu Lu. He was the new prime of the Stone Mountain people. Gu Hai had already made arrangements for him. Zhu Lu nodded at Gu Hai as though he was waiting for Gu Hai's orders. Gu Hai was about to nod and start to attract everyone's attention according to the plan. Brother-in-law, something is wrong. Long Wanyu's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. This is below. I sense great danger. Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Great danger? Sima Feng's expression changed. Oh, what great danger? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Below Dragon Vein City was the Death Valley. Every once in a while, some drought demon fire would appear. However, during the few days that Gu Hai was here, there was no movement underground. Gu Hai was preparing to escape, but Long Wanyu said that there was great danger underground? What great danger? Shi Yan asked with a frown. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at the mountain in front of him that was dug up. Below the mountain there was nothing special. It was just black soil. There was nothing at all. Continue digging. We found the treasure. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Buzz. The expressions of countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately brightened. During the past 3 days, everyone had lost confidence in Gu Hai and thought that Gu Hai was a liar. But now he said that he found it? Whoosh. Suddenly, a large group of cultivators flew over. Where is it? Where is the treasure? Many cultivators asked anxiously. It's here. Hurry up and dig. Gu Hai shouted. Bulsh *T, where is the treasure? Shi Yan glared. Boom. King Bai, and waved his hand. Suddenly a large amount of soil and rocks flew up. A huge pit was revealed. There is nothing here. Gu Hai, are you lying to me? King Bai, and said with a cold expression. Brother-in-law, it's below. It's below. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Continue digging. Gu Hai shouted. King Bai and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Humph. Gu Hai, if there is nothing below, I will take your life. A cultivator said with a ferocious expression. After saying that, he called over his subordinates and started digging. Humph. My sect's disciples, come over and dig. If you can't find anything, use Gu Hai as a sacrifice. My army, dig for me. If you can't, kill Gu Hai. The surrounding experts called over their subordinates and disciples and quickly dug the huge pit. The huge pit was very deep. The soil that was dug out had piled up into 5 mountains in the blink of an eye. A dark pit was exposed in front of everyone, but there was still nothing. Brother-in-law, this is so ominous. It's so scary. We can't dig anymore, we can't dig anymore. Long Wanyu said in horror. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The movement here instantly spread throughout the entire Longmen city. More and more people gathered in the east of the city. In the west of the city, Mr. Dongfang and Qin Zibai looked coldly into the distance. Found it? Ah, what a joke. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Oh. Qin Zibai was puzzled. I have already found it. Every time the fire of drought appears, the source is in the west of the city. How can we find it in the east of the city? Mr. Dongfang sneered. But that's Gu Hai's scheme. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and nodded. Speaking of which, it was possible that Gu Hai was playing tricks. So many people are watching Gu Hai now. If he plays tricks now, he will be doomed. I don't need to do anything, right? Qin Zibai sneered. Yes, it's impossible to find the treasure in the east of the city. Mr. Dongfang sneered. Found it. There's really something, there's really something. A surprised voice suddenly came from the distance. What? How is that possible? Mr. Dongfang's face darkened. No, Gu Hai did it on purpose. He has the Lu Rockman. Why did he bury it in advance? What is he trying to do? Qin Zibai's face turned cold. However, this was not Gu Hai's scheme. Gu Hai asked Zhu Lu to bury something underground, but it was not in the east of the city, but in the south of the city. He wanted to attract everyone's attention so that he could escape. How did he find something in the east of the city? Whoosh! Great King Bai and waved his hand, and a large amount of soil flew away, revealing an underground seal that looked like a tortoise shell. A few cultivators hit it, but the tortoise shell did not move at all. What is this? Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not know. Brother-in-law, we can't dig anymore, we can't dig anymore. Go away from here. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he looked at the people around him. Great King Bai, and everyone else, I found the thing for everyone, so I won't participate anymore. Do as you wish. Gu Hai shook his head. You want to run? Shi Yin suddenly roared. Everyone looked at Shi Yin in confusion. Gu Hai, you want to lie to us? You arranged this in advance, right? You asked the Lu Rockman to bury it, right? You want to leave? It's not that easy. How did you know there was something here? Shi Yin shouted angrily. The moment Shi Yin shouted, everyone frowned, somewhat hesitant. Even Great King Bai, and also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Clearly he did not let Gu Hai leave. Gu Hai, you outsmarted yourself, right? These few days you played everyone for fools. Now you also want to fool all of us with a fake thing? Dream on. Today is the day you die, the day you die. Shi Yin said with a ferocious face and a cold smile. Everyone looked at Gu Hai, their faces turning gloomy. Fool you all? Oh, you're so sure? Gu Hai said coldly. I'm so sure. These few days I've been following by your side, waiting for an opportunity to expose you in public. A big tortoise shell? You want to lie to everyone? Dream on. Now I'll destroy it in front of you and prove that there's nothing. Nothing at all. After that, it will be the day of your death. Shi Yin said with a ferocious expression. In the crowd, Fairy One had an anxious expression. The surrounding people gradually surrounded Gu Hai, preparing to kill him. However, Shi Yin reached out and took out his sword, wanting to expose Gu Hai. He slashed at the huge tortoise shell below with a loud bang. Boom. Shi Yin used all of his strength in this full-powered sword strike. Under the tremendous force, the entire Dragon Vein city shook violently. It's so tough? After the sword strike, Shi Yan's expression changed. Under this full-powered sword strike, he only managed to cut open a small crack in the tortoise shell. Gu Hai, you really went all out, huh? This tortoise shell is even tougher than your bronze saber from before? You really went all out. Wait for me to destroy it. Shi Yin roared furiously. Boom, boom, boom. Shi Yin slashed down 10 times in a row. Immediately, countless cracks appeared on the tortoise shell. Bang! The huge tortoise shell seal suddenly exploded. That's not right. Is there something below? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The tortoise shell seal burst open. It revealed a huge underground palace. Strangely, there were 2 people in the underground palace. The instant the countless experts saw the 2, they froze at the same time. The expressions of Shi Yin and Sovereign King Heshen froze. One was as fat as a huge pig, and the other was as thin as a withered twig. The other's clothes were torn to shreds. The 2 rolled around together. The fat one pressed on the thin one, appearing to be intimate with each other. Their faces were close to each other, chest to chest. Shi Yin suddenly opened the underground palace. The 2 seemed to be disturbed. They looked up in shock at the 100,000 cultivators outside. Furthermore, the 2 still had their lustful smiles on their faces. The most important thing was that both of them were men. Suddenly, the surroundings turned incredibly quiet. Everyone was stunned. Did you blind me? 2 damned perverts? A cultivator said with a stiff expression. Ah, hooligans. Long Wanyu immediately covered her face and turned around. Chapter 351. Fat Ziwei and skinny Changxing wrestled with each other. Their clothes were torn from the fight. No one was backing down. Suddenly they heard Long Wanyu's voice. Brother-in-law, you can't dig anymore. You can't dig anymore. Go away from here. Long Wanyu's voice sounded anxiously. Someone found us? Changxing's eyes widened. We're saved? Quick, someone come, quickly dig. Ziwei said excitedly. The 2 laughed excitedly. Then Shi Yin continued to confront Gu Hai, taunting him again and again, saying that he was going to break the seal on the turtle shell. Break it, break it. Ziwei's oily face showed an excited smile. Boom. He broke it, he really broke it. That's great. Changxing also laughed excitedly. The 2 had already forgotten their previous scuffle. At this moment, they waited excitedly, motionlessly, maintaining their previous posture, looking at the seal on the top with trembling hearts. Boom. Finally, under Shi Yan's hard work, the seal on the turtle shell suddenly exploded. It broke? We're saved. Ziwei and Changxing's faces were filled with joy as if they had ascended to heaven. 3,000 years, anyone who was locked up for 3,000 years would go crazy from boredom. Only the 2 of them were special and could hold it in. However, their hearts were also broken. Now that the cage was opened, this was an unprecedented great pleasure. That smile gradually disappeared. However, maybe one was too fat and the other was too thin. That smile was so lascivious in the eyes of others. Ah, broke. Long Wanyu immediately covered her face and turned around. My eyes are blinded. 2 damn perverts? A Xiozha said with a stiff expression. Everyone outside had the urge to wash their eyes. This scene was too beautiful, they couldn't bear to look at it directly. Shi Yan's expression stiffened. What was going on? Wasn't this a turtle shell set up by Lu Shi? Why was there an underground palace? Why were there 2 damn perverts? Where did Gu Hai find these 2 perverts? Brother-in-law, let's go, quickly go, there's a great ominous feeling. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Don't go. King Bai, and immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. What's going on? Is this a treasure trove? King Bai, and asked solemnly. I've already said that I don't know. You guys can research it yourselves. I'll find it. That's enough. Gu Hai said solemnly. Great King Bai, and frowned as he looked at the palace. What are those 2? King Bai, and pointed at Ziwei and Longevity. Damn perverts. The surrounding people scolded the 2 people below. Ziwei was slightly stunned. Who are you talking about? I'm talking to you, you damned pervert. Get up. Changxing glared at him. Who are you calling a pervert? You're the freaking pervert. Little guy, I've tolerated you for a long time. Now that we can go out, I finally don't have to tolerate you anymore. Ziwei pinched Changxing again. I don't have to tolerate you anymore. Changxing also started pinching him. The 2 of them suddenly fought intensely. They were bare-chested, wrestling like shrews. The expressions of the 100,000 cultivators outside darkened. Bastard. Who are you 2? Are you still acting? Shi Yin glared at them and shouted. The 2 of them paused for a moment and glanced at Shi Yin. Then they turned their heads and continued to fight. Shi Yin? The two of them fought even more intensely. Then their clothes became more tattered. It looked like they were about to be naked. Bang! Shi Yin slapped them. Ah! The two of them were immediately knocked to the ground. Only then did they notice that there was a group of angry people. Brat, what are you doing? Ziwei glared and shouted angrily. That's right. You look shifty. You're obviously not a good person. Ziwei, recite a poem for him. Changxing immediately shouted. No way. He hit me. I'm not reciting a poem for him. Ziwei glared. Poem? The surrounding people looked puzzled. Brat, let me ask you. What's going on with this underground palace? Did Guhai ask you to do it? Shi Yin asked coldly. Guhai? Who is Guhai? Changxing asked, puzzled. You're still pretending? Shi Yin glared. Ziwei and Changxing looked at each other. Is this person crazy? Changxing asked, puzzled. Lower your voice. This psychopath's cultivation is higher. A handsome man won't fight when the odds are against him. Let's pretend we didn't hear him. Let's go. Ziwei lowered her voice and said to Changxing. Changxing nodded. Shi Yin? The surrounding cultivators? You lowered your voice and we couldn't hear you? Handsome man? You two are so perverted. Handsome man? Ziwei and Changxing quietly walked to the side, wanting to leave the underground palace. The surrounding cultivators were speechless again. You two idiots, do you think we're blind? Tell me what's going on here? Shi Yin glared and said angrily. We don't know. We really don't know. Changxing shook his head and wanted to leave. Everyone, you like this place. Take a look for yourself. I'll leave first. Ziwei immediately smiled and said. The surrounding cultivators? That's not right. The bricks of this palace are mixed together. Judging from the material, it has a history of more than 1,000 years. Wasn't this arranged by the ancient maritime administration? Was this an underground palace to begin with? King Bai, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at the two people who were about to leave. The two seemed to be about to jump out of the deep pit. Wanna run? Ah, where are you going? What's going on here? Shi Yin stretched out his hand and two long whips suddenly flew out. The strength of the celestial palace? That's it. Changxing snorted coldly. You want to show off in front of me when you're in the celestial palace? You overestimate yourself. Look at my Ziwei divine palm. Ziwei also showed a cold smile and stretched out her right hand. When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately became alert. These two people had a mysterious background and were so arrogant. They didn't even care about the celestial palace? Just how strong was he? Ziwei and Changxing were tied up by the two long whips. In the blink of an eye, they were wrapped up like dumplings. All the cultivators. Weren't they very powerful? They were caught just like that? Shi Yin? Were these two idiots? It's all your fault. You made me so fat. I can't use any strength. You're blaming me? It's all your fault. My strength is gone because of you. Ziwei and Changxing started arguing. Stop arguing. If you keep arguing, I'll kill you. Shi Yin glared and roared gloomily. The most troublesome thing was that it was difficult to communicate with these two idiots. Huff. At this moment, a folded animal skin fell from where Changxing was tied up. Oh no, my painting. Changxing exclaimed in shock. What painting? Shi Yin asked in confusion. The animal skin painting fell shakily, as if it was about to unfold on the way down. Seeing that the painting was about to unfold, Ziwei suddenly showed a frightened expression. No, don't show it, don't. Ziwei's extreme fear stunned everyone who saw it. It was just a painting, what was there to be afraid of? Just as Shi Yin was about to grab it in confusion. Huff! Suddenly a black shadow flashed by. However, at this critical moment, Guhai's figure moved. He rushed down at his fastest speed. In an instant, he grabbed the animal skin painting, preventing it from unfolding. Oh huff, fortunately. Ziwei exhaled in horror. Guhai, what are you doing? Great King Bai and the other cultivators immediately glared. Before Guhai could speak, Fatty Ziwei suddenly looked at Guhai gratefully. Kid, you are my benefactor. Thank you. Thank you for grabbing that painting. Huh. Everyone looked at Fatty Ziwei in confusion. What painting is this? Shi Yin asked with a glare. I drew it. Changxing immediately said proudly. You drew it? Who would believe that? You drew it? That Fatty was so nervous? So nervous? You didn't want to show it to us? Wasn't it? A treasure map. Gu Hai suddenly said with a smile. Huh. The eyes of the surrounding people lit up. Even Ziwei and Chang Xing were suddenly filled with question marks. A treasure map? What is going on? Gu Hai grabbed the painting and looked at the surrounding people. Gu Hai, hand the painting to me. Great King Bai, and said coldly. Gu Hai, hand the painting to me. Give it to me. The surrounding cultivators' expressions turned sullen as they stared at the treasure map in Gu Hai's hand. That skinny fellow drew it? No one believed it. It was a treasure map? Was what Gu Hai said true? Everyone, I did not intend to take this painting. However, since we found it, can we leave now? Gu Hai asked with a smile as he looked at the crowd. You can't leave. Shi Yin glared. We lured you to Dragon Vein City with great difficulty. How can we let you leave? Shi Yin was not willing, but the others did not care. It was fine as long as they found it. If you want to leave, so be it. Furthermore, it is good that you are not interested in the treasure. Hand the painting to me and I will let you go. Great King Bai, and said sullenly. Many thanks, Great King Bai, and unfortunately I am still somewhat worried. If Qin Zibai comes, will Great King Bai and protect me? Gu Hai smiled. You don't trust me? Great King Bai, and countered coldly. Everyone, I have no conflict with any of you. This time I am borrowing your hands to protect me. Gu Hai is very grateful. However, there is a beginning and an end to everything. Let my people go first. How about it? After we leave the city, I will return this treasure map to everyone. Gu Hai shouted. Bastard. A cultivator seemed to want to snatch the painting. Boom. Gu Hai glared and a large flame came out of his body. It looked like the 100,000 people would burn the treasure map the moment they made a move. The surrounding experts widened their eyes and stopped what they were doing. Sima Feng, bring Wanyu out of the city first. There will be people waiting for you outside the city. Go on. Gu Hai said. I'm not going. I'm going with brother-in-law. Long Wanyu immediately insisted stubbornly. Wanyu, quickly go. Gu Hai said with a frown. Cluster Lord, let's go out first. This place is too dangerous. Sima Feng urged. No, we are safe, but brother-in-law is not. This place is very dangerous. I can feel it. It is even more dangerous than last time. I cannot abandon brother-in-law. I will go with brother-in-law. Long Wanyu insisted stubbornly. Long Wanyu refused to go. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Wanyu, listen to me. Be happy. Gu Hai said seriously. Happy? The surrounding countless cultivators showed confused expressions. You are still happy at this time? I don't want to. Long Wanyu insisted stubbornly. Be happy. Gu Hai said anxiously. With this treasure map he could escape safely. However, Long Wanyu still had a group of people with her. It was easy for accidents to happen. He had to let them go first. Long Wanyu felt irritated. What did you promise me? Be happy. Gu Hai said with a glare. Be happy? The surrounding cultivators looked at Gu Hai speechlessly. Be happy was the secret signal that Gu Hai and Long Wanyu set. As long as Gu Hai said be happy, Long Wanyu had to listen to him. Long Wanyu felt irritated. Be happy. Gu Hai glared at Long Wanyu. Let's go. Bad brother-in-law. Long Wanyu turned her head, feeling wronged. Sima Feng, protect Wanyu? Gu Hai called out. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Sima Feng answered, feeling fortunate. With a flip of his hand, he took out a flying ship and persuaded Long Wanyu to board. Then the ship shot towards the city gates. After seeing Long Wanyu leave, Gu Hai released his bated breath. All right, everyone. I'll return the treasure map to you. Please make way. Gu Hai slowly flew out of the underground palace. There was clearly a small door in the underground palace that led to other places. However, although everyone saw it, they were more concerned about the treasure map in Gu Hai's hand. After all, the underground palace could not run away. If the treasure map disappeared, it would be terrible. Furthermore, if there were treasures in the underground palace, why did these two freaks not take them? Why did they care about the treasure map? Make way for him? Aha, I'm already giving you face by letting your people go. Gu Hai, give me the map. Great King Bai, and said coldly. I'll give it to you. Wait for a moment. I'll give it to you as soon as I leave. Gu Hai shook his head and jumped into the underground palace, slowly retreating into the distance. My patience is limited. Great King Bai, and said coldly. Don't come over. I'll burn anyone who comes. Gu Hai said sullenly. My painting is actually so popular? Chang Xing looked at the group of people staring at his painting in shock. Popular my ass. Later all of them will kill you. Ziwei said with a glare. Nonsense. They can't wait to like it. My painting is full of vitality. It's a painting of vitality. If one looks at it often, they can achieve longevity, Changxing said sullenly. Longevity my ass. I think it's a short life. Ziwei scolded with a glare. Guhai slowly retreated. The surrounding cultivators all stared at Guhai. Great King Bai and looked at Guhai coldly. Seeing that Guhai dared to be so arrogant in front of him, he smiled coldly. He extended his hand and gently formed a hand seal in his sleeve. Oh no, be careful. Fairy Wunner, who was in the crowd, suddenly exclaimed. Suddenly, Fairy Wunner and her Guqin figurine pounced on Guhai. At this moment, a large amount of ice crystals suddenly appeared in the void. The ice crystals instantly surrounded Guhai. The undying divine flame that Guhai released was suppressed by the ice. The ice crystals gathered and rushed toward Guhai. However, they were blocked by Fairy Wunner's Guqin figurine. Boom. With a loud sound, the Guqin figurine instantly hugged Guhai and Fairy Wunner and was knocked toward a mountain peak by the ice crystals. The ice instantly filled the surroundings and froze the surrounding forest. Ka. Together with the mountain peak that Guhai was on, it was instantly frozen into an ice mountain. Fairy Wunner and Guhai were surrounded by the Guqin figurine and blocked the ice attack. Only their heads were exposed and they were sealed in the ice mountain. This is, Guhai said in shock. You have the undying divine flame and Great King Bai, and has the undying divine water. We are sealed. Fortunately, the Guqin figurine helped us block the cold attack, Fairy Wunner said bitterly. Ka. The Guqin figurine that was enveloping the two had dense cracks on its body. The Guqin figurine is about to be destroyed. This is a Guqin figurine with the strength of the Lower Celestial Palace. Fairy Wunner said bitterly. Lower Celestial Palace? Guhai's expression changed. He finally understood how powerful Great King Bai, and was just now. The Guqin figurine, Guhai and Fairy Wunner were sealed in an ice mountain. The treasure map was previously thrown out by Guhai. It flew out. When Great King Bai and attacked, everyone's expression changed. However, in the next moment they were attracted by the treasure map. Everyone looked over. Guhai, you have a day like this. Aha, this treasure map is mine. Shiyin immediately rushed forward. He grabbed the treasure map and opened it. How dare you? Great King Bai An's expression turned cold. It's over. They saw your painting. We are dead meat. Ziwei's expression changed. What's wrong with my painting? Maybe they know how to appreciate it? Changxing said in dissatisfaction. Tell me, when they are all pregnant later, how will they deal with us? Ziwei said in despair. Chapter 352. Everyone was paying attention to the treasure map. No one heard Ziwei and Changxing's words. Shiyin was the first to take a look at the treasure map. Just as everyone rushed over, what is this thing? Shiyin said with wide eyes. He saw that there was no terrain on the treasure map, only an egg. Yes, it was just an egg. As for what egg it was, Shiyin could not tell for now. When he looked at the egg, he felt a vigorous vitality suddenly growing in his body. That's not right. Why do I feel something in my body when I look at this painting? Shiyin showed some doubt. With surprise, Shiyin took a second look at it. Buzz. Suddenly, a second vigorous vitality grew in his body. Scram. Great King Bai and extended his hand and pushed Shiyin aside. He immediately grabbed the treasure map. An egg? Why is it an egg? Isn't this a treasure map? Bastard. What is this? Great King Bai and extended his hand and tossed the treasure map at the ice mountain where Guhai was. That treasure map was stuck to the ice mountain. The side with the egg on it faced everyone. The other side of the treasure map faced Guhai and Fairy Wunner. What is in the painting? Guhai showed some curiosity. How would I know? Quickly think of a way to get out. Fairy Wunner said anxiously. The moment Great King Bai and through the treasure map, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was there a vigorous vitality growing in his body? That's not right. What's going on in my body? Great King Bai An's expression changed. That's not right. What's going on? Why does my stomach hurt? Shiyan's expression changed. When he looked at the painting earlier, the two vigorous energies were continuously growing. They grew larger and larger, as though they were forcibly extracting his energy to condense something. Is there something wrong with that painting? Shi Yan's expression changed as he turned his head to take another look. The surrounding 100,000 cultivators scrambled to look over. Let me see. Bastard, don't block it. Let me see. What treasure map? What nonsense treasure map? There is only one egg on this map? Let me see. Let me see. The surrounding Xiuzhi scrambled to surround him. There were people in front of him, but he still quickly pushed them aside. It's over. What a sin. Ziwei said with an ugly expression. So many people are watching? Is there not enough life force in my painting? Chongqing frowned. Life force my ass. Don't say that you drew it later. Ziwei said anxiously. Oh my stomach? Shi Yan suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out in alarm. They saw that Shi Yan's stomach was getting bigger and bigger. Xenomorph. Guhai was slightly taken aback. My stomach hurts. Mine too. Why does it suddenly hurt? Mine hurts too. Everyone who had seen the painting clutched their stomachs. Ouch, it hurts. Help, what's wrong with me? My stomach is getting bigger and bigger. Why is this happening? My stomach, I don't want it. The Xiuzhi clutched their stomachs in alarm. Is it that painting? Shi Yan turned his head and looked at the painting again. As the crowd continued to look, the color of the painting seemed to be fading away slowly. With one look, the color faded slightly. Shi Yan took a fourth look. After the first 3 bursts of life force, a fourth burst of life force appeared. What's going on? What's wrong with my stomach? Am I being plotted against? Not good, Lord Qin, Mr. Dongfang, not good, quickly save me. Shi Yan staggered and flew away. His stomach was getting bigger and bigger, and his face was getting more and more frightened. Help, my stomach, my stomach. The surrounding 100,000 Xiuzhi clutched their stomachs in alarm and sat paralyzed on the ground. There seemed to be a strange force in their stomachs that was sucking in their strength and strengthening that force. That painting? It's that painting's doing. Someone exclaimed. Great King Bai and was sweating profusely at this moment. He slowly sat on the top of a mountain and sat cross-legged. He used his consciousness to observe his body. What kind of power was in his body that made his stomach get bigger and bigger? When his consciousness entered his body, Great King Bai and immediately detected the changes in his stomach. His consciousness saw that an egg had suddenly appeared in his stomach at some point in time. This egg seemed to be connected to his internal organs. It seemed to be connected to every key part of his body. It was sucking in the energy from all directions to nourish the egg. Why is there an egg in my body? No, the shape of this egg is the same as the one in the painting just now. The painting just now? What kind of egg is this? Great King Bai and carefully probed the egg with his consciousness again. Finally, his consciousness saw the inside of the egg. As he looked, Great King Bai and seemed to be dumbfounded. How can this be? How can this be? What is this? Great King Bai and cried out in horror. My consciousness saw that egg. This egg. No, how is this possible? The 100,000 Xiuzhi fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs in horror. Each of them used their consciousness to probe their bodies. They saw an egg, a terrifying thing. That's not an egg. I drew an embryo. The origin of life. Chongqing said softly. There's a fetus in the egg? I'm pregnant? But I'm a man? At the ice mountain where Guhai was, the 100,000 Xiuzhi suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were dull. Guhai and Fairy Wan'er, who were left alone in the ice mountain, were confused. These people, why are they all down? Are their stomachs getting bigger and bigger? Fairy Wan'er was confused. I don't know either. Their expressions seemed to be very frightened. Guhai was stunned. Silence. 10 breaths later. No. Now help. I don't want to be pregnant. I don't want to have a child. Sect Master sob, I haven't married yet. What if I'm pregnant? Master sob, I complain that my wife can't have a child. Please don't let me have one myself. Master, what should I do? Father, you're going to have a grandson. I'm going to have a brother too? I don't want to. In front of the ice mountain, there was a sudden burst of wailing and howling. The 100,000 Xiuzhi all screamed in despair. This wasn't just physical damage, it was mental torture. Pregnant? Fuck you, pregnant? That painting, where's that painting? The pregnant Xiuzhi suddenly said anxiously. She turned her head to look at the painting. The vitality of the painting had completely disappeared. The egg in the painting was also gone. What a sin. Whoever looks at it will get pregnant. Ziwei said in despair. 100,000 people pregnant together. How spectacular. Changxing said excitedly. Are you stupid? You made them pregnant. Won't they kill you? Ziwei stared at Changxing. Pregnancy is a good thing, Changxing said firmly. Ziwei lowered her head and did not dare to speak. However, her body was tied up. She could only move little by little, trying to escape. Master, my stomach is getting bigger and bigger. What kind of embryo is this? It's connected to my dantian and 5 orifices. Once the embryo is destroyed, my dantian and 5 orifices will also be destroyed. Then what should we do? Are we really going to give birth? The surrounding male Xiozha all showed a horrified expression. Slap. 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 In front of the ice mountain, a group of pregnant Xiozha kept slapping their mouths. They hoped that this was a dream. On the other side, Shi Yin flew in Qin Zibai's direction with his belly that was getting bigger and bigger. Lord Qin, Mr. Dongfang, help, help. Shi Yin flew near and immediately fell with his big belly. Okay. Qin Zibai caught the falling Shi Yin. Shi Yin, who made you pregnant? Qin Zibai's expression changed. Quick, save me. There's something in my stomach. Quick, quick, Mr. Dongfang. Shi Yin said anxiously. Lie down. Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Shi Yin immediately lay down. Mr. Dongfang put his hand on Shi Yin's right hand to feel the pulse. He closed his eyes and frowned. Shi Yin, your stomach is getting bigger and bigger. Can't you feel it? It's growing again? Qin Zibai's expression changed. Those 4 things are sucking all the energy in my body. All the energy in my body is being sucked away. What's wrong with me? Mr. Dongfang. Shi Yin looked at Mr. Dongfang anxiously. Mr. Dongfang felt the pulse for a while and suddenly opened his eyes. Mr. Dongfang, what's wrong with Shi Yin? Qin Zibai asked in surprise. Mr. Dongfang, what's in my stomach? Shi Yin asked in horror. After a moment of silence, Mr. Dongfang had a strange expression on his face. Tell me what's in my stomach? Tell me. Shi Yin roared impatiently. Mr. Dongfang held back for a while and finally spat out 3 words. Quadruplets. Qin Zibai was stunned and didn't understand for a while. What? Say it again. Shi Yin's face stiffened. Although he had guessed it on the way here, when he heard it from someone else, Shi Yin still couldn't accept it. You're pregnant, quadruplets. Mr. Dongfang said in confusion again. Qin Zibai's head turned, but he still couldn't understand. What the hell? Pregnant? Quadruplets? What quadruplets? Shi Yin was pregnant? The 3 of them suddenly fell silent. It was as if they were digesting this strange fact together. After a while, Qin Zibai finally understood. He opened his mouth and looked at Shi Yin in shock. You're pregnant? And quadruplets? No, I don't want to be pregnant. Mr. Dongfang, save me, I don't want to know. Shi Yin screamed in despair. He used to be the emperor of the world and he was a man. How could he say that he was pregnant? What would his former subjects think? What would they think? Oh, there was a reason why the emperor submitted to day 1. It was because the emperor went home to give birth to a child. That picture was too beautiful. Shi Yin was dumbfounded as he thought about it. Chapter 353. On the Ice Mountain Square. Ouch. My stomach is bigger again, bigger again. I don't want to have a child, I'm a man. On the square there were countless cries and screams. The 100,000 cultivators all fell down, holding their stomachs, showing despair, grief, and indignation. Even King Bai was sweating profusely. This was the first time he was having a child. He didn't know where to start. There was a little thing in his stomach. Good luck, this is great karma. Lanky Changxing said excitedly. Fat Ziwei, who was tied up and trying to move out, stared at Lanky Changxing. Are you crazy? Great karma? It's good enough that they don't kill us. I've been harmed by you all these years. All my strength was sucked away by your painting. Fortunately, I can refine those embryos into fatty meat. Are you willing to give birth to a child like you? I'm willing. But I'm immune to my painting. I can't give birth myself. You don't know how envious I am. Changxing said agitatedly. Ziwei's face froze for a while. After that, Ziwei continued to move into the distance. After a while, this group of people reacted. They were dead meat. Fortunately, everyone was experimenting with methods to deal with the embryos in their stomachs and didn't have time to care about them. However, no matter how they tried, it was useless. They couldn't solve it. Despair spread and the cries continued. More importantly, in other places in Dragon Vein City, The cultivators who hadn't come before finally heard the cries in the distance and approached. These people's cultivation were not high enough. They were all ordinary disciples of various sects and families. In Dragon Vein City they only did logistics. At this moment, when they heard the cries, they immediately walked over. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Sect Master, what's wrong with you? Why is your stomach so big? Patriarch? Why is your stomach so big? How are we going to explain this to Mistress when we go back? There were cries of surprise all around. The logistics disciples of all the factions widened their eyes. My stomach is so bloated that it hurts. It's so uncomfortable. I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth too. I'm a man, how am I going to give birth? 100,000 Xiozha held their stomachs in pain. The embryo was growing extremely quickly. It was going to be born soon. Most importantly, how was she going to give birth? Most of the people here were men. It was fine for a man to carry a baby, but if you asked him to give birth, it would be like boiling dumplings in a teapot. The mouth of the teapot was too small, so it couldn't be poured out. The biological structure didn't allow it. Who's the midwife? Who is the midwife? A pregnant family head roared in pain. A middle-aged woman said bitterly, I can, but I don't know how to deliver a baby for a man. Countless Xiozha clutched their stomachs in despair. Inside the iceberg, Guhai and Fairy Wanner had their eyes wide open. It was obvious that this was the first time he had seen such a scene. She's pregnant? Fairy Wanner asked in astonishment. Guhai, on the other hand, was staring at Ziwei and Longevity in the distance. Was it these two people? Could the disaster that Wanyu was talking about be them? What do we do now? Fairy Wanner asked anxiously. I'll do it. Guhai took a deep breath and said. Guhai reached out his hand and sucked. Suddenly the surrounding cold air rushed into Guhai's body. The huge iceberg melted crazily. Waves of cold air were sucked into the water deity palace by Guhai and merged with his water elemental energy, becoming a part of it. This is the immortal divine water, the ice of faith. It's not ordinary ice. Fairy Wanner exclaimed. I know. What a coincidence, I also cultivate the water deity palace. Guhai smiled. You could escape earlier? What? Fairy Wanner was surprised. I can absorb the ice, but I can't deal with everyone here. Guhai smiled. You're hiding your strength? Fairy Wanner's eyelids suddenly twitched. Boom. Suddenly all the cold air in the iceberg was absorbed by Guhai. Guhai and Fairy Wanner were suddenly free. However, Fairy Wanner's Qin figurine was greatly damaged. After Guhai absorbed the cold air in the iceberg, the mountain behind him shook violently. The surrounding cultivators on the ground suddenly changed their expressions. What? Guhai is fine. He was faking it just now. It's over, this is bad. The 100,000 cultivators with big bellies suddenly changed their expressions wildly. One had to know that all of them were forcing Guhai to do something. They even swore many times that they would kill Guhai. Now all of them had lost their ability to move and were lying on the ground. But Guhai was unscathed? Even the nearby Great King Bai An's expression changed. At this moment, there was a fetus in his stomach and it was about to be born. This was his weakest moment, so weak that he couldn't move at all. Previously he had repeatedly forced Guhai, and now Guhai wanted to take revenge on him. What should he do? Sure enough, Guhai looked at everyone around and revealed a slight smile. Stop Guhai, stop Guhai. A family head suddenly exclaimed. Around, a group of logistics disciples immediately rushed to Guhai. With a flip of his hand, Guhai took out a marionette pole. Huff. He shook it violently. Family head, I can't move. Sect head, help. A group of logistics disciples screamed as they were controlled by Guhai's marionette pole. Guhai, what are you doing? If you dare to touch me, my children will not let you go. Guhai, are you going to be an enemy of my entire sect? Countless cultivators looked at Guhai with horror. Every dog has its day. Previously, it was everyone who forced Guhai, and everyone controlled Guhai's life and death. Now it was the other way around. Guhai controlled everyone's life and death. Even the King Bai An of Central Celestial Palace was no match for Guhai now, right? Finished? Finished? Guhai slowly walked to Ziwei and Changxing. What do you want to do? Ziwei stared and exclaimed. Don't come over, I'm very powerful. Changxing also exclaimed. Guhai immediately took out a long bronze blade. The blade of the long blade glowed with a trace of cold light. Don't kill me, master, I will kneel to you. Ziwei suddenly cried. Me too, I'll recognize you as my godfather, don't kill me. Changxing also exclaimed in horror. Yes, yes, godfather. You can do whatever you want, really. Ziwei also immediately promised. Guhai's face darkened. What kind of person do you think I am? Xing. The long blade suddenly slashed at the two of them. Ah. The two of them suddenly screamed. Guhai had already kept his blade. He had removed the bindings on the two of them with a single slash. Ah. The two of them screamed for a while and found that they were fine. They immediately got up in shock. I'm fine, this is great, my handsome face. Ziwei immediately touched his face and said in ecstasy. Guhai looked at his oily, bloated face and was speechless for a while. You're not going to kill me? Changxing also looked at Guhai in shock. Both of you, I am Guhai of the Han Dynasty. It is fate that we meet. Thank you for your painting earlier, which saved me from danger. Guhai said with a smile. Ah, painting? Ziwei was slightly stunned. Painting? My painting? Ah, Ziwei, I told you I will meet a soulmate. This is a soulmate, someone will thank me. You bunch of vulgar people don't know how to appreciate. Changxing suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Guhai's hand, as if he had met a soulmate. Ah. Guhai withdrew his hand in shock. Guhai? Mr. Good, thank you for appreciating my painting. If you like it, I will specially draw one for you, no, 10 of them. I will let you appreciate them properly. Changxing was so excited that he was incoherent. Appreciate them properly? Guhai turned his head and looked at the big belly that had fallen on the ground. Give me another painting? Guhai's face stiffened and he forced a smile. Forget it, there is no need. Let's give it to those who need it more. They belong to them and Mr. Good belongs to Mr. Good. One day my paintings will be popular all over the world. Changxing suddenly said with a face full of confidence. Guhai forced a smile. Yes, it would be popular all over the world. One day it would be popular all over the world. Today it was popular enough. Both of you, do you know what is under this underground palace? Guhai looked at the underground palace. This underground palace? Oh no, the underground palace is broken, then the seal? Ziwei's face suddenly changed. Mr. Good, let's go, let's get out of here quickly. I will go first. Changxing also had a look of horror on his face. Guhai raised his eyebrows. There was danger under the underground palace? The great evil that Long Wan Yu said? It hadn't started yet? Ziwei and Changxing panicked and wanted to run out of the city. Both of you go first. Guhai shook his head and said. Quick, let's go, Mr. Good, see you next time. See you next time, Mr. Good. Ziwei and Changxing turned around and ran in the direction of the city gate in the distance with a great sense of horror. Guhai turned his head to look at Fairy Wan. Fairy Wan, please leave the city immediately. It is very dangerous here, go quickly. Guhai said in a low voice. You are not leaving? Fairy Wan frowned and said. I will leave after I settle some things. You go first, don't wait for me. Guhai shook his head. Who is waiting for you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Fairy Wan snorted coldly, took the Guqin figurine and flew into the distance. Phew. In the blink of an eye, Fairy Wan, Ziwei and Changxing all left. Outside the underground palace, Guhai alone was enough to suppress everyone. The surrounding cultivators looked at Guhai in horror. Guhai did not leave. Did he want to take revenge? I am about to give birth, but I cannot. What should I do if he wants to kill me? All of them looked at Guhai in horror. However, Guhai slowly walked towards Great King Hoenn. Guhai is going to take revenge on Great King Hoenn? That makes sense. Previously, Great King Hoenn kept pressuring Guhai. Is he going to be the first to kill Great King Hoenn? At first, everyone rejoiced. However, disaster would soon befall them. Sooner or later, they would die at Guhai's hands. It's over. Great King Hoenn held its belly, sweating profusely as it watched Guhai walk over. You want to kill me? Great King Hoenn said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 354. King Tao clutched his big belly and looked at Guhai with sweat all over his forehead as he walked over step by step. Ha, you want to kill me? King Tao said indignantly. King Tao had never known that the most painful time was not when his bones were broken or when his body was disabled. Instead, it was when he was about to give birth and was blocked. It was so painful. It was so painful that his entire body was drained of energy. Furthermore, this fetus was connected to his nascent souls. If he forcefully destroyed it, he would also be severely injured. He could only give birth, but he could not. The pain was so painful that his whole body was drenched in sweat. It was so painful that his whole body went limp. At that moment, the deadly Guhai appeared. Previously, he had pressured Guhai time and time again and even threatened to rip off Guhai's head. Now Guhai was here for revenge? Could he still deal with him? Yuanying state? However, when he went to that valley back then, Guhai's saber force had definitely reached the lower celestial palace level. He was completely powerless and was completely at Guhai's mercy. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I, Tao, and would actually die here. Ah. King Tao, and said bitterly. Guhai stopped when he got close to them. He slowly took out a small knife. King Tao, and this is for you. Guhai handed over the small knife. What are you doing? King Tao, and stared at Guhai. I'm about to die and you still want to humiliate me? You gave me a small knife and asked me to commit suicide? Back in the valley, I am indebted to King Tao, and for saving me from danger. I Guhai, am a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Today I will repay the kindness of the past. Guhai said solemnly. Repay? Not revenge? King Tao, and looked at Guhai in shock. Not revenge. Guhai said with a smile. Huh. Countless people around looked at Guhai in confusion. Why are you giving me a small knife? King Tao and said in shock. There's a fetus in her abdomen, so she probably can't come out. I have a way here and I hope it can help everyone. Guhai said in a deep voice. What method? Great King Bai An's eyes lit up. Caesarean section. Guhai said solemnly. Ah. It's disemboweling. Guhai explained. King Bai An's expression changed as he instantly understood what Guhai meant. Disembowel? In the past, when he was fighting, he was seriously injured to the point that his intestines were protruding out. This was a common occurrence. Even if his stomach was cut open, he wouldn't die. If the embryo couldn't come out, all he had to do was to cut open his stomach and dig it out. It was the habit of Xiuzhi to not think about it before. They all thought about how to expel the embryo without harming their energy. They had never thought about using another kind of harm to exchange for one kind of harm. King Bai and looked at Guhai in astonishment as a complicated look flashed across his eyes. She nodded and took the small knife from Guhai. Then she slit her stomach. Relax your entire body. It's best to seal off the nerve pain in the abdomen. Guhai instructed. King Bai nodded. Then he followed Guhai's method and performed a caesarean section. Although it was difficult to do this by himself, he couldn't let others do it. Cold sweat broke out on King Bai An's head as he slit open his stomach bit by bit. Blood immediately flowed out. King Bai An closed his eyes and reached into his bloody abdomen. All around, the 100,000 people with big stomachs in pain widened their eyes. Gurgle. Gurgle. Bang. King Bai An groped around for a while before pulling. Immediately, a bloody embryo was pulled out. It's out. It's out. The countless cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed. Everyone, Guhai has been under your protection for the past few days. I hope that this caesarean section method can help everyone, Guhai said. Everyone stared at Guhai for a while. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Mr. Good, I'll never forget your kindness. Mr. Good, I'm sorry for offending you earlier. At this time, not only did Guhai not add insult to injury, but he even guided everyone out of the sea of suffering. In an instant, everyone's impression of Guhai changed. Sounds of gratitude could be heard endlessly. King Bai An was the best example. After the embryo was taken out, it no longer absorbed the energy in his body. King Bai An swallowed a large number of pills, wiped his hand and gently sealed the wound. He looked at the embryo in his palm with sweat all over his forehead. This was his fetus? It doesn't have 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. It's a stillborn? King Bai An frowned. In that case I'll take my leave too. Guhai glanced at the west and said in a deep voice. Qin Zibai was delayed for some reason. Why did he not come? He had to leave immediately. After bidding farewell, Guhai turned around and left quickly. King Bai An watched Guhai leave with a complicated expression. For a moment he almost thought that Guhai would kill him. Who would have thought that Guhai would return good for evil? Seeing Guhai leave, an apologetic look flashed across King Bai An's eyes. Quick, give me a caesarean section. I want one too. Quick, aren't you the midwife? Take the fetus out for me. Oh, it's out, it's out. It's a stillborn. It's finally fine. The scene of 100,000 people performing a cesarean section together was spectacular. After the fetus was taken out, the pain immediately disappeared. It was like heaven on the other side of hell. The cultivator who had threatened Gu Hai earlier was immediately apologetic. He wanted to thank Gu Hai, but Gu Hai had already left. King Bai and reached out and burned the stillborn. He struggled to stand up and looked at the underground palace not far away. He waved his hand. Boom. A large amount of soil was immediately lifted. The entire underground palace was revealed. What had been dug out earlier was only a small part. This underground palace was 10 times larger. Below the underground palace, red light continued to emerge, as if there was an evil force that was about to rush out. However, there were a large number of black runes around it. Bus, bus, bus. It seemed that the underground palace had been destroyed. Traces of black runes were quickly melting, and the red light under the underground palace became brighter and brighter. There's something under the underground palace. This red light? Is it the fire of drought? King Bai and raised his eyebrows. Qin Zibai did not appear. That was because Qin Zibai and Mr. Dongfang were studying Shi Yan's stomach together. When Mr. Dongfang said that Shi Yan was pregnant with quadruplets, the three of them were dumbfounded. Mr. Dongfang, save me, save me. Shi Yan cried out in horror. Mr. Dongfang narrowed his eyes. Bang! Gu Hai landed on the ground and looked at the gate in the distance in shock. The gate didn't move at all. He couldn't go out? Gu Hai's face darkened. Huff. Suddenly, a black-robed man appeared behind Gu Hai. Your Majesty, the black-robed man said respectfully. Julu? You didn't go out just now? Gu Hai asked curiously. I was chasing after Shi Yan. Unfortunately, he had many powerful cultivators and I couldn't get close to him, Julu said with shame. Your Majesty, the city gates are closed. It seems like there is a large array enveloping them. Let me try. Julu suddenly turned into a giant stone man and brazenly slammed into the gate. Boom. A loud bang sounded, but the city gates still didn't move. What? Impossible, why is there no movement at all? Julu said in shock. Forget it, we can't go out for now. Shi Yan? Let's go, bring me to Shi Yan. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Chapter 355. Dragon Vein City. The city gates were closed and the formation was activated. For a moment, a blood fog rose and enveloped the entire Dragon Vein City. Outside the underground palace, the expressions of the cultivators who had just suffered great losses after the cesarean section changed. Not good, something's wrong. Let's go. Many cultivators instantly ran toward the city gates. They didn't even care about the underground palace that was right in front of them. Boom. Boom. Soon, rumbling sounds came from the nearby east and south city gates. The group of experts couldn't break the city gates at all. King Bai and frowned and looked at the formation in the sky. He stretched out his hand and a chain rushed into the sky. Even though his vitality was greatly damaged, the power of the central celestial palace was still extremely vast. Boom. The chain collided with the formation with a loud bang. With a loud bang, the chain brazenly crashed back. What? King Bai An's expression changed. The surrounding cultivators also had gloomy expressions. Dragon Vein City has been sealed? Oh. The surrounding cultivators' expressions changed. That was a strike from the central celestial palace. Even if this strike struck the barrier of an ordinary city, there should be a crack. But it was fine here? Brr. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from afar. The sound of the dragon vein? In the west? Someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh. Immediately, a large number of cultivators rushed toward the west. In the west, where Qin Zibai and Mr. Dongfang lived. At this moment, the billowing smell of blood rushed over from the west. It was an area where the blood fog was so thick that it was liquid, enveloping that direction. It was as if it was covered by rolling blood water. The 10 cultivators at the front rushed over. From the blood water area, a dragon head suddenly emerged. Brr. The dragon head was huge, as big as 1,000 feet. The cultivators who rushed over didn't have time to shout. Whoa. In one bite, they were swallowed by the huge dragon head. What? The cultivators at the back paused with a change in expression. However, they saw human heads emerge from the dragon scales on the neck of the blood dragon. Is that the head of the Jianghu family? Is that sect master Qing Hai? Someone recognized them. They were the 10 cultivators who were swallowed just now. They were refined and their heads turned into the scales of the blood dragon? This is? The dragon horn is damaged. That's right. This is Xian's dragon vein. There's no mistake. Mr. Good didn't lie to us? So it's all true? The expressions of the surrounding Xiozha changed dramatically. The blood dragon was ferocious, as if it was going to charge forward again. It was as if he was going to devour the people who were charging at him. More and more bodies emerged from the pool of blood. At this moment there were many heads on the dragon scales. The Xiozha who saw this felt a chill in their hearts. This is the dragon vein of the great earth? How can it be used to attack? A Xiozha exclaimed. This is a longevity array? Xian's dragon vein has already been refined into a ferocious object by a longevity master. King Bai and said with a cold expression. The blood dragon rushed over. King Bai and revealed a ferocious expression and immediately struck out with his palm. Boom. The power of the central celestial palace was extraordinary, and it shook the blood dragon. He blocked the blood dragon. Great King Bai, and are you saying that this is the longevity array? Have we all fallen into Master Shou's trap? Someone exclaimed. Xian? Qing Bai? King Bai and revealed a ferocious expression. He exerted force in his hand, but the blood dragon seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. King Bai and could not hold on for much longer. Find Master Shou and kill him. Only then can we go out. Quick. King Bai and immediately shouted. In the pool of blood, Mr. Dongfang's voice suddenly came. Qing Bai, what's the use of arguing with me? Why aren't you going to deal with King Bai, and if something goes wrong, how are you going to explain it to Shiyu the Great? Humph. Qing Zibai's cold snort came from the pool of blood. His figure flashed and he rushed out. He slashed at King Bai and with a long sword in his hand. King Bai An's expression changed. He loosened his grip, and the chain rushed toward Qing Zibai. Boom. The two central celestial palaces fought, and a rolling storm immediately swept up. The blood dragon was freed, and it immediately rushed toward the Xiozha while roaring. Oh no, retreat quickly, the Xiozha exclaimed. Roar. The blood dragon opened its mouth, and a large number of Xiozha with weak cultivation were immediately sucked into the blood dragon's mouth. Quick run. Help. The Xiozha in all directions changed their expressions and retreated. Humph, wait until my blood dragon eats these people, then I'll eat all of you. Mr. Dongfang's voice suddenly sounded. No, don't eat us. My lord, help. My lord. Waves of cries came from the pool of blood. Qing Zibai's expression changed. Mr. Dongfang, eat the people outside first. Don't touch my troops. Otherwise I won't care anymore. Qing Zibai, what's the use of your pity now? Mr. Dongfang sneered. Maybe the blood dragon's strength will be enough after eating the people outside. If you don't allow it, I won't care anymore. Qing Zibai roared angrily. Fine. Qing Zibai, I'll give you face this time and eat the people outside first. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Boom. The blood dragon immediately surged out of the pool of blood and rushed in all directions. On the back of the blood dragon stood Mr. Dongfang in a white robe. Standing on the back of the blood dragon, he controlled the blood dragon to wreak havoc in all directions. The giant dragon opened its mouth and inhaled. Immediately, the fleeing Xiozha in front of it were sucked into its stomach. Quick run. Scatter. Countless cultivators fled in horror. Rumble. The entire Dragon Vein city was in chaos. Kill Master Shou, kill that Master Shou. A large number of Xiozha avoided the blood dragon, wanting to kill Mr. Dongfang on the back of the dragon. However, as soon as they got close to Mr. Dongfang, the scaled heads under Mr. Dongfang's feet seemed to be alive. Suddenly, their necks elongated and like a human-headed snake, they rushed out with a bang. Immediately, the Xiozha that rushed over bit them. The Xiozha were bitten by the human heads in fear. They were even swallowed by a strange human head. The Xiozha that was swallowed by the scaled heads were also quickly digested by the blood dragon. A new scaled head appeared not far away. The surrounding Xiozha immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 356. Ancient Emperor, are you going to deal with Shi Yin? I have a way. We can help you. Someone shouted excitedly. Before Gu Hai could speak, the crowd kept shouting for help. Looking at the excited crowd, Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you, everyone. Ancient Emperor, you're too polite. Over there, follow me." A cultivator shouted. The crowd pointed at the black fog not far away. Within the black fog, it looked like a huge altar. The altar was transparent, and there was a large amount of red flames under it. It seemed like they were going to burst out, but they were completely suppressed by the altar. There were countless strange runes on the transparent altar. They were obviously set up by Mr. Dongfang, but no one could understand what they were. It was a huge altar, and there were more than 2,000 people tied up on it. They were separated from each other and they couldn't move. Among them, 100 people were already dead. The 2,000 people who were tied up looked at Shi Yin, who was holding a long sword, in horror. My lord, I followed you carefully and conscientiously. I've never been disloyal. Why do you want to kill us? Your Majesty, when you persuaded us to establish the Great Huang dynasty, you promised to make my family strong and prosperous. My whole family is loyal to you. Why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? Don't kill me, Your Majesty. The 2,000 people who were tied up looked at Shi Yin in horror. Shi Yin, with a big belly, walked step by step to the front of a black-clothed man with a gloomy expression. Your Majesty, I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty. When you went to a banquet at my residence, there were assassins. My whole family helped you block the assassins and countless people died. My wife was also killed by the assassins. Your Majesty. The man in black counted his achievements in horror and begged Shi Yin to spare his life. Shi Yan's face was ferocious. He grabbed the sword and said, Minister Qin? Maybe you don't know? There were no assassins at that time. What? The man in black was shocked. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your wife. She's too charming and too insensible. I doted on her, but she dared to resist? Shi Yin sneered. The man in black's face suddenly changed. Not an assassin? You. No wonder my wife's clothes were disheveled when she died, and I even blocked the assassin's sword for you. So the assassin was arranged by you. Traitor, give me back my wife, give me back my wife. The black-clothed man roared in despair and unwillingness. He glared at Shi Yin as if he wanted to eat him alive. Shi Yin, however, revealed a trace of satisfaction. Sure enough, the more grievances one has, the more death chi they give me. The blade pierced through the black-clothed man's forehead. However, he saw that a force seemed to have condensed within the formation, and it immediately extracted the death chi that had condensed at the moment the black-clothed man was killed. The death chi was pitch black and 90% of it was absorbed by the runes on the altar below. The runes became denser and denser, suppressing the flames beneath the altar. Only 1/10 of the energy was transferred into Shi Yan's body, and the pain in Shi Yan's stomach was immediately suppressed. Just a little. Shi Yan's face darkened. Humph, Mr. Dongfang? You even schemed against me? You want to take 90% of my death aura? Although Shi Yin was very angry, he still had to continue killing. Shi Yin slowly moved on to the next person. No, Your Majesty, don't kill me. I haven't told you some things yet. Shi Yin shook his head and walked over. Demon, Shi Yin, you will die a horrible death. Shi Yin, I was blind to be your subject. You are a demon. All around, Shi Yan's former subjects revealed expressions of despair and unwillingness as they looked at Shi Yin. Only his head was left intact. The drought demon fire is coming out. Oh no, let's go. Qin Zibai's old subordinates were shocked. Ancient Emperor, thank you for your help. This is the head of the traitor Shi Yin. Keep it well. One of Shi Yan's old subordinates handed over Shi Yan's head respectfully. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Ancient Emperor, I am the head of the Ma family in 3 Yuan City. If you have any orders in the future, just let me know. If I can do it, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Ancient Emperor, if you have any orders in the future, I will do my best. Me too. Both Shi Yan's old subordinates and Qin Zibai's old subordinates bowed to Gu Hai gratefully. Looking at the crowd, Gu Hai did not reject them. He nodded and said, Thank you very much. Ancient Emperor, let's go. The drought demon fire is coming out again. It will get bigger and bigger. The seal of the altar can't suppress it anymore. One of Shi Yan's old subordinates said anxiously. The Valley of Death. Every once in a while the drought demon fire will appear from here. I don't know what is inside that made Master Shou so concerned. Qin Zibai and Shi Yan tried to go down several times, but they were stopped by the drought demon fire. There are also dragon roars coming from inside, but it was sealed by Master Shou. It seems like it is coming out now. The drought demon fire is coming out here? Gu Hai was puzzled. One had to know that there was also a seal in the east of Dragon Vein City. But this was the west of the city? 2 places? Boom. Suddenly, a large amount of flames came out again, shooting in all directions. Quick dodge. Everyone said anxiously. Ancient Emperor, let's go. I saw Master Shou setting up the blood array that day. I know how to break the blood array outside. One of Qin Zibai's old subordinates shouted. As he said that, he hit a rock in the distance. Boom. The rock shattered and cracks appeared on the blood array. Ancient Emperor, we will meet again. We will leave first. Go, 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 the fire is getting bigger. Ancient Emperor, let's go. Qin Zibai's old subordinates and Shi Yan's old subordinates quickly escaped through the blood array's cracks. Shi Yan was already dead and Gu Hai put away his head. This trip went rather smoothly. Just as Gu Hai was about to leave with the others, his expression changed. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Then he saw 2 figures standing not far away staring at him. The drought demon fire rushed out of the altar's cracks, looking like it would burn everything in the surroundings. However, the strange thing was that while the 2 people stood there, the fire easily bypassed them. This included avoiding Gu Hai. The fire seemed to form a huge ring of flames, surrounding Gu Hai and the 2 people opposite him. They were the sword cultivator Qing Feng and the white-clad youth outside the city. Qing Feng stared at Gu Hai with an extremely sharp gaze, preventing Gu Hai from escaping. The other person was the white-clad youth. The white-clad youth smiled faintly. Although the white-clad youth smiled faintly, Gu Hai saw arrogance in his eyes. Han Dynasty Gu Hai. Greetings both of you. May I know who you are? Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. Wanshou Taoism Tongtian lineage Qi. The white-clad youth said softly. His tone was not heavy but there was a sharp aura. Wanshou Taoism? Tongtian lineage? Qi. Chapter 357. Wanshou Taoism? The Tongtian sect? The Tongtian sect? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows as surprise flashed in his eyes. Gu Hai was already surprised by the appearance of Tai, because Gu Hai had heard of ancient legends when he was on Earth. Now there was the Tongtian sect? Wasn't he a character in the Investiture of the Gods novel? Oh, you have doubts? You seem to have seen through Gu Hai's surprise. Yes, I'm curious. Wanshou Taoism? I've heard of it. It's one of the 3 holy lands in the world, along with Solar Palace and Lingshan Holy Land. Wanshou Taoism? The Tongtian sect. Is there a Taishang sect or Yuanshi sect? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. Qing Feng's eyes widened, showing a trace of surprise. Where did you hear that? Yu was also puzzled. Really? Then the sect leader of Wanshou Taoism is? Gu Hai was surprised. In this generation, it's the Tongtian sect master. Yu looked at Gu Hai doubtfully and did not hide it. Tongtian sect master? 4 immortal slaying swords? Gu Hai was surprised. This is too strange, isn't it? Qing Feng's pupils shrank and he looked at Gu Hai in surprise, then at Yu. The surprise in his eyes was self-evident. Yu stared at Gu Hai and said, you know a lot. Everyone knows that the immortal slaying sword is ranked 7th among the 16 magic treasures of ancient times, but they don't know that it's a set. Not 1 but 7. That's not right. In my memory it seems to be the immortal slaying sword, the immortal slaying sword, the immortal slaughtering sword, the immortal trapping sword, and the immortal slashing sword? Gu Hai frowned. You looked solemnly at Gu Hai and said, oh, it seems that you've reincarnated like me? Perhaps in your generation there were only 4 of them. Slayer, Annihilation, Void, Annihilation. Slayer, Annihilation, Void, Annihilation? 3 more. Immortal slaying swords? Immortal vanquishing sword? Empty immortal sword? The Tongtian sect master? He didn't refine 4 but 7? Gu Hai's brows furrowed tightly as he asked. Young master. Qing Feng, who was standing aside, suddenly opened his mouth as if he wanted to stop Zhao from explaining to Gu Hai. It doesn't matter. Since he knows the secret, it's not a big deal. Yu shook his head. Tongtian sect master? The Tongtian sect master of the everlasting Dao Palace, number 1 in the way of the sword? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The best swordsmanship in the world? Qi's pupils suddenly shrank as he revealed a faint smile. Now it is. Now, what do you mean? Gu Hai asked in confusion. The Tong Tian sect master's way of the sword has been passed down from generation to generation, accumulating from generation to generation. His way of the sword has indeed become more ferocious and stronger, but who knows what will happen in the future? Qi said calmly. Although he said it with certainty, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Generation to generation? Wait, did you just say the Tong Tian lineage? One lineage? Since ancient times, the Tong Tian sect master has not been alone? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Of course not. As long as one doesn't become an immortal, one's lifespan is at most 10,000 years. How can he be alone? Tong Tian is a title passed down from generation to generation. The Tong Tian sect master of Wanshou Taoism is the new Tong Tian, she explained. So, it's not the Tong Tian from the Jie sect? Gu Hai looked puzzled. Jie sect? What's that? Qi asked in confusion. Gu Hai was speechless. Just the same name? But isn't this too much of a coincidence? Even the immortal slaying sword is the same? The 7th of the 16 magic treasures of ancient times? The 7 immortal slaying swords? Maybe I heard the wrong introduction. I've heard of the Jie sect, the Chan sect and the Rin sect, but they're all wrong. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Qi nodded. Based on his understanding of the everlasting Dao Palace, he had never heard of the Jie sect. Clearly Gu Hai had misheard. Thank you for telling me. Gu Hai said politely. It's nothing. Almost everyone who goes to the Celestial Palace knows. It's fine if you know in advance. Qi shook his head. I wonder why you two are blocking my way? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I've heard that you used a formation to form the sword cultivator Dugu Qiubai. Not long ago I saw your saber technique, Cycle of Heaven. Today I'm here to learn. I hope you'll give me a saber for me to learn. Solemnly Qing said. Cycle of Heaven? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Yes, Cycle of Heaven. I know that you were limited by your cultivation that day, so you couldn't use your final saber move? Qi said in a low voice. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. At that time, his saber had exploded because he had used up all his strength. He thought that he had fooled everyone, but Qi had seen through it? I want to see your final saber move. Solemnly Qing said. Cycle of Heaven? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, Cycle of Heaven. Qi nodded. Since you know that I can't use it, aren't you making things difficult for me? Gu Hai said in a low voice. I don't judge a person's saber technique by cultivation, but by saber intent, saber force and saber heart. You're different from others. I'm looking forward to your Cycle of Heaven. Can't use it? No, I have a way to make you use it. Look into my eyes. Qi said in a low voice. Gu Hai looked over. Suddenly, a dazzling ray of light shot out from Bai's eyes. It crashed into Gu Hai's soul. Boom. Suddenly, Gu Hai's mind shook, and he appeared in a vast expanse of white space. In the white space, there were only two people. Himself and Qi. Qi stood not far away with a bronze longsword on his back, looking at him quietly. Gu Hai's face darkened. Don't worry, this is a spiritual space I created. You and I entered with our consciousness, so it's not difficult to go back. However, in here you can use your full strength. Don't worry about not having enough strength because this is only a spiritual world. Anything is possible. Solemnly Qing said. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and his face turned gloomy. Qi in front of him came out of nowhere? Or had he been watching him for a long time? Gu Hai was not the kind of person who liked to show off, so naturally he did not want to. He seemed to see Gu Hai's reluctance. Qi suddenly cupped his fists. Qi traveled around the countries and fought with various sections. I wanted to hone a peerless sword. I rarely met an opponent. I'm very happy to meet you this time. Please teach me. I will thank you. Qi said sincerely. Gu Hai stared at Qi for a while. There was a long silence. Qi cupped his fists and waited. After a while, Gu Hai said solemnly, Qing, okay. Qi smiled slightly. Thank you. Gu Hai stretched out his hand, and a long saber suddenly appeared in his hand. This saber? Gu Hai looked at the long saber condensed by his consciousness. It won't explode. Don't worry, condense your consciousness and do as you wish. Solemnly Qing said. Gu Hai nodded. Holding the long saber, Gu Hai suddenly focused his eyes and took a step forward with his right foot. He stepped on Tianyuan. Buzz. The saber intent condensed, and 221 black and white sabers suddenly appeared in the surroundings. They formed an extremely complicated chess game that surrounded Gu Hai. Zhou Tiansan. Gu Hai's expression darkened. The long saber suddenly slashed out an energy saber that shot toward Qi. The 221 black and white sabers suddenly gathered toward the long saber. The surrounding void seemed to tremble as a majestic saber aura suddenly formed. The energy saber was like an ocean, and the saber Qi was like a river. Tens of thousands of rivers converged into an ocean. An enormous force surged toward Qi. Roar. A wave of indomitable blade rushed straight toward him. Qi stood on the spot. His eyes were wide open, but he did not draw his sword. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Qi's eyes. Buzz. The sword intent condensed in his eyes suddenly condensed into the sword energy of a bronze longsword in the void. The sword intent condensed into energy and shot toward Zhou Tiansan's saber energy. Hong. The saber energy and sword energy collided. Under the huge impact, the spiritual world shook violently. Buzz. A large amount of sword Qi shot out from the sword energy in the form of a green lotus. The petals of the lotus scattered as though they were slowly dispersing Zhou Tiansan's power. Rumble. As the spiritual world shook, the saber energy and sword energy disappeared. Evenly matched? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. It was not that they were evenly matched. This was because Qi did not even draw his sword. His Zhou Tiansan had been neutralized? Just a look and a surge of sword intent? Just like that? This person's sword Dao is so powerful? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Qi raised an eyebrow. What a powerful saber intent. You even neutralized my sword lotus? The saber is sharp, and yin and yang are harmonious. It's a perfect saber technique. It makes me feel that my sword Dao is incomplete. Harmonious yin and yang? Perhaps it can make up for my shortcomings. Thank you, Gu Hai. Thank you? Did I feed my saber technique to your sword? Heh, since you want to meet me, then meet me. I still have a saber technique. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Oh, is it Zhou Tiansan again? I knew you can't only have one saber technique in your Zhou Tiansan. Come on. Qi chuckled. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Be careful. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he stepped on Divine Prime again. Suddenly, 281 saber Qis condensed in the surroundings. However, the saber Qis were too fierce this time. They seemed to have condensed into a physical form. 281 saber Qis? As soon as the new chess game was played, a fearsome might shook the entire spiritual world, causing it to shake violently. Qi's pupils suddenly shrank. This time, Gu Hai held the hilt of his saber with both hands. With a ferocious expression, he slashed with his saber. As he slashed, the void suddenly turned upside down. The saber seemed to have torn a hole in the void. The power gathered from 281 saber Qis seemed to be able to destroy the world as it slashed toward Qi. Wherever the saber passed, the spiritual world collapsed. Zhou Tiansan. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The spiritual world was torn apart as the saber rushed toward Qi's face. An energy sword shot out from Qi's eyes. Boom. The energy sword was shattered by the energy saber. The energy saber continued to charge toward Qi. Good saber. Qi was overjoyed. Finally, Qi drew his sword. Ching. When the long sword was unsheathed, a green light shot into the sky. Qi was excited. He slashed with his sword with a ferocious expression. A vast illusory green sword lotus condensed in the void and collided with the energy saber. Hong. The energy saber and energy sword collided. Under the huge impact, the entire spiritual world exploded with a bang. Qi and Qi's consciousness returned to their bodies. In Qing Feng's eyes, Ho and Gu Hai had not moved from the start to the end. Although Qing Feng knew what was going on, he did not know how the battle was going in their spiritual worlds. However, in Qing Feng's heart, Qi was the most powerful. Naturally, he did not think highly of Gu Hai even though Gu Hai had been so outstanding on Zhou Tiansan. Boom. There was a sudden explosion in the void between Gu Hai and Qi. Their consciousnesses returned to their bodies. A large amount of smoke and dust rose from the ground. Qi. You're the most powerful person in the sword Dao I've ever seen. Gu Hai gasped in shock. Qi was also shocked. Thank you for your guidance. This time we'll draw. What do you think? Draw. Qing Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Qi had never drawn with anyone before. Never. Ever since he started practicing the sword, he had only won. He had never lost or drawn. Draw. Impossible. With this Gu Hai? All right. Gu Hai nodded. Chapter 358. Thank you for your guidance. My sword Dao has yet to reach greater mastery, but your saber Dao can still be improved. When our saber Dao and sword Dao reach greater mastery, I will come again. Solemnly Bai said. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Boom. At the side, a huge fire rushed toward the three of them. When it got closer, Gu Hai realized that there seemed to be green sword chi blocking the fire. The green sword chi seemed to be in the shape of green lotus petals. Once the sword lotus appeared, no fire could penetrate it. Bai turned around and looked at the fire. Drought demon fire? Is she coming out? It has been 3,000 years. Bai raised his eyebrows. Her? Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. Let's go, Gu Hai. We can't stay here for long. Mr. Dongfang? Hey, he was courting death by alarming her. You're even better. You directly broke through the main palace. Those people will suffer. Let's go. Bai said with a slight smile. As he spoke, the green lotus sword chi shot out and forced the fire away, forming a passage. They walked to the outside of the bloody area. Gu Hai turned around and looked at the altar that was broken by Shi Yan. The altar was getting more and more shattered by the fire. More and more fire surged out. They were all drought demon fire. The three of them quickly walked out. Your Majesty, are you okay? Not far away, Ju Lu rushed over anxiously. Outside, blood mist filled the air. Only the sounds of killing could be heard. It was hazy. They seemed to be able to see many figures, but they were not very clear. Gu Hai, thank you for your guidance. These two sword talismans are for you. They were made by me in my previous life. It will be convenient for you to leave Dragon Vein City. Solemnly Bai said. Oh. Gu Hai took it. It was two sword-shaped jade talismans. Qing Feng and I will leave first. That woman is coming out. Hey, with my current strength, I can't do anything to her. Goodbye. Solemnly Bai said. Then Bai rushed into the sky with Qing Feng. Soon they were close to the boundary of Dragon Vein City. The two of them took out a sword talisman each. He gently crushed it. Buzz. The sword talisman suddenly turned into a sharp sword-shaped green light, enveloping the two of them. Boom. The green sword-shaped light suddenly tore through the formation and shot out. Buzz. The array was restored in an instant, but Ho and Qing Feng were already outside the array. Sword talisman? Using this to leave? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, the four directions are extremely chaotic, but no one can get out, including that King Bai Han. Forget it, I can't even protect myself now, let alone save them. Two sword talismans, one for each of us. Let's go, let's get out of here first. They're still waiting for us outside. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. After receiving Gu Hai's sword talisman, the two of them took a step and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were at the edge of the formation. Buzz. Ju Lu crushed the sword talisman, which suddenly formed a sword-shaped green light that enveloped his entire body. Oh. The sword-shaped green light brought Ju Lu out of the formation. The formation was quickly restored. Sword-shaped green light? It can only envelop one person? What a pity. Gu Hai sighed softly. Boom. Suddenly there was another deafening sound from below. It was the blood water area below that suddenly exploded. Flames soared into the sky and exploded in all directions. It was like a volcano eruption, instantly burning the formation in all directions. Oh no, the sacrificial altar is completely destroyed. The drought demon fire has completely exploded. Gu Hai's face darkened. Suddenly, a trace of the drought demon fire touched Gu Hai's arm. Buzz. The fire instantly burned Gu Hai's skin. Fire God. Gu Hai's face darkened. He immediately activated the power of the Fire God Palace to absorb the drought demon fire. Buzz buzz. The nascent soul in the Fire God Palace rotated quickly and absorbed the drought demon fire bit by bit. However, the drought demon fire was too strong. It was very difficult to absorb it. There was only a small strand of the drought demon flame. After absorbing it for a while, Gu Hai finally absorbed it. However, his arm burned red. SSS. What a powerful drought demon fire. Only a small trace of the drought demon fire was burned red on his arm. If the flames were bigger, even his fire god nascent soul would not be able to withstand it. Below it was like a volcano eruption. Gu Hai did not dare to stay. He was about to crush the sword talisman and leave. Gu Hai. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar in the distance. It was Mr. Dongfang. He was furious when he saw the longevity array that he had set up explode. How was that possible? No one could enter his blood water array. They would be melted if they touched it. Inside, everyone was trapped. Only Shi Yan was there killing people to seal the sacrificial altar for him. Now the blood water array had exploded? It's over. The seal is open. It's over. I just want to get the treasures inside. I don't want to destroy the seal. Oh. Mr. Dongfang said in horror. But why did the array explode? Oh. The fire soared into the sky, illuminating that direction. Suddenly he saw Gu Hai high in the sky. The moment he saw Gu Hai, Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that when he met Gu Hai last time, Gu Hai had also entered his longevity array unimpeded. Blood water array? Did Gu Hai also enter unimpeded? Did Gu Hai do all this? Did Gu Hai also destroy the sacrificial altar seal? Thinking of this, Mr. Dongfang suddenly shivered. If this was known by his original body, how could he explain it to him? Gu Hai. Mr. Dongfang roared in grief and indignation. Gu Hai did not know what was going on. He ignored Mr. Dongfang's anger, but he still turned his head and looked into the distance. It was a gigantic blood dragon covered in scales and had a terrifying human head. On the dragon's back stood the ferocious Mr. Dongfang. And at the dragon's head there was a woman. She was being cornered by the human heads and had nowhere to go. She was crying in fear. Wanyu? Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Didn't she go out? Didn't she go out? Why was she caught by Mr. Dongfang? Sis, brother-in-law? Long Wanyu cried in fear in the distance. Seeing that Zhu Lu had gone out in the distance, and seeing that Gu Hai was about to go out as well, Long Wanyu's eyes were full of fear and regret. Why didn't she listen to her brother-in-law? Earlier, Long Wanyu had been forced out of the city by Gu Hai's secret signal, happy. Outside the city she was very irritated. No, I want to go in. I want to go in. It's very dangerous inside. Long Wanyu said anxiously. You can't go in. Princess, what did Mr. Good say? You forgot. Listen to him. Sima Feng immediately said anxiously. We can't see inside from the east gate. Let's go to the south gate. I want to see from there. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Sima Feng didn't refuse this request. He steered the flying boat and quickly brought Long Wanyu to the south gate. From afar they seemed to see Gu Hai sealed in the ice mountain. Oh no, brother-in-law is in danger. Long Wanyu was about to jump in. Princess, don't go. Listen to Mr. Good. He won't be wrong. Sima Feng anxiously stopped Long Wanyu. Yes, it's very dangerous inside. Don't cause trouble. The demon spirit in her body also advised. But my brother-in-law is in danger. 100,000 of them want to deal with my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu said anxiously. What's wrong with them? Are they pregnant? Sima Feng exclaimed. Long Wanyu suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the 100,000 people in shock. All of them had fallen. Everyone outside the city rubbed their eyes. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Pregnant? A man is pregnant? Mr. Good is fine. Mr. Good is out. Sima Feng exclaimed in surprise. As expected, Gu Hai and Fairy One came out of the ice mountain. Sima Feng and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Hai released the fat and thin people. He also forced Fairy One to leave and began to deal with the people inside. Sima Feng was pleasantly surprised, but Long Wanyu was anxious. This ominous feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Brother-in-law, why aren't you out yet? Come out quickly. Long Wanyu exclaimed in fear. Sima Feng looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. Monster Ghost, do you think anything will happen to my brother-in-law? Will he? Long Wanyu exclaimed in fear. I don't know. However, this level of ominous feeling is basically impossible to survive. It's even worse than the last time. However, you don't have to worry. You are out of the city and have avoided the danger. Just leave this place immediately. Monster Ghost advised. Bullsh *T. My brother-in-law is still inside. My brother-in-law is still inside. I have to inform him. Brother-in-law, come out quickly. Long Wanyu was extremely anxious. It's over. The people inside are all going to die. Fatty, run quickly. Chang Sheng anxiously ran towards the city gate. Fatty, your sister. It's all your fault. Chang Sheng, if you call me Fatty again, I will beat you up. Ziwei suddenly roared. I won't say it, I won't say it. Let's go quickly. If we don't go out now, we will also die in there. Chang Sheng said anxiously. Die in there. Brother-in-law was going to die in there? Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu anxiously jumped towards the gate. Little girl, you can't be serious, right? You want to die? Don't. I will kneel to you, okay? Don't go. You are courting death. Monster Ghost exclaimed. Kneel to your grandmother. If you don't help me, I will go by myself. Long Wanyu suddenly scolded. Don't. It's not that I don't want to help. I can't help. This level of ominous feeling is basically finished. Ah, look at my broken mouth. Little girl, it's okay. Guhai will definitely be fine. Don't worry, he will definitely survive. Monster Ghost advised. Bah, who are you trying to lie to? Long Wanyu naturally refused to believe Monster Ghost. Sima Feng, get out of the way. I want to go in. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Princess, you can't. You can't go in. Did you forget what you promised Mr. Good? Sima Feng exclaimed. Long Wanyu bit her lip. Her eyes were still anxious. I didn't forget. But I can't watch brother-in-law die. He is my only family member. But you can't help him even if you go. Besides, Mr. Good might not want your help? Sima Feng advised anxiously. It doesn't matter if he wants my help or not. As long as brother-in-law is fine, I will go. I can seek luck and avoid disaster. Maybe I can help him? As long as he is fine. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Ah, he is finally out. Ziwei suddenly panted heavily. Sima Feng and the others turned to look at the two of them curiously. At this moment, Long Wanyu suddenly hit Sima Feng with her palm. Bang! Sima Feng staggered from the hit. Shio! Long Wanyu immediately jumped into the city. What? Princess? Sima Feng exclaimed. And at that moment, boom! The 4 city gates suddenly closed. Except for Long Wanyu, who jumped in, everyone else was blocked outside the city gates. Chapter 359. High up in the sky. Guhai saw Long Wanyu trapped on top of the blood dragon's head, and his face darkened. He didn't know how she got trapped there, but it wasn't important now. Brother-in-law? Long Wanyu cried in fear in the distance. Guhai, you want to run? If you run, I'll kill this little girl right away. Do you believe me? Run. Run. Mr. Dongfang roared with a ferocious expression. Roar. The blood dragon roared fiercely as if it was going to charge at Guhai. In the outside world, Sima Feng and the others had already flown high up in the sky. When they saw the situation inside, their expressions changed drastically. However, the protective barrier formed by the blood dragon longevity array was too strong and couldn't be broken. Zhao and Qing Feng had already left. At this moment, it seemed that everything was hopeless. Guhai's face darkened. He shouted, Master Dongfang, you're not running anymore? You're not running anymore? Why aren't you running? Last time you risked your life for this little girl. This time you're going to die with her? Mr. Dongfang said with a ferocious expression. Die. Not necessarily. Guhai said coldly. Mr. Dongfang rode the blood dragon closer and closer. He didn't push too hard because Guhai was right beside the protective barrier. Previously, Zhu Lu had escaped with a sword talisman in his hand. Mr. Dongfang was worried that if he pushed too hard, Guhai would also escape. Whoosh. Not only did Guhai not run, but he also watched Long Wanyu descend slowly. Mr. Good, how did that person get out? Ancient Emperor, do you have a way to get out? Mr. Good, help. The people who were being chased immediately flew toward Guhai, looking at this last straw of hope. The dragon vein was the reason they came here. But at this moment, no one cared about this goal as long as they could escape. Guhai was everyone's hope. Mr. Dongfang was also staring at Guhai. He didn't know how Guhai was able to pass through his longevity array so easily. I can't bring everyone out. Guhai shook his head. All around, the expressions of the experts who were preparing to fly over changed. However, I can try to fight this blood dragon. I hope that everyone can help me. Solemnly, Guhai said. Guhai. Help. How do we help? The people flying over were slightly stunned. His previous disappointment was instantly reinvigorated. With me as the medium, everyone pour your power into my body. Let us deal with this blood dragon together. Guhai said in a deep voice. Medium? Ah. Guhai, are you stupid? This is not your Chaoga city. You have the protection of Providence and can mobilize the power of the people of a country. This is the Dragon Vein City. How can they lend you their power? Mr. Dongfang controlled the giant dragon to fly over slowly. Family masters, sect masters, don't worry about my physique. Come, pour your power into my body. This is the only chance now. Everyone hurry. Guhai shouted. I'll do it. Suddenly, a family master flew over. Ancient Emperor, thank you for repaying evil with kindness. I'm willing to believe you and fight with you. Anyway, even if I don't fight, I'll still die. The family master flew behind Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Boom. He pressed his palm on Gu Hai's back, and a huge force rushed into Gu Hai's body. Cooperating with Gu Hai was facing the blood dragon head-on. Everyone couldn't even avoid the blood dragon, so who would dare to face it head-on? If the blood dragon rushed over, it could swallow you in one bite. However, there were still many people who were willing to try. Mr. Good, thank you for saving my life. Anyway, I've already died once. I'm willing to try with you. Ancient Emperor, I'll help you. Ancient Emperor, I'll help you. You must succeed. Suddenly, half of the cultivators near Gu Hai flew over. Waves of power entered Gu Hai's body from behind. The people in the back were pressed against the backs of the people in the second row, and the people in the fourth row were pressed against the backs of the people in the third row. Everyone became the channel for the power transmission. Gu Hai was the point where the power gathered. The rolling power surged and a grand aura surged around Gu Hai. What? How is that possible? With so much power entering your body and no providence, you didn't explode? Mr. Dongfang said in surprise. The sect leaders, family heads and former subordinates of Qin Zibai also widened their eyes. However, Gu Hai's strong body did it. He completely withstood such a huge power. Everyone suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. The hesitant cultivators around them were surprised when they saw Gu Hai's aura surging crazily. They quickly poured power into Gu Hai one by one. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 5,000 people behind Gu Hai. The power of 5,000 people all gathered around Gu Hai. Gu Hai took out the Life Ender Saber and poured power into it. Humph, clowns? That saves me the trouble of searching for them. Mr. Dongfang had a look of disdain on his face. He controlled the blood dragon to charge forward, wanting to swallow the 5,000 people in one gulp. Zhou Tiant. Stepping on Tianyuan, 291 saber cheese suddenly formed a huge saber domain. An extremely powerful aura burst out. Before the blood dragon got close, a strong bloody aura had already surged into the saber domain as if it was going to melt the entire saber domain. Brr. The blood dragon roared. 3. Gu Hai shouted. With 5,000 experts pouring power into Gu Hai was no longer worried about not having enough power. He slashed down and the saber domain's aura condensed. A purple light instantly lit up the entire Dragon Vein city. The saber aura turned into a 300-meter-long saber river, crashing into the ferocious dragon head. The world was instantly covered by bloody and purple light. The 5,000 people felt a huge recoil. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they immediately revealed expressions of ecstasy. He blocked it. He blocked it. I didn't get eaten by the blood dragon? I didn't get swallowed in one bite? Everyone immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Zhou Tian's Saber 3 was too fierce. It actually blocked the blood dragon? Did you block it? Hey, you only borrowed the power of 5,000 people. The blood dragon has already eaten 30,000 people. Do you think you're the only one who can stack the power of so many people? The blood dragon is stronger than you. Mr. Dongfang said ferociously. A huge force burst out. Boom. The 5,000 people were immediately sent flying by this huge impact. Poof. All 5,000 people were sent flying. In an instant, the people who did not participate saw hope and regretted it. It worked. It worked. Only 5,000 people gathered power. If we gathered power together just now, wouldn't it? If I knew, I would have helped just now. If all of us had stopped running and worked together to assist Gu Hai, wouldn't we have succeeded just now? Ancient Emperor, do it again. Do it again. Countless cultivators were excited. Hey, you're quite capable. Do it again? Do you think I'll give you another chance? Gu Hai, I won't let you gather power again. You're indeed a scourge. Damn it, I'll kill you first. Mr. Dongfang said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai sneered at the blood dragon's head. In that instant, the Life Ender Saber had cut a hole in the blood dragon's head. If Gu Hai was alone, the fishy smell and energy around the blood dragon would have prevented Gu Hai from getting close. However, with the help of 5,000 people, he finally cut a wound on the blood dragon. Crack, 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 crack. Suddenly, rolling black gas rushed toward the blood dragon. With the Life Ender Saber's attributes, as long as the wound was cut, the skeleton in the black gas would crazily gnaw at it. In an instant, the black gas surged and quickly gnawed at the blood dragon's head. The black gas grew more and more. In an instant, it enveloped the entire blood dragon's head. Skeleton sorcery from the netherworld again? It almost destroyed me last time. Again? Mr. Dongfang's expression darkened. The cultivators around widened their eyes. Skeleton sorcery? Was this black gas useful? It's useless. The main body has already told me its drawbacks. It's useful against others, but the blood dragon can force them away with its flames. Break. Mr. Dongfang's expression turned cold. He reached out and pressed down. Roar. The blood dragon suddenly roared and a huge burst of flames burst out. It seemed to form blood-red flames on the surface of its body, and all the black gas exploded with a bang. Boom. The black gas and countless skeletons immediately exploded and scattered in all directions. The scarred blood dragon's head was revealed. Countless cultivators around looked desperate. They had hoped that Gu Hai could save everyone, but he still failed? Bastard Gu Hai. Mr. Dongfang suddenly glared. He saw Gu Hai carrying Long Wanyu and soaring into the sky from the blood dragon's head with the big explosion. Gu Hai's previous actions were all to save Long Wanyu? His attention was actually diverted? In Gu Hai he succeeded? In Gu Hai's arms, Long Wanyu's tears stopped. She looked at Gu Hai in a daze. In an instant she suddenly felt that Gu Hai was so great. He was such a good person. He saved her from the bad guys again? Brother-in-law, I should have listened to you. I'm sorry. Long Wanyu suddenly wanted to cry. This time, the cry was not the fear from before but the warmth in her heart. It was an inexplicable feeling. It was so warm that Long Wanyu seemed to be incomparably happy. They flew up to the barrier of the array in the sky. Crush it and go out. Gu Hai handed the sword talisman to Long Wanyu. This can go out? Brother-in-law, how many do you have? Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Gu Hai shouted. Is there only one? Only one? Brother-in-law, if you give it to me, what will you do? Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu's expression suddenly changed. Happy. Gu Hai stared and shouted. When Gu Hai mentioned the code word, happy, Long Wanyu had to agree to Gu Hai's words. Last time, Long Wanyu did not care about this happy. Now, she and her brother-in-law were in a desperate situation. Now, Gu Hai said it again? I'm not leaving. If I leave, what will happen to brother-in-law? Long Wanyu suddenly cried. I don't have time to explain to you. Do you want to do what you did last time? Gu Hai stared and shouted. After being shouted at by Gu Hai, Long Wanyu suddenly felt sad. Last time, she was not obedient, which led to the current situation. She could not be entangled anymore. She had to listen to her brother-in-law. She had to listen to her brother-in-law. Yes. Long Wanyu nodded hard and cried, I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I didn't expect it to be so bad. The blood dragon behind them had already rushed over. Hurry up. Gu Hai urged. Pa. Long Wanyu crushed the sword talisman. She suddenly jumped up. Bang. The sword talisman formed a sword-shaped green light that immediately tore open the barrier and shot out. Princess. Sima Feng pulled Long Wanyu into the flying boat in surprise. Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu looked down anxiously. Below, Gu Hai flew to the entrance of the barrier. The torn opening had already been restored. He grabbed the black jade talisman left by the unborn man and slammed it. Boom. Gu Hai was bounced back. Useless? Can't get out? Gu Hai revealed a bitter expression. Below, the blood dragon had already opened its mouth and arrived in front of Gu Hai. Chapter 360. Roar. The blood dragon opened its mouth and charged at Gu Hai. Can't get out? Gu Hai didn't want to try again. Instead, he took out a flying boat and quickly escaped into the city. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai flew into the distance. Escape. Where are you going? Do you think you can escape from the blood dragon longevity array? Mr. Dongfang said with a ferocious expression. Boom. The blood dragon quickly shuttled through the city. It didn't care about the others anymore. Mr. Dongfang wanted to eat Gu Hai quickly. Brother-in-law, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Long Wanyu stood on the flying boat outside the array. She looked anxious. Princess, don't worry. Since Mr. Good asked you to go first, he must have a plan. Sima Feng comforted her. Long Wanyu didn't care. Instead, she looked at Ju Lu and asked, Brother-in-law, do you have any more sword talismans? No, they were given to me by the previous two. There are 2 in total. Zhu Lu shook his head. Sima Feng glared at him. Will you die if you say more? What if the princess takes things too hard? Only 2? Used all of them? Brother-in-law, nothing must happen to you. Long Wanyu clenched her fists. She looked anxious. Rumble. Within the array, flames erupted in the west of the city. A large amount of drought demon fire surged out. The blood dragon only chased after Gu Hai. The surrounding cultivators were able to catch their breaths. On the other side, Qin Zibai and King Bai were still in a stalemate. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the blood dragon was already in front of them. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. Suddenly, Gu Hai thought of what Bai had said before. Qing Feng and I will leave first. That woman is coming out. Ha, with my current strength, I can't do anything to her. Goodbye. Seal? Who was under Dragon Vein City? West of the city? East of the city? Everyone, do you want to go out? Gu Hai shouted. The surrounding cultivators paused slightly. There is an underground palace seal in the east of the city. I believe everyone knows where it is. If we break it, we will be saved. I will lead the blood dragon, you guys break the underground palace. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. His voice instantly spread throughout the city. Seal? Underground palace? Immediately, a large number of cultivators rushed to the underground palace in the east of the city without hesitation. Mr. Dongfang's eyelids suddenly twitched. What do you know? Bastard, you can't. Why not? Gu Hai asked coldly. I'll kill you first. If you don't die, you'll always be trouble. Mr. Dongfang seemed to be possessed. He controlled the blood dragon to rush toward Gu Hai. It was Gu Hai who discovered that the blood dragon was deliberately avoiding the drought demon fire in the west of the city. You're afraid of fire? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Who? The flying boat flew above the fire. The blood dragon also flew high, trying to avoid the fire. Ha, it's good that you have something you're afraid of. Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai circled around the flames that were constantly erupting. The blood dragon's huge body was immediately restrained. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As expected, when the drought demon fire touched the blood dragon's body immediately emitted bursts of black smoke as if it was burned. You're really afraid of fire, haha. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. As long as the blood dragon was afraid of fire, he could slowly lead the blood dragon to suffer. Sooner or later, the blood dragon's power would be exhausted. Gu Hai flew above the fire. In the distance, a group of cultivators opened the underground palace in the east of the city and destroyed the seal. Mr. Dongfang had an anxious expression. He gritted his teeth and revealed a ferocious expression. Brr. Suddenly, the blood dragon seemed to ignore everything and let the fire burn on its body. Its entire body coiled, forming a large encirclement that surrounded Gu Hai's flying boat, making it impossible for it to escape. The dragon head pressed down from above, pressing the flying boat towards the center of the flames below. Perish together? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Roar. Above them was a huge mouth that covered the sky. If they went up, they would be instantly swallowed. The blood dragon's body was everywhere. There was nowhere to go. They could only go down. Below them was a raging fire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blood dragon was completely burned by the fire and immediately emitted billowing black smoke. However, it seemed to not care about Gu Hai at all. The flying boat could only be pressed towards the sea of fire by the circling blood dragon. Perish together? You underestimate my blood dragon too much. Indeed, this fire can hurt the blood dragon, but it can only hurt it. The blood dragon swallowed everyone and accumulated its strength so that it could burn in the fire for a while longer and enter the fire underground. Drought demon fire? Gu Hai, if you don't die today, all my efforts will be in vain. Although I've also lost a lot of energy, as long as you die, the blood dragon can eat others and return to its peak. Go to hell. Mr. Dongfang roared. Boom. The blood dragon's head slammed down and instantly crushed the flying boat in the fire. The fire was at the altar's suppression point. It was like the mouth of a volcano, and the drought demon fire was gushing out. The flying boat shattered, and Gu Hai was knocked deep into the mouth of the volcano. No, brother-in-law. In the outside world, Long Wanyu cried out in horror. Gu Hai was knocked into the mouth of the volcano? Your Majesty? Zhu Lu exclaimed. Drought demon fire? Doesn't that mean Mr. Good? Sima Feng's expression changed. However, he glanced at Long Wanyu in the next moment. Worried that she would act rashly again, Sima Feng pretended to be calm and said, Mr. Good should be fine, right? Brother-in-law is burned to death. Brother-in-law Wo. Long Wanyu revealed a look of despair. Princess, the emperor is still alive. Someone at the side said. Brother-in-law was swallowed by the fire. How is he still alive? How do you know? Long Wanyu said in grief. I am an official of the Han dynasty. The fate of the Dahan is on me. If anything happens to the emperor, the fate of the Han dynasty will collapse. I can sense it too. Now the fate is still there. Hence the emperor is still alive. That person said. Really? Long Wanyu said excitedly. I don't dare to lie. That Dahan official nodded. Brother-in-law, you must come out. You must. I will listen to you from now on. Long Wanyu looked at the mouth of the volcano below and prayed. The mouth of the volcano was west of the city, and the underground palace was east of the city. A large number of cultivators rushed to the underground palace to destroy it. The blood dragon pressed Gu Hai into the mouth of the volcano. Mr. Dongfang was sure that Gu Hai was dead. He controlled the blood dragon and immediately rushed to the sky toward the east of the city. Roar! The blood dragon's body was burned. It was obvious that the fire had damaged the blood dragon. B****, don't touch the underground palace. I will eat you. Mr. Dongfang roared with a ferocious expression. The burned blood dragon immediately rushed toward the underground palace with a roar. What Mr. Dongfang didn't notice was that the moment Gu Hai was pressed toward the mouth of the volcano, a figure in red also rushed into the fire. Inside the mouth of the volcano, Gu Hai's clothes were burned in an instant. Ah! The fire burned his body and he was in extreme pain. Crack, 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 crack. A large number of bones appeared on the surface of his body, trying to resist the drought demon fire. Buzz. The bones that used to be extremely strong were vaporized in the blink of an eye under the fire. The fire god palace was fully activated to absorb the fire on the surface of his body. However, there was too much fire. The previous spark took half a day to absorb, and it even burned his arm. Now there was fire in all directions. He couldn't block it at all. Was it over? Was he going to burn to death here? The fire was too strong. Gu Hai's consciousness suddenly became a little blurry. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Gu Hai and grabbed Gu Hai. In a blur, Gu Hai saw the face of the person. Fairy Wan'er? Why didn't you leave the city? Hurry up and leave. It's dangerous here, Gu Hai said weakly. It was Fairy Wan. At this moment, she was biting her lips and looking at Gu Hai in the fire. The fire couldn't do anything to Fairy Wan'er, but because she had a fire cauldron body. Previously, Qin Zibai and Shi Yen were dealing with Fairy Wan'er because of this. Later they were saved by Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai in front of her was already burned to a pulp. The fire of drought demon has entered your body? Even if you go out, you will be burned to death. Unless my nascent soul enters your body and helps you absorb and refine the fire? Fairy Wan'er's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. However, after struggling for a while, Fairy Wan'er's eyes suddenly became firm. She suddenly went forward and hugged Gu Hai. Her wet and hot lips suddenly pressed against Gu Hai's burned lips. Buzz. Fairy Wan'er's clothes also disappeared in an instant. She hugged Gu Hai. In a daze, Gu Hai suddenly felt that his great compassion of heaven and earth was automatically activated. Automatically activated? The great compassion of heaven and earth would only activate when he was doing the deed between a man and a woman? At this moment, Gu Hai suddenly felt a cooling sensation in his body. Instinctively he moved. Buzz. The source of the cooling sensation in his lower body seemed to be a lump of something that entered his body. Wherever it went, the fire in his body would rush into that lump of cooling sensation. Gu Hai gradually regained consciousness. A trace of his consciousness entered the fire god palace. He saw that it was Fairy Wan'er's nascent soul. It was her that entered his body and his fire god palace again. Fairy Wan'er's nascent soul settled in the fire god palace. At the embryo of Gu Hai's nascent soul, they seemed to be communicating with each other. The fire of drought demon in his body was completely absorbed. A part of it was absorbed by Fairy Wan'er's nascent soul, while the other part was refined and transferred to the embryo. Crack. Suddenly, Gu Hai's nascent soul embryo cracked open. A large amount of fire was crazily absorbed by that crack. Boom. In the outside world, Gu Hai and Fairy Wan'er were naked together. With Gu Hai as the center, the surrounding fire of drought demon was madly rushing into Gu Hai's body. Under the protection of Fairy Wan'er's nascent soul, the fire of drought demon could no longer hurt Gu Hai. Instead, it was nourishing Gu Hai's body and strengthening the power of Gu Hai's nascent soul. Crack, 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 crack. The burnt parts of Gu Hai's body quickly scabbed and fell off. Slowly, his skin returned to its original state. In fact, it was even fairer. Embryo break Yuanying state second tier? And it's still growing? This power? Gu Hai's consciousness was getting clearer. Gu Hai finally understood what was going on. Fairy Wana was trying to save him. His body was moving instinctively, but his eyes were wide open as he looked at Fairy Wana. At this moment, Fairy Wana's eyes were blurred. It was as though she was intoxicated by the changes in her body. She was letting out soft sounds. After a while, Fairy Wana's body suddenly trembled and spasmed. Boom! A loud sound came from Fairy Wana's body as a different kind of strong aura was emitted. In a daze, Fairy Wana opened her eyes. Me? Why did I suddenly open the Heaven Palace? Chapter 361. The Fairy Wana had been suspicious of his inexplicable breakthrough for a long time. Now he had broken through again, and it was the rare Celestial Palace. Opening the Celestial Palace? He had opened the Celestial Palace for no reason? Inexplicable? The Fairy Wana woke up from her dazed state and looked at Gu Hai. The Fairy Wana had broken through, and so had Gu Hai. The second level of the Yuanying state. The third level of the Yuanying state. In the Fire God Palace. Gu Hai's nascent soul embryo was completely gone, and only a small red transparent baby was left standing there. Gu Hai's nascent soul was still quite small, but when Gu Hai channeled his consciousness into it, the small fire baby seemed to come alive and hugged the Fairy Wana's nascent soul, which was one size bigger than it. A man and a woman, one big and one small. The two nascent souls looked at each other just like how two people in the outside world looked at each other. Under the effect of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the two nascent souls seemed to be growing crazily as they looked at each other. As they merged, they became stronger. The rolling fire of drought demon around them was the best nourishment for the two nascent souls, and it kept making them stronger. Gu Hai was no longer afraid of the fire of drought demon. In fact, under the absorption of the nascent souls, the rolling fire of drought demon had become a great supplement. The Fairy Wana looked at Gu Hai, and Gu Hai looked at the Fairy Wana. Their eyes were filled with emotions. However, neither of them spoke first. Only the sounds of collision were rich in their feelings. From the first time they met, the two of them fought, and the Fairy Wana was defeated gloomily. Later on, they made the Fairy Wana suffer losses several times. From then on, the two of them seemed to have formed an indissoluble bond. Until the last time at the Heaven Mending Sect they finally broke through that level. After that, Gu Hai saved the Fairy Wana, and the Fairy Wana saved Gu Hai. It was an indescribable process, but he seemed to have experienced a lot. Fairy Wana's cultivation base slowly stabilized. Gu Hai's cultivation had reached the peak of the third tier of the Yuanying state, and it seemed to have reached its limit. Perhaps he could still break through because of the great compassion of heaven and earth, but the level of the fire of drought demon was clearly no longer enough to satisfy the needs of the two of them. The two of them maintained this state for a day before Wana's nascent soul slowly withdrew from Gu Hai's fire god palace. The two of them slowly separated. He stood in the middle of the fire. The two of them were like fish in water, not feeling the slightest bit of discomfort. As they looked at each other, their gazes softened. Gently, Gu Hai touched Fairy Wana's hair. Yes. Fairy Wana suddenly frowned and turned her head away, not letting Gu Hai touch her. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked gently. We can't be together. Fairy Wana shook her head. With a flip of her hand, Fairy Wana took out a set of clothes and put them on. The fire burned, but the fire cauldron's physique controlled the fire, so the clothes were unaffected. Why? Gu Hai frowned and asked. Fairy Wana bit her lip and did not speak. Instead, she suddenly took out a set of men's clothes which were suitable for Gu Hai. It was as if she had already stored it in her storage space. Don't ask, okay? Fairy Wana's eyes revealed a hint of longing. Gu Hai looked at Fairy Wana's frightened eyes and his heart softened. He nodded and said, All right, I won't ask. You can come back whenever you want. Fairy Wana nodded. Fairy Wana revealed a bitter smile and did not speak. Instead, she slowly put on the clothes for Gu Hai. The two no longer spoke, allowing Gu Hai to slowly put on the black robes. The drought demon fire could no longer do anything to Gu Hai. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at the endless flames below. What's down there? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. He stepped forward and pulled Fairy Wanner's hand as they went down. How about I call you Wanner in the future? Gu Hai said gently as they went down. I am Lin Wanner. Fairy Wanner nodded. Lin Wanner? Gu Hai nodded. The two quickly reached the bottom of the flames. Rumble. At the bottom of the volcano, aside from the drought demon fire, there was also a large amount of lightning flashing. Oh. The two of them looked down in surprise. However, they saw a piercing light coming from below. The drought demon fire was just the condensation of this piercing light. That light had an extremely piercing light. Gu Hai and Fairy Wanner found it difficult to open their eyes because of the piercing light. After a while they slowly adapted to it. That is? Fairy Wanner suddenly opened her eyes wide. However, she saw that under the piercing light, lightning flashed. In the center of the lightning there was a huge purple rock. Below the huge rock, there seemed to be a group of golden runes floating in the void. The huge purple rock was pressing down on the runes and suppressing the light below together with the runes. As for the boundless lightning, it was this purple boulder that was emitting the boundless lightning. This is the Stone of Heavenly Punishment? Fairy Wanner's expression suddenly changed. Stone of Heavenly Punishment? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered the information that Long Wanyu had obtained from the demon ghost spirit. What was the strongest rock in the world? Stone of Heavenly Punishment? There really was such a rock. Is it really the Stone of Heavenly Punishment? Then what suppressing below is? Lin Wanner said in surprise. What's wrong? Is the Stone of Heavenly Punishment very rare? Gu Hai asked curiously. Stone of Heavenly Punishment? There are only two pieces in the world. One is used to forge the fairy slaying sword and this is the second one. Fairy Wanner said with a bitter smile. Oh. I finally understand. That Dongfang Shaoxi formed the blood dragon in order to obtain the heavenly retribution earthly annihilation stone and the treasure beneath it. No, he is not qualified for that treasure. Fairy Wanner said with a change of expression. What do you mean? What treasure is not qualified for? Is he qualified for the Stone of Heavenly Punishment? Gu Hai was puzzled. The Stone of Heavenly Punishment and earthly annihilation is extremely hard and cannot be refined into a magic treasure. Although the strongest people in the world know of its value, they are not crazy about it. After all, the fairy slaying sword is not that easy to refine. However, the thing below is different. Although it is not one of the 16 great magic treasures of history, perhaps it is. Lin Wanner said bitterly. You know about it? Gu Hai was surprised. Lin Wanner nodded and said, I read a book in Wanshou Taoism. With the Stone of Heavenly Punishment as the seal, it goes without saying who is sealed in the Valley of Death. Oh, is it her? Is it her? Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao's grave? Jiang Yao? Oh. Gu Hai asked curiously. 3,000 years ago, Jiang Yao was the most beautiful demoness of her generation. The world trembled for her. She was the most talented woman in the Jiang family besides the family leader. She was proficient in Buddhism, demons and all kinds of spells. The fire of drought was also created by her. All the drought demons in the world originated from her. She is the ancestor of drought demons. Lin Wanner was shocked. The fire of drought demon was created by her? Creation? Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. Yes, there was no such flame in the world in the past. She combined Buddhist fire, Tao fire, and demonic fire to form it. However, 3,000 years ago it was sealed for some reason. So it is here. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, once she comes out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Under the Stone of Heavenly Punishment should be the treasure that Jiang Yao refined before she was sealed. The book did not say what it was, but it was said that once the treasure appeared, the strongest person in the world would act immediately. Lin Wanner said worriedly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Shall we leave first? Fairy Wanner said worriedly. Since we are here, how can we just leave? I don't want that treasure either. However, I want this heavenly execution earthly extermination stone. Gu Hai said seriously. But, if I don't take it, should I let Master Shou of Dongfang take it by force? Don't worry, we will be fine. Gu Hai comforted her. Stone of Heavenly Punishment? Gu Hai reached out his hand to grab the Stone of Heavenly Punishment. Boom. A large amount of lightning rushed toward Gu Hai. Wang. In the Fire God Palace, the nascent soul of the Fire God stared and reached out his hand. Rumble. The rolling lightning was caught and absorbed into his body. Lightning fire was also a type of fire. The Fire God was patiently absorbing the lightning. Gu Hai was slowly approaching the stone of heavenly punishment. Roar. Suddenly, the stone of heavenly punishment let out a human-like roar, as if warning Gu Hai to stay away. Oh, a living stone? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. His hand did not stop and reached out again. Finally, he touched the stone of heavenly punishment. Boom. The lightning that was 1,000 times stronger than before rushed into Gu Hai's body. Be careful. Lin Wanner suddenly exclaimed. 1,000 times stronger lightning was so powerful that even the fire god could not withstand it. The lightning rushed into the space between his eyebrows as if it wanted to destroy Gu Hai. Boom. Boom. However, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in the space between his eyebrows suddenly trembled, and a strong suppressive force suppressed all the lightning in his body. The Emperor's majesty was not to be blasphemed. Previously, the fire of drought did not rush into Gu Hai's space between his eyebrows, so it did not provoke the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. At this moment, the lightning found its own way. However, it seemed to have angered the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Under the suppression, the black chess piece on the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal released a black light that pressed toward the stone of heavenly punishment. Wong. The stone of heavenly punishment released a dazzling purple light that seemed to be resisting the black light. Rumble. The black light and the purple light did not give in, but it was obvious that the black light had the upper hand. The purple light was unconvinced and wanted to resist, but it could not do so. Since you are not convinced, why don't you enter my space between my eyebrows and fight? Gu Hai said in a low voice. The stone of heavenly punishment seemed to understand Gu Hai's words. It actually stopped resisting Gu Hai's right hand and allowed Gu Hai to grab it. Wong. Suddenly, the stone of heavenly punishment strangely entered Gu Hai's space between his eyebrows. Huh? You put it away? Fairy Wanner said in surprise. Let's go. Gu Hai's expression sank. The stone of heavenly punishment had been put away. Suddenly, the golden rune that was with the stone of heavenly punishment finally could not withstand the resistance of the treasure below. Boom. With a loud sound, the golden rune suddenly exploded. In an instant, the seal was removed and the endless light was no longer a little bit like before. Instead, it was completely released. The light shone and instantly condensed into the drought demon fire, which exploded with 1,000 times stronger flames and rushed into the sky. Gu Hai and Lin Wanner were not afraid of the drought demon fire, but they could feel that there was a ball of heat chasing after them from below. This heat was too fierce. It was 10,000 times or even 100,000 times stronger than the drought demon fire. The two believed that even if they were immune to the drought demon fire, they would still be burned by it. Quick. Fairy Wanner's expression changed. She grabbed Gu Hai's arm and rushed into the sky. Rumble. Brr. Brr. The flames below exploded, condensing into many fire dragons that roared and rushed into the sky. Chapter 362. Dragon Vein City. Gu Hai was sent into the crater of the volcano by the blood dragon. The situation of the surrounding cultivators became even more difficult. The underground palace in the east of the city was also broken open one after another. More and more of the underground situation was exposed in front of everyone. Fire. The rolling drought demon fire slowly appeared as the surrounding ruins dissipated. Originally, some experts wanted to continue breaking open, but the rolling flames that appeared from below shocked everyone so much that they fled in all directions. The blood dragon flew to the entrance of the underground palace in the east of the city. It did not have the rolling drought demon fire in the west of the city, but there was still a thick layer. All the runes disappeared and flames covered the ground. Mr. Dongfang's expression changed drastically on the blood dragon. We're in trouble, we're in trouble. The seal has been undone? She's going to wake up? My main body is in trouble. Mr. Dongfang's face was filled with shock. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the flames in the west of the city paused slightly and retracted. Crack. 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 A series of tremors came from the ground, as if something stiff had suddenly moved. The drought demon fire in the crater of the west of the city was also attracted and slowly poured into the ground. Mr. Dongfang's eyelids twitched. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. She's going to wake up, she's going to wake up. Mr. Dongfang looked around ferociously. Boom. The blood dragon rushed out and rushed towards the surrounding cultivators. Mr. Good is right. The thing in the underground palace in the east of the city can restrain the blood dragon. Someone shouted. Ah, let's go. The blood dragon became more and more irritable. The surrounding cultivators quickly fled. As long as the blood dragon left the underground palace, someone would immediately come to destroy the underground palace. As long as the blood dragon returned, everyone would scatter and flee. Just like that, a day passed. The blood dragon ate another 30,000 cultivators. The stench became stronger and a rolling blood mist surrounded it. However, at this moment the battle came to an abrupt halt. The underground palace had stopped absorbing the drought demon fire. The surrounding drought demon fire was also absorbed, revealing the interior. Another huge underground palace was laid out in front of them. However, there were 100,000 fiery red monsters kneeling on one knee. All of them were covered in flames, their mouths full of fangs, and they were wearing armor. Is this a drought demon? Zombies? Someone exclaimed. The drought demon was a type of zombie. At this moment, the army of 100,000 flaming zombies was kneeling on one knee with their eyes closed. He knelt in front of a woman in a red dragon robe. The woman's body was surrounded by flames. She held a fiery red longsword in her hand. She leaned against the ground and wore a flat imperial crown on her head. His eyes were slightly closed as if he was sleeping while standing. However, even though he was sleeping, there was still an intimidating aura about him. Between his eyebrows, there was a dot of cinnabar. His eyebrows were vertical and his killing intent was extraordinary. This was an underground palace on the lower level. There was a transparent barrier above, and the cracks that had been destroyed by the Xiuzha were everywhere. Is the seal really going to break? Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. Countless Xiuzha in the surroundings revealed bewildered expressions. The drought demon army? How is that possible? Drought demons are rare in the world. They're a type of zombie. They're only common in the netherworld. No, not even the netherworld has so many of them. 100,000? There are actually 100,000 drought demons? Isn't drought demon arrogant and unyielding? Why are these 100,000 drought demons all dressed in armor and kneeling to that dragon-robed woman? Dragon robe? She's the empress? Who is she? Countless Xiuzha looked surprised. Even King Baiyan and Qin Zibai, who were in a stalemate, were confused. Mr. Dongfang, who is he? Qin Zibai asked in surprise. This was because even with Qin Zibai's strength in the heavenly palace, he could feel a soul-stirring aura emanating from the sleeping empress. Crack, crack, crack. More and more cracks appeared on the transparent barrier above, and the seal was quickly breaking. Inhale. The empress closed her eyes and suddenly took a deep breath. The moment she took a deep breath, almost all the drought demon fire in Dragon Vein City seemed to have received an order and surged crazily toward the broken barrier. Bang! A large amount of drought demon fire surged in, and the barrier exploded. When the rolling drought demon fire reached the inside, it suddenly shrank and actually all went into the empress's nose. The raging fire of drought demon, the raging fire that could burn everyone here, was actually sucked into the empress's stomach with a single breath. This is? Qin Zibai's expression changed. The fire of drought demon was something that even he had to avoid, yet this empress actually treated it like air? Crack, crack, crack. The army of 100,000 drought demons shuddered slightly, as if they were slowly waking up from a deep sleep. Was she going to wake up? But at this moment no one dared to approach. This was because the empress was emitting an aura that made one's soul tremble. Mr. Dongfang, who is she? Qin Zibai's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. Mr. Dongfang looked at the empress in the underground palace in horror. Is it over? She's going to wake up. No, we have to hurry, we can't delay. Mr. Dongfang's expression changed. Brr. The blood dragon roared and suddenly soared into the sky. It no longer rushed toward the cultivators in all directions, but suddenly rushed toward Qin Zibai and King Baiyan, who were in a stalemate. A strong smell of blood rushed over. What? Mr. Dongfang, are you crazy? What are you doing? Qin Zibai shouted in shock. He wants to kill you too? King Baiyan's expression changed. The two of them suddenly loosened their palms, and their expressions changed drastically. There's no time, Qin Zibai. You and King Baiyan are the central celestial palace. Only you can make me hurry up, hurry up. Mr. Dongfang roared anxiously. ****. No. The two of them cried out in horror. Ah. The blood dragon opened its mouth and sucked. The two of them had just let go and had no time to resist. They were immediately swallowed into its mouth. Countless cultivators in all directions trembled. The two of them entered the blood dragon's body and immediately felt a huge force disintegrating their bodies. No! The two of them roared in shock in the blood dragon's body. But Mr. Dongfang didn't care so much. He controlled the blood dragon to quickly rush to the crater of the volcano in the west of the city. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Mr. Dongfang shouted anxiously. Roar! The blood dragon roared as if it wanted to rush to the crater of the volcano and enter the billowing flames. Roar! 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 At this moment, a series of dragon roars suddenly came from the crater of the volcano. Boom! However, with a loud bang, flames soared into the sky from the bottom like a huge explosion. The terrifying flames even condensed into dozens of dragon-shaped flames. They let out roars and led the billowing sea of flames over. The blood dragon suddenly collided head-on. The flames that were 1,000 times stronger than before instantly drowned the entire blood dragon. Ah! No, how could this be? Mr. Dongfang roared in shock. Rumble! The incomparably domineering blood dragon disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was completely burned away. The flames soared into the sky and instantly filled the entire Dragon Vein city. Ah! Countless cultivators cried out in shock. However, there were too many flames this time, so much so that everyone was terrified. They could drown the entire Dragon Vein city in an instant. At that time, everyone would be finished. Suck. Suddenly, in the underground palace, the Empress took a deep breath again. Rumble. The churning and surging drought demon flame was once again strangely sucked into his nose. Even the dozens of dragon-shaped flames were all sucked into his nose. In an instant all the flames disappeared. Countless cultivators immediately heaved a sigh of relief and fear. The flames disappeared, and the blood dragon was burned into nothingness. Immediately, Qin Zibai and King Taowu, who had not been completely decomposed, escaped. The two of them were covered in blood and were extremely weak. They watched this scene in horror. Old Dongfang, I'm going to kill you! Qin Zibai roared as soon as he escaped. However, there was no need for Qin Zibai to do anything now, because Mr. Dongfang was caught. Was Guhai. He grabbed Mr. Dongfang's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Fairy 1, stood beside him. Brother-in-law is still alive. Long Wanyu shouted in surprise. Guhai. Qin Zibai and King Taowu were slightly stunned. Wasn't he knocked into the crater of the volcano? He was fine. It's the ancient emperor. It's Mr. Good. Mr. Good caught that demon. Kill that demon, kill him. Countless Xiozha in the surroundings shouted in surprise. You're fine? Lin Waner? It's you? Mr. Dongfang's expression changed drastically. We meet again, Mr. Dongfang? Guhai said with a cold expression. What do you want to do? Guhai, what do you want to do? Mr. Dongfang finally showed a trace of panic. In panic, his fingers moved slightly. Suddenly, a large amount of blood fog gathered around him again, as if it was going to rush toward Guhai. I didn't check last time. This time I won't give you a chance. If you die, everyone will be saved. Guhai said in a low voice. What are you doing? How dare you? My original body won't let you go. Mr. Dongfang said in horror. The blood fog behind Guhai was getting closer and closer. Boom. Rolling flames suddenly burst out of Guhai's hand and rushed into Mr. Dongfang's body from his neck. Ah no, Guhai, you can't kill me. My original body won't let you go. She won't let you go. I'll come back for revenge. Mr. Dongfang shouted in fear. Buzz. The eternal divine fire mixed with the fire of drought. Under Guhai's full power, Mr. Dongfang was burned to ashes almost instantly. Not even ashes were left. Whoosh. The blood fog behind him suddenly disappeared. Boom. The enchantment of Longmai City suddenly burst open. As soon as Mr. Dongfang died, the blood dragon longevity array was broken. No one can save the people I killed with my own hands. Guhai said coldly. Mr. Dongfang's soul had already entered the pool of healing in Guhai's body and was being crazily converted into the sky-mending power. The sky-mending power suddenly surged out of the sky-mending pool. What a heavy evil karma. You alone are equal to the evil karma of millions of evil people? The sky-mending power is still increasing? Guhai was surprised. The demon is dead. The array is broken. Run, run, run. Countless cultivators were so happy that they cried and ran crazily toward the outside. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Ancient Emperor. Countless cultivators were running and feeling grateful. Whoosh! Long Wanyu's flying boat suddenly flew to Gu Hai's side. "Brother-in-law, you're out? Come up quickly." Long Wanyu was pleasantly surprised. Fairy Wana looked at Fairy Waner with a complicated expression. "Let's go," Lin Waner said worriedly. "The treasure under the flame mouth is coming out. Jiang Yan is about to wake up." Eh. Whoosh! The flying boat carried everyone and flew quickly into the distance. At that moment, almost everyone in the city was running in panic. They wanted to get out of the city as quickly as possible. That was because the volcano mouth was still spewing fire. A fire that was several times stronger than before suddenly erupted again. This time the Empress did not breathe it in. The fire erupted and rushed to the sky. Boom! Within 10,000 miles the ground suddenly dried up. The trees were instantly drained of water and the fire started everywhere. The fire of Drought Demon was an ordinary fire, but it spread in all directions in an instant. In the fire that rushed to the sky, everyone saw a blazing light rush out, emitting rolling heat. It was like a fiery red sun was rising slowly, and it was getting higher and higher. Buzz! The intense heat shone in all directions and the red sun was getting bigger and bigger. Rolling flames surrounded the red sun as if countless fire dragons were circling it. It was noon, and the golden sun in the sky shone on the world. However, as the red sun slowly rose, it seemed to have dyed countless places red in an instant. At least from where Gu Hai was, it seemed like there were two suns in the sky, one golden and one red. I know. Lin Waner's expression changed. Gu Hai was puzzled. "I know what treasure this is. I read the ancient records in the past but I didn't understand. Now I understand. The ancient records said, Jiang Yin created the sun, and it was suppressed in the underground palace." Sun created? I always thought it was a riot. So it was really creating the sun? Creating the sun? No wonder this treasure is comparable to the 16 great treasures of history. Creating the sun? It can't be real, right? Lin Waner was shocked. Creating the sun? Gu Hai's expression changed. Long Wanyu didn't understand, but Sima Feng and the others beside her sucked in a breath of cold air. How is that possible? Chapter 363. Retreat. Sima Feng yelled as he quickly steered the flying boat to the back. The immortal slaying sword's aura was too ferocious. It was so ferocious that wherever it passed, the accompanying sword aura washed the mountains and rivers on the ground into the shape of swords. Bus, bus, bus. The long swords on Sima Feng and the Dahan officials suddenly hummed as if they were responding to the arrival of the immortal slaying sword and worshipping the King of Swords. As the aura passed by, everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Even Gu Hai's expression changed as a ferocious destructive aura rushed into his heart. The Tongtian sect master? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. In the distance, the immortal slaying sword aura had already approached and was heading straight for the red sun. Wah! The golden crow's huge claw descended from the sky with a scorching aura. As the golden crow's golden claw descended, many cultivators who had escaped the city were suppressed and couldn't even lift their heads. They could only look terrified as they fled in all directions. The golden crow's claw and the immortal slaying sword aura reached the red sun at almost the same time. The golden crow's huge claw brazenly grabbed the top of the red sun. The immortal slaying sword aura also brazenly blocked the south of the red sun. Billowing flames spewed out from the huge claw. Around the immortal slaying sword aura, billions of small sword auras floated and surrounded the sword as if they were trying to drag the red sun away. Rumble. The red sun trembled slightly as if it was being pulled in two different directions by two huge forces. Suddenly, from the southwest direction, another huge blood-red handprint rushed straight at them. Boom! Where the blood-red handprint reached, the void was suddenly dyed blood-red. An overwhelming blood-red cloud shrouded the right hand as it brazenly grabbed the red sun. The Great Blood Cloud Hand? Shiyu the Great of the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty? He wants to fight for the red sun too? Sima Changkong said in shock. Lin Waner narrowed her eyes. Shiyu the Great? With his cultivation base he can project himself far away? This is the power of projection? Shiyu the Great was still in the capital just like the Tongtian sect master in Tai. A projection? Does that mean he has already broken through the bottleneck? Sima Feng's expression changed. Go to Heaven Palace. Wan Air's face darkened. Boom. The three forces were in a deadlock. All of them wanted to seize the red sun. The red sun trembled slightly as if it was unmoved. Buzz. Suddenly the red sun exploded with rolling red light. Thousands of fire of drought demon once again erupted, covering the sky and earth. It was as if it wanted to break free from the competition between the three great powerhouses. Suddenly the empress in the underground palace sucked in another breath. Rumble. The rolling drought demon fire was suddenly sucked into the empress's nose. Jianghu. Lin Wanner's face darkened. Jiangyao's eyes were closed, but her eyeballs were moving slightly as if she was about to wake up. Tai, your cultivation has improved again? Suddenly a cold snort came from the south. The voice was so loud that it seemed to explode between heaven and earth. Billions of sword chi trembled violently. Everyone's heart palpitated as if a hand had suddenly grasped their hearts. Is that the Tong Tian sect master's voice? Gu Hai's face darkened. He was already at the third level of the Yuanying state, but compared to the Tong Tian sect master's strength, the difference was too great. That infinite distance between them made his heart feel heavy. Improved? Ah, Tong Tian, I once tore apart 3 Tong Tian sect masters. Do you want to be the 4th? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. Boom. The voice once again suppressed everyone, making it difficult to breathe. Gu Hai looked at Fairy Wanner in shock. What does Tai mean? Lin Wanner smiled bitterly and nodded. It's true. There were 3 Tong Tian sect masters in the past. They fought with Tai and were torn apart by him. However, those were the weakest Tong Tian masters. As for Tai, he is the reincarnation of a divine soul. There is only one Tai. Reincarnation? Yes, Fiend Beasts have Fiend Beast special abilities. Solar Divine Palace's 3 palace masters have existed since ancient times. However, they kept reincarnating. Take Queen Hua for example. Queen Hua's name is Taiwa. I heard that she reincarnated into the innate puzzle world. However, I heard that Taiwa took a risk. When she reincarnated, her earthly soul and divine soul separated. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He immediately recalled Queen Hua. Xiaorou's earthly soul was Queen Hua's reincarnation? Solar Divine Palace has extremely deep accumulations, as its 3 palace masters have existed since ancient times. Hence, this Tai is extremely powerful. He killed 3 Tong Tian sect masters in the past, Lin Wanner said bitterly. The 4th? Ah, you can try. Don't you remember who I am? It looks like you forgot about the battle with Wu Hai. Back then I could kill you. I can do the same now. The Tong Tian sect master's cold snort rang out. Buzz. The golden crow's claw suddenly trembled. You are? It's you? The first generation Tong Tian sect master? Tai's voice suddenly grew louder. What? Lin Wanner's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. First generation? The Tong Tian sect master is actually the first generation reincarnation? The strongest Tong Tian sect master in the legends? This. Lin Wanner said in shock. The strongest Tong Tian sect master? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. According to the records of Wanshou Taoism, the first generation Tong Tian sect master was the strongest. Rumor has it that he was so powerful that he could reach the immortal realm, but he didn't. Instead, he chose to be reincarnated and left a sword seed, which was passed down to the next generation of Tong Tian sect masters. That sword seed carried the first generation sword will. It was passed down from generation to generation, accumulating from generation to generation. All the Tong Tian sect master's sword will be passed down, but the new Tong Tian sect master can only absorb a small portion. He can't comprehend most of it. Not only did he come back, but he also absorbed the sword will of the previous Tong Tian masters. Isn't he the strongest Tong Tian master? Lin Wanner said solemnly. You're from Wanshou Taoism and you don't know? Gu Hai asked, confused. I don't know. I only know that the current Tong Tian sect master is very cold and powerful. I didn't expect him to be. Fairy Wanner said bitterly. Back off. Tong Tian sect master shouted coldly. Humph, how can I be the same person now? If I can tear 3 Tong Tian masters apart, I can tear you apart too. You're the one who's backing off. Tai snorted. The 2 masters didn't back off. You've crossed the line. This is the territory of the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Day 1, don't even think about it. Go back to where you came from. Shiyu the Great's voice suddenly came from the bloody palm. Both Skirich and Tai's voices carried a hint of anger. Emperor of Imperial Dynasty? You want to fight with me? Tai said coldly. You overestimate yourself. Tong Tian sect master snorted. Boom. The three sides attacked at the same time. Shiyu the Great's bloody palm was actually not weaker than the other two. This is the territory of the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. It's the closest to me, so my projection is naturally the strongest. I respect the two of you as seniors, but my Imperial Dynasty won't tolerate others' impudence. Shiyu the Great's voice carried a domineering air. Impudent? How dare you? Tongtian Master and Tai both roared. You're not afraid that I'll flatten your Day 1 Imperial Dynasty? Tai's voice was extremely cold. Come, I'll be waiting for the two of you in Day 1. But now this red sun is mine. No one can take it away from my Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Shiyu the Great snorted. Rumble. The three experts did not give in. They pulled at the red sun in the sky, wanting to take it away. The red sun trembled and the void shook. At this moment, Jiang Yao's body suddenly trembled in the underground palace. Jiang Yao suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a blazing red light gushed out from his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, almost all the cultivators in the surroundings suddenly froze in place. It was as if in that instant, everyone's soul shook violently, causing everyone to feel dizzy. Fortunately, it was only a short time. Everyone could see their surroundings clearly again. Guhai's soul also almost shook. However, the heaven suppression divine seal in the space between his eyebrows suddenly suppressed the heavenly punishment earthly annihilation stone and also stabilized Guhai's soul. Even so, Guhai's face darkened when he looked at the ferocious Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around. Then he raised his head to look at the red sun in the sky. The golden crow claw, the immortal extermination sword, and the bloody palm were pulling at the red sun. They were fighting for Jiang Yao's treasure. Jiang Yao's eyes gradually became cold. Tai? Tongtian? And this unknown thing? Hey, you guys sure have guts. Today you dare to steal my treasure? In that case no one can leave. Jiang Yao said coldly. While speaking, Jiang Yao suddenly opened his mouth and spat out two bloody fangs. His eyes were shining with red light. Suddenly there was a loud roar that shook the sky. There seemed to be a strong suction force in Jiang Yao's mouth. In an instant, it sucked in the immortal extermination sword, the golden crow claw, and the bloody palm. Rumble. Time and space seemed to be distorted. That part of the world was sucked into Jiang Yao's mouth. One. The immortal extermination sword, the golden crow claw, and the bloody palm all trembled. Jiang Yao. How dare you? Jiang Yao, you are courting death. Tai and Tongtian's angry voices sounded again. Jiang Yao opened his mouth and sucked. The immortal extermination sword and thousands of sword energies, the golden crow claw and endless golden flames, and the bloody palm and rolling blood clouds were all swallowed by Jiang Yao in an instant. She swallowed the projections of Tai, Tongtian, and Shiyu? Lin Wan'er said in surprise. The projections of the three powerhouses who had suppressed countless cultivators in all directions were swallowed by this empress? Qin Zibai, King Bai, and countless cultivators felt their scalps go numb at this moment. Those were the Tongtian sect master, Tai, and Shiyu the Great. Who was this woman? However, they saw Jiang Yao open his mouth again and suck in the sky. The huge red sun slowly fell into Jiang Yao's mouth. It was as if Jiang Yao had opened his mouth and swallowed the sun. Jiang Yao. Guhai raised his eyebrows. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at Jiang Yan in shock. This woman's appearance had brought countless disasters to the world. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.